This story begins with a brutal betrayal on Suho. Our protagonist, a skilled swordsman, was on his knees, in front of a group of people he once called comrades. His body was trembling, and his arms showed clear signs of being poisoned. He coughed violently, his breath shallow and rough, and it didn't take long for him to realize this wasn't just any normal poison. It was something far more dangerous, possibly fatal. In front of him stood two of his teammates, and instead of helping him, they laughed. They actually found joy in watching him suffer. One of them, a warrior, sneered and said Suho should have joined their plan. But Suho had chosen a different path. He remained loyal to his duties as a public servant, stubbornly holding on to his morals, instead of giving into corruption. This team had just finished conquering one of the notorious 5 disaster gates, a place from where terrifying monsters emerged. But now these bastards wanted to leave that gate open. They didn't want to finish the job. They wanted to make sure the monsters weren't completely wiped out so they could return again and again, because as long as the danger remained, so did their jobs, their influence, and their status. If the monsters were gone, the spotlight would fade, and so would their power. Soho remembered all the time he had spent with them, fighting side by side in life-threatening battles, trusting them with his life, and now they stood before him, watching him die without a shred of remorse. They justified their actions by saying Soho was the only one who had opposed the plan. Everyone else was on board. Then the archer stepped forward and casually extended his hand, offering Suho a second chance. He said that if Suho agreed to join their side, they'd let him live, but Suho wasn't a fool. How could he trust people who had just poisoned him and stood back to watch him suffer? Besides, he could already feel that his body had been pushed beyond its limits. The poison had spread too far. There was no coming back from this. His survival was impossible. But even if he couldn't live, he could still do one thing. Take at least one of these traitors, bringing him down with that. Suho began to gather every last bit of energy he had left. A fierce, overwhelming aura burst forth from him. 2 members of the group were instantly paralyzed by fear, staggering back in terror. However, one woman in the group, even more terrified than the others, frantically tried to calm everyone down, insisting they shouldn't panic. The archer, clearly on the verge of wetting himself, knew this was bad. And then Suho moved. With a single swift motion, he charged his blade, slashed clean through the warrior's arm. And in the very next second, he beheaded the dark mage woman with deadly precision. The archer barely managed to retreat, dragging the healer along. Their smug expressions, once full of arrogance, completely vanished. And instantly, they were replaced by sheer horror. The healer frantically tried to save the wounded warrior, desperately casting healing spells, but nothing worked. To her utter shock, she realized she couldn't heal him at all. Her eyes turned to Suho. She saw something strange, something powerful. Suho was no longer just a dying man. He was overflowing with pure willpower itself. And not just him, his sword had transformed as well, now forged completely from that same indomitable will. It was called the intangible sword, a weapon born from pure determination. But that power came at a cost. The energy that had kept him standing finally faded, and Suho's strength gave out, and his body collapsed. He stumbled backward, falling off a cliff behind him. He dropped deep into the valleys below, disappearing from their sight, leaving behind nothing but silence. Suho slowly opened his eyes to the sound of chaos around him, shouting, sirens, and the distinct sound of people running. He was being carried by a firefighter, though he had no idea what was going on. His head was spinning, disoriented and foggy. Everything felt unreal, like a dream or a nightmare. The firefighter carrying him was rushing toward a designated safe zone, moving quickly through the crowded, panicked streets. And Suho couldn't make sense of it. The last thing he remembered was dying. He knew he was dead. But how was he here, alive, confused, and being rescued? Then something clicked in his mind. He finally noticed what was truly happening. Around him, a gate had ripped open. This presumed gate had caused a dungeon break. Monsters were swarming the area, more specifically, goblins. Dozens of them were rampaging through the city, attacking anything in sight. As Suho looked around, he spotted a familiar. sign lying on the ground, the Syndrome Station logo. That's when it all truly made sense. His memories were absolutely correct. This was the exact station that had once been contaminated during a sudden gate outbreak. He had seen this happen before. Suddenly, out of nowhere, an arrow came whizzing through the air and struck the firefighter carrying him. The man cried out as he collapsed, sending both him and Suho crashing to the ground. The goblins were getting closer. Despite the pain, the injured firefighter looked at Suho and urged him to run. But Suho didn't move. Instead of escaping, his eyes fixated on the axe the firefighter had been carrying. Without a moment's hesitation, Suho grabbed it, took aim, and hurled it with all his strength at an approaching goblin. The weapon flew through the air and struck the goblin cleanly, taking it down in a single decisive blow. And then, right in that intense moment, something strange appeared in front of Suho. Floating text. Just like a digital display, it was a system window. It congratulated him on his awakening. For a second, he just stared at it, utterly stunned. It was exactly like before, precisely as he remembered. The system asked him to choose the class he wanted to pursue. Out of pure reflex, his finger almost moved to select warrior. It was instinct, but then he paused. No, this time he decided to delay his selection. Suho turned his attention toward the goblins, who were now cackling wildly, their screeches echoing across the battlefield. They looked completely unbothered, laughing like absolute lunatics, as if victory was already theirs. But Suho wasn't amused. Without missing a beat, he launched himself straight into the raging horde. His movements were razor-sharp and utterly effortless, weaving through every incoming attack, like they were nothing but a gentle breeze. One goblin, too eager to land a hit, tried to sneak up on him from the side. But the moment its eyes locked onto Suho, it froze in horror because right in front of it, Suho had just retrieved the very axe he'd hurled earlier. The goblin recognized it instantly. Its face twisted in pure, unadulterated panic. And honestly, if goblins wore pants, that one probably would have pissed itself right then and there. But Suho didn't care. He wasn't here for theatrics. Before the creature could even let out a scream, Suho slashed it down in one clean motion, cutting it off before it could make the area even more disgusting than it already was. He didn't stop there, grabbing a goblin's sword from the ground. He kept moving. He knew exactly what he was dealing with. Goblins were dangerous, sure, but only to beginners. To someone like him, a veteran who'd seen far worse, cutting down goblins was no challenge at all for Suho. It was easy as F******. Suho continued slashing through the goblins, cutting them down one after another with a speed and precision that was even sharper than before. In just a few minutes, the entire wave of goblins had been completely wiped out, and it so quickly it almost felt unreal and illegal. As the dust settled, Suho looked down at the sword in his hands. He realized how easily he had gotten carried away. In that moment, he wasn't calm or calculating. He had acted purely on instinct and emotion. And while that raw power was useful, he knew that during times like these, what he really needed was a cool head. But then again, if he wasn't mistaken, he had been brought back to the past for a reason. This was a second chance, a rare opportunity to start everything over from scratch, and he wasn't going to waste it. Suddenly, several system windows popped up in front of him, congratulating him for mastering multiple swordsmanship skills. But just then, something else caught his attention. The nearby firefighter was staring at him, clearly curious. Suho's fighting style hadn't gone unnoticed, and the man couldn't help but wonder if this guy was a player. Suho simply gave a slight nod in response, then turned his focus back to the system. He had made up his mind about his class selection. He would become a healer. With that decision made, Suho walked up to the firefighter and politely asked if he could take a look at his injury. The man looked a bit confused. Just moments ago, he had saved Suho, and now Suho was offering to heal him? It didn't quite add up, but Suho didn't hesitate. He activated his magic healing light, and instantly, the warm glow of the spell began to take effect. In almost no time at all, the wound healed completely. The firefighter could hardly believe what he was seeing. How could Suho be a healer when he had just watched him take down an entire goblin? Wave like a true swordsman? Before the man could ask more questions, another system window appeared. It was time for Suho to select a weapon. From the arsenal, he didn't even hesitate. He knew exactly what he wanted. He picked out a beginner's sword, the same one he had used before, and began preparing himself to challenge the gate ahead. This sudden determination made the firefighter a little nervous, even panicked. The gate up ahead wasn't something to be taken lightly, but Suho had something important to rely on. He had acquired the swordsmanship talent before selecting a class. This was a key detail. Skills obtained based on innate talent could be used regardless of which class a player chose. And as the player leveled up, those skills and class skills also would continue to evolve and grow stronger. Suho recalled something. Isabella's Holy Spirit had been the top tier upgrade of healing light. If only he'd possessed that kind of power back then, maybe things could have turned out differently. But this time, he'd set things straight. He had a crystal clear plan. He would master both the sword and the healing arts. And as the faces of his past teammates flashed, the treacherous scoundrels who'd abandoned him, his resolve hardened even more. He approached the very gate, the one that had almost claimed his life before. Back then, he was weak and utterly unprepared. But now, with the fundamentals of swordsmanship etched deep into his very core, he knew he could conquer it. Without a moment's hesitation, Suho strode forward and stepped through the gate. The moment Suho crossed the threshold, he suddenly found himself standing amidst a dense, shadowy forest. Almost instantly, the system window materialized before him, displaying the area name, Green Red, a strange name, but there was no time to ponder it. After walking for a short while, Suho stumbled upon the gruesome sight of numerous goblin corpses scattered across the forest floor. Judging by their positions and expressions, it looked like they had been running from something or someone far more terrifying than themselves. Their twisted bodies screamed fear, not just defeat. That's when Suho heard something, a low, guttural sound from nearby. He turned his head toward the source and instantly recognized what lay beyond. Two towering hobgoblins dragging the corpse of a creature they'd just hunted. These weren't the weak, annoying goblins he'd seen before. Hobgoblins were a whole different beast, bigger, meaner, and more dangerous. And when they spotted Suho, their eyes lit up with predatory excitement. To them, human meat was a rare treat. Without hesitation, they tossed their previous prey aside and pointed their jagged weapons at Suho, eager to tear into fresh flesh. But what they didn't know, what they couldn't have guessed, was that the human they were drooling over wasn't some ordinary prey. They were staring at a predator. The first hobgoblin charged forward, blades swinging fast, but it sliced nothing but air. Suho dodged it cleanly. He already knew he was underleveled for these enemies. His weapon wasn't strong enough to easily cleave through their thick hides, but he didn't need brute strength. He knew exactly where to strike. In one swift motion, he lunged straight at the first hobgoblin, aiming directly for its eye. The attack hit its mark. The creature let out a piercing screech, loud enough to rattle the forest trees. Suho, ever the soft-hearted one, ended the poor monster's pain by killing it. But Suho never intended to kill it so quickly. His attack had been too effective. It was pure, habitual mistake. He had hoped to use the creature to gain skills and experience from the fight, but accidentally killed it too soon. Turning toward the remaining hobgoblin, Suho decided to make proper use of this one. The second monster, furious over its fallen comrade, roared and charged forward, swinging its weapon wildly in rage. But Suho was calm. He focused, dodging each attack with careful footwork. The hobgoblin slashed left then right, swinging like a wild beast, but none of its blows landed. In this world, repeating the same action over and over could eventually lead to acquiring a skill related to it. Suho knew this, and sure enough, after evading several more attacks, a small grin formed on his face. He had obtained a dodge skill, but he wasn't done yet. Now he aimed for his second skill. Suho began parrying the incoming strikes, deflecting the blows with precise timing. Parrying wasn't just a basic move. It had deep roots in weapon-based combat and served as a foundation for many other advanced skills. It was essential, and Suho wanted it. After a few more successful parries, the system finally notified him that he gained the parry skill. Unfortunately, by then, the hobgoblin had already grown tired. It staggered, breathing heavily, clearly reaching its limit. And so, just like before, Suho gave it peace, this time by swiftly beheading it. It wasn't out of cruelty, just necessity. Now, with 2 fresh skills in hand, he was eager for more combat. He craved facing even more monsters. Not for battle's thrill, but to earn vital skills, to gather precious experience points, and grow undeniably stronger outside the gate. The atmosphere among the waiting hunters was thick with tension and sheer frustration. They just discovered someone had breached their assigned gate without permission. The moment news spread, curses began flying left and right. Most were furious and felt utterly disrespected, grumbling about how some nerve-filled fool had dared to step into their territory. Some were already hatching plans to teach this mystery intruder a harsh lesson. Once they dare to come back out, they weren't letting it slide that easily. Meanwhile, not far from the gate, a firefighter was deep in a serious conversation. He was speaking with a few stern men in suits, representatives from the Hunter Association. They had come to investigate specifically, asking about a hunter named Suho. The firefighter didn't hold back and told them everything he knew based on what he saw. Suho wasn't just some ordinary hunter. He'd wiped out a horde of zombies all on his own, and even healed his wounds amidst the chaos. One of the officers, listening to the report, looked visibly surprised. He hadn't arrived late. Yet somehow, by the time he got there, the goblins were already completely wiped out. And to top it off, the one responsible was supposedly a healer. He tried to brush it off at first, saying it wasn't possible. In their experience, healers didn't possess the combat power to do something like this alone. But still, if this guy truly managed to clear the gate solo, especially one teeming with goblins, then they absolutely couldn't ignore him. If he pulled it off, they would absolutely have to recruit him. Meanwhile, Suho was out in the field, busily hunting down hobgoblins and collecting experience points one after another. He moved quickly and efficiently, beheading multiple hobgoblins at once with ease. His attacks were swift and clean. Controlled, he deliberately spared one hobgoblin, letting it live with just one glare from Suho, enough to make the monster faster than Usain Bolt himself. But that was exactly what Suho had planned. From the very start, he wanted the creature to escape and bring back more of its kind. With a brief break in the action, he decided to check his status. Thanks to the wave of hobgoblins he had just defeated, both his stats and skills had significantly improved. As he looked at the pile of goblin corpses around him, another thought crossed his mind. There was still something useful left in those bodies. Inside the monsters, there were magic stones. These particular ones were degraded magic stones. Nothing too rare, but each could sell for around 50,000 won. That was more than enough reason for Suho to take the time to collect them. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't bother with this kind of work. He didn't have the luxury to slow down, but right now, his financial situation was closer to a beggar's than a hunter's. So, he wasn't going to let these stones go to waste. He began removing the stones from the fallen monsters, one by one, carefully storing them all in his inventory. By the time he was done collecting the loot, he felt genuinely satisfied. This was a decent haul. But just as he was about to take a breath, that calm was interrupted. A sudden wave of pure, killing intent hit him like a wall. When he turned to face it, about 30 hobgoblins were already approaching. Leading them was the same monster he had let go earlier, the one that had fled in terror. And now, with the confirmation, the entire group charged towards Suho all at once. But Suho didn't panic. Instead, he leapt into the air like a ninja, moving with the speed and precision of a trained assassin. Within moments, several hobgoblins had already fallen, their heads rolling across the ground. His movements were sharp and effortless, like cutting through butter. Then, as if rewarding his efforts, the system notified him that he had leveled up. New stat points were added to his profile, making him even stronger than before. With that power-up in hand, And enough experience gained, Suho decided there was no reason to prolong this any further. It was time to finish this. He plunged headfirst into the enemy mob, slashing wildly in every direction, decimating the horde with ruthless efficiency. Suddenly, a hobgoblin charged him head-on, aiming to strike, but fear was nowhere to be found. Suho's face lit up with pure excitement. He wasn't worried. In fact, he looked even more thrilled than before. The boss monster in this gate was a chief hobgoblin, a level 20 enemy, just as you'd expect from a boss. It charged in first, trying to land a devastating attack, but it failed miserably, and right after that, a group of smaller monsters attempted to sneak, attack from behind, but Suho, without even fully turning, reacted, instantly cutting them down like they were nothing. That's when the boss monster switched tactics and unleashed one of its skills, fear. The fear skill was nasty. It paralyzed the target and plunged them into a state of pure terror. The higher the skill level, the stronger its effect. And since this was a boss monster, that alone was enough of an explanation for how it could use such a powerful mental type skill, even inside a low-level gate. The real problem was Suho had no gear or skills that could protect his mind or resist mental attacks at the moment. He had no way to directly counter it. The boss saw this as its chance to finish the fight and charged in to claim victory. But what it didn't know was that Suho wasn't some rookie. He was a veteran hunter who'd been through situations far worse. He knew exactly how to deal with this. Without hesitation, Suho gripped his blade tighter with his left hand and deliberately cut himself. The sharp pain snapped him out of the fear-induced paralysis. The moment his mind cleared, he parried the boss's incoming strike. Then, instead of focusing on the boss right away, Suho made a quick decision. He turned his attention to the smaller monsters first. Within seconds, he moved through the battlefield, slicing down every last one of them. In just a short burst of action, he wiped out all the hobgoblins inside the gates, leaving no enemies behind except the boss itself. Before returning to confront the chief hobgoblin, he paused to mend the wound on his left arm. Now, with all distractions gone and his body restored, it was just him and the boss monster. A true one-on-one, no more interruptions. And judging by the look on the monster's face, it didn't seem quite so confident anymore. The fierce battle between them had begun. Exchanging blow after blow, Suho gave it his all, swinging his sword with fierce determination. But due to his relatively low level, none of his attacks seemed to deal any serious damage to the monster. It was becoming clear that a head-on approach wasn't going to work. Realizing this, Suho decided to change tactics entirely. Instead of just aiming blindly, he drove his sword straight into the monster's thigh, targeting a weak spot to slow it down. In response, the monster activated its fear skill once again, hoping to paralyze Suho and gain the upper hand. But this time, it didn't work. Once a person overcomes fear, it loses its grip, and Suho had already faced it once and conquered it. Now that he was no longer affected, Suho focused all his attacks on that same spot. He slashed the injured thigh over and over again, relentlessly exploiting the weakness. After a few more precise and forceful hits, the boss monster finally collapsed to the ground, barely alive and clearly on the brink of death. But Suho wasn't finished yet. Instead of going for the final blow, he suddenly used his healing light, a skill meant to restore health. And he used it on the monster. The creature, already confused and half dead, was now completely thrown off. It couldn't understand why the human who had nearly killed it was now trying to heal it. Suho, on the other hand, was delighted. He had just realized he could keep the fight going. By repeatedly attacking and healing the monster, he could extend the battle and use it as training. Some time passed in this strange cycle: attack, injure, heal, repeat. And with every round, Suho grew stronger, his skills steadily improved, and eventually, he upgraded several of them to A and B ranks. Meanwhile, the boss monster, once proud and terrifying, it was now utterly paralyzed by fear. It couldn't even look Suho in the eye anymore. With Suho having learned everything he could from this place, there was simply nothing left to gain. The monster had fulfilled its purpose in this trial. It had served its purpose. With a calm expression, Suho swiftly ended it all, decisively beheading the monster. And just like that, the gate had been conquered. Suho stood victorious. He was declared the MVP of the gate, earning bonus experience on top of everything else. His level had now reached 10. A crucial milestone for any aspiring hunter. Even his healing skill, Healing Light, received a substantial upgrade, advancing to E rank. And along with that, he acquired a brand new skill, Cure. It might not seem like much now, but if his skills continued to develop at this pace, it wouldn't be surprising if one day he could neutralize even 10,000 types of poisons. It was only the beginning, but the path ahead was clearly incredibly promising. With everything wrapped up, it was time to move on. Suho turned toward the gate's exit. Outside, the atmosphere was electric with tension. The gate had started to tremble slightly, causing people to whisper and wonder aloud. Had the gate been cleared? Then, before anyone could guess further, Suho stepped out. He walked out calmly and confidently, as if the chaos behind him didn't matter at all. There wasn't a hint of exhaustion or discomfort on his face, just quiet composure. People around him stared, unable to figure out who he really was or what exactly he had done. And Suho didn't bother explaining. He simply let their curiosity grow. Soon after, multiple guilds rushed over. They had all come looking for the mysterious man who had conquered the gate alone. But Suho ignored every offer, every scout, every invitation thrown his way. He wasn't interested. Instead, he walked past them and landed right in front of a man in a formal suit. With a calm and confident tone, Suho greeted him. This man was no ordinary official. He was the esteemed team leader of the South Korean Hunter Association, Young Chul-min, and judging by the utter confusion on his face, he clearly wasn't expecting to be greeted by the person behind those gates. Afterward, the scene shifts to the South Korean Hunter Association, where team leader Young and Suho were sitting across from each other. On the surface, it looked like a standard registration meeting, but Chulman's mind was completely elsewhere. His thoughts kept drifting back to their earlier, unexpected encounter. He remembered how they had first met, shaking hands casually, and how Suho had mentioned he was already on his way to the Hunter Association anyway. At first, Chulman had assumed it was just for a routine license renewal, something experienced hunters did all the time. But as their conversation progressed, it became strikingly clear that Suho was actually there for initial registration. That absolutely caught Chulman off guard. He was still trying to process how someone like Suho, who was registered as a healer of all things, had managed to clear an entire gate all by himself. And the way Suho had acted, so calm, so casual, munching on snacks like it was just another Tuesday. Chulman had gone over his aptitude test. Results again and again. Statistically, Suho seemed more like a warrior than a healer. The numbers didn't lie. He had the physical strength and sharp combat instincts, not to mention the unwavering composure that you'd expect from a seasoned frontline fighter. It simply didn't make sense. While Chulman was lost in thought, Suho spoke up, snapping him out of it by asking if there was a problem. That brought Chulman back to focus. He began asking Suho a few routine questions. Background, education, that sort of thing. And that's when more pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. We learned that Suho was a college dropout. He had been studying physical education before quitting. Most students from that department usually chose combat classes, like warrior or archer, if they entered the hunter field. But Suho had gone in a completely different direction. He had selected the healer class, and why he absolutely loathed getting injured. He then went on to explain exactly what had happened inside the gate. He described the sequence of events in a straightforward, almost detached way, though he left out one crucial detail: the fact that it had all been far too easy for him. He merely said he fought to survive, and that was it. But when Suho casually mentioned Chief Hobgoblins, Chunman stiffened. Something about that just didn't sit right with him. Gates that produced Chief Hobgoblins were never supposed to be easy, so Suho, noticing his discomfort, calmly opened his inventory. In the next moment, he dropped all the loot he had collected from the gate right onto the table. The items hit with a heavy thud, and Chunman was caught completely off guard. His eyes widened in shock, and for a second, he almost panicked. These are the magic crystals Suho had collected. after hunting hobgoblins. The smaller ones were from regular hobgoblins, while the larger, more refined one had come from the hobgoblin chief. Since Suho didn't truly know their actual value, he politely asked the team leader if he could help get them processed, even while trying to stay composed. Chunman couldn't take his eyes off the loot. It was a good haul. Regaining his composure, he looked at Suho seriously and asked if he truly wanted to become a hunter. When Suho nodded, that simple agreement sparked real excitement in the team leader's eyes. Trying to steady himself again, Chunman asked whether this decision was just made on impulse. But Suho responded with a calm smile and said no, it wasn't impulsive at all, while Chunman was still writing. The wave of happiness from hearing Suho's answer. Suho shifted the tone slightly and began explaining his real reason. It wasn't about power or money. It was personal. He hated monsters, and he hated the gates they came from. As a child, he had lost his entire family during a gate shock. After that, he grew up in an orphanage, completely alone. At first, he thought that killing monsters would help ease that deep frustration and pain inside him. But even after defeating several monsters, the knot in his chest never loosened, no matter how many he killed. The ache never faded. That's when he made a life-altering decision. He couldn't undo the past, but he could shape the future he wanted to protect. He didn't want anyone else to suffer the way he had. He wanted to fight, not for revenge, but for the safety of others. He yearned to be on the front lines, doing real work. And that's why he decided to become a hunter, but not for any guild, but for the South Korean Hunter Association. Chulman was genuinely impressed by this answer, but as someone with experience, he also felt compelled to explain the downsides. He told Suho honestly that the Hunter Association's pay scale was significantly lower compared to what private guilds usually offered. But Suho didn't seem bothered by that in the slightest. As long as he had free access to multiple gates, priority in entering them, and the authority to punish rogue hunters who committed crimes, that was more than enough for him. The Chillman could barely believe his ears. You see, even though the Hunter Association technically holds gate priority, they often end up auctioning those rights off to private guilds. The reason is simple. No official wants to put their life on the line for meager government salary. Most people claim they join to help others, but the reality is they aim for stable, safe positions where they can earn quietly without ever having to step foot inside a gate. That's why so many aim for cushy administrative roles instead of field duty. But in Chulman's eyes, Suho was different. He wasn't chasing safety or comfort. He was a rare type, a true patriot who wanted to be out on the front lines, protecting people. Someone who genuinely believed in civil service. The sheer happiness was so overwhelming that for a moment, Chillman felt lightheaded, but he quickly snapped out of it and got back to the task of handling the magic crystals. Now, to take the official hunter exam, one first has to pass an aptitude test with both a written and a practical exam. But unfortunately for Suho, this year's registration period had already closed, and the exam itself was scheduled for tomorrow. But fortunately for Suho, he had his trusty big brother, Chulman, on his side. Since Suho had managed to conquer an entire gate solo, there was a good chance they could pull some strings and get special approval from the higher-ups. That part wasn't an issue at all. What concerned Chulman, however, was the written test. Acing that with only one day of prep? Almost impossible. For a regular person, maybe, but Suho, being Suho, was completely confident. To him, if you ever get the chance to do something, you seize it, no matter the circumstances. The only issue was, our boy was practically a beggar at this point. He didn't even have enough money to pay the exam registration fee. So swallowing his pride, he asked if team leader Chulman could take care of the magic crystals for him, and Chulman, being the dependable guy he is, he immediately took on the task without a second thought. Right now, the only person Suho could fully rely on was his big brother, Chulman, and he was genuinely grateful for that support. After some time, they completed all the aptitude tests. Team leader Chulman then sent Suho the money they got from selling the crystals. In the next scene, Suho was munching through Chulman's food stash, like he owned the place. Thanks to the magic crystals, he received 3 million won. On top of that, since he registered as a civil servant hunter, he also got some tax exemption benefits. Still, that wasn't enough for him. He had one more request. He had heard the association had a library, and he wanted to cram a bit for tomorrow's written test. So he politely asked if the team leader could allow him access. And of course, Chulman said yes with a smile. He even personally showed Suho the way to the library and told him he wouldn't need an employee card to enter. Before parting ways, Chulman wished him the best of luck for the exam. Suho watched him leave quietly, thinking how kind and reliable his brother still was. Deep down, he knew that one day Chulman would definitely become the president of the association. With Chuman finally out of the picture, Suho shifted his focus back to the library. His goal was crystal clear. Find something directly tied to his past life. He remembered major, world-shaking events, things that rocked entire regions, but the details were always hazy. Human minds just weren't built to carry memories across lifetimes, and he was no exception. Still, somewhere in this very place was the key. A fragment of knowledge or a skill he desperately wanted. After poking around a bit more, Suho finally stumbled upon something truly strange. A book, massive and ancient-looking, so thick it refused to fit on any shelf. Curious, he picked it up. The moment he cracked it open, the system pinged in with a strange message. The book wasn't from this world at all. It also mentioned a special way to use it. Something far beyond mere reading. And Suho, he already knew exactly what that meant. Without hesitation, he held the book above his head, just like an RPG character, triggering a hidden quest. For a split second, he felt like a complete clown. Nothing was happening. His arms were getting tired, and frustration bubbled up fast because he was damn sure this was the only way to activate it. Then, just before he could start cursing the book, the system spoke again. The book, Library of Memories, had taken an interest in his story. That's when the magic kicked in. The book shimmered. Reality shifted, and in the blink of an eye, Suho was no longer standing in that dusty old room. He now stood before a massive, otherworldly tree, its roots deep in glowing stone, its branches reaching into a sky that wasn't even real. A spiral staircase wrapped around it, leading upward into the unknown. And this is the Library of Memories. It's then revealed that the Library of Memories grants its user the ability to recall absolutely everything they've ever seen or heard, including painful or traumatic experiences. Normally, the human brain copes by forgetting, but once this ability is acquired, the user is burdened with flawless memory. The original owner of this skill was the manager of the Hexagon Guild, a former Korean Hunter Association employee. While studying in a library for a career change, she unintentionally gained this ability. After using a book as a makeshift pillow, simply because lying face down felt awkward, Suho reflects on how incredibly lucky he was to stumble upon such an incredible skill, and he feels immense gratitude to her for the introduction. He even plans to treat her to a meal someday. The system window then prompts Suho to donate his own story to the Library of Memories. He considers just how powerful this ability truly is. It could help him restore every single memory he's ever had, especially since human recollections tend to fade and warp over time. Realizing its immense value, he decides that obtaining this skill is absolutely necessary to retain every detail with precise clarity. A message appears, confirming his story has been accepted. Suddenly, a strong wind whirls violently around him, and the system announces that the Library of Memories is now accessing and recording his experiences. Suho starts floating in midair, surrounded by radiant, glowing texts, as a diagram materializes above the book itself. Another message follows, stating that the Library of Memories has officially opened. It will store everything he's seen and heard, giving him access whenever needed, while also suggesting crucial, important information. Suho stares at his hand, sensing that the recording process feels a bit off, likely because this entire space is some kind of illusion. Now that he has the skill, he decides to try it out. He closes his eyes and revisits a previous brutal battle. There, he sees himself severely wounded. The moment floods back with vivid emotions, and he feels the fury rise in him once again, confirming the memory's intense clarity. He sees the ones who betrayed him, people he now recognizes as selfish cowards who had delayed sealing the gate, just to save themselves. He swears to never forgive or forget them. His consciousness floats among countless system windows. The memory unsettles him, and he wishes he'd chosen to recall something less painful. Then, out of nowhere, one system window shows a shocking notification. He's being given a chance to become even stronger. As the first person to reach the realm of the transcendent, the system announces it's rebooting for player Suho. He's left, utterly speechless as the world snaps back to normal. A sudden thought hits him. Could the system actually have sent him back in time? He remembers once achieving true unity with the divine sword and unlocking the first SS rank skill. But now, as the first to attain transcendence, he's being granted an unprecedented new opportunity, something no one has ever experienced before. Suho begins to realize his return to the past might be no mere coincidence. The next moment, he arrives at a specific location by taxi. As he steps out, he reflects on just how meaningful this second chance truly is. Now, he has the power to prevent the disasters that once befell him and to tackle the unpredictable gates that had once caused countless casualties. Determined to clear these gates faster than ever, he reminds himself that every second counts. He soon arrives at the colossal Nexus building. Standing before it, he's awestruck by its sheer scale and recognizes it as the biggest private hunter academy in the entire country. He also sees it as the perfect place to earn serious money and secure his future. With firm resolve, he heads inside. A cheerful receptionist greets him, asking the reason for his visit. Suho responds, stating he needs to meet Director Kim Soo. The receptionist, surprised, asks if he has an appointment. Suho says no, but insists it's urgent. He simply asks her to pass along a message. The solo conqueror of the Syndrome Station. Pre-catastrophe. Gate is here. The scene shifts to the director's office, where a calm woman introduces herself as Kim Soo, director of Nexus Academy. Suho introduces himself. As on Suho, Director Kim invites him to sit and acknowledges his incredible achievement at the Syndrome Gate. She then asks why he's come to Nexus. Suho explains that he's here to apply for a scholarship. The director is clearly taken aback by the request. Suho confirms it, adding that he also plans to take the hunter license test, scheduled for the very next day. Still trying to wrap her head around the situation, Director Kim asks how long it's been since he awakened. Suho coolly replies, "This happened today." Even more shocked, she double-checks her documents, repeating in disbelief. An unregistered hunter who awakened just today wants to take the test tomorrow and has already solo cleared a catastrophic level gate. Suho confirms everything, adding that a connection within the Hunter Association helped him secure a spot in the exam. His goal is simple, to rank first. This confident declaration leaves the director even more surprised. Suho then states his condition. If he ranks first, he wants to be officially granted Nexus scholarship student status with full financial support. Suho knew full well that for an unknown newcomer, reaching the top wouldn't be easy. But he wasn't some greenhorn beginner. He was a battle-hardened veteran who had cleared countless gates. Whether anyone else believed him or not didn't matter. That choice was up to them. Director Kim recognized that clearing such a dangerous gate alone was no small feat still. She reminded him that the hunter test was a completely different matter. With an average pass rate of less than 20%, Suho made it clear if he didn't get first place, they could just ignore him and cancel the scholarship deal entirely. Intrigued, Director Kim asked why he chose Nexus instead of more prestigious academies like Hexagon or Prime. Suho answered bluntly, despite being the biggest academy, Nexus had hit a rough patch in recent years. It hadn't produced a single top-ranking student, and that had severely hurt its reputation and admissions. Silently, Director Kim acknowledged the truth. Nexus was in desperate need of success, and no current student had shown any signs of becoming a breakout talent. If Suho really did take first place, Nexus would gain the most from his spotlight. His proposal, in that sense, was perfectly timed. Still, the director couldn't help but wonder, what kind of person makes such a bold offer with that much confidence? Curious, she asked how much money he was expecting from a scholarship. Suho responded by asking about the rewards for becoming the top student. She then revealed the prize details, which included a full tuition refund, plus an incredible 30 million won bonus. Oh, an instant entry into the prestigious Nexus Guild. Suho nodded, thinking it seemed only fitting for the nation's biggest academy. But then, with a playful grin, he suggested 300 million. One would be even better. The amount stunned director Kim, but Suho pressed on, reasoning that considering the perks that came with being the top student and the sheer scale of the academy, the proposed amount was quite fair for Nexus. After all, 300 million wasn't much to them. Deep down, Director Kim knew he was wrong. Reluctantly, she conceded, promising that if he ranked first, she would indeed pay him the 300 million. Later, Suho took a stroll around campus. The more he explored, the more he realized just how massive it truly was. It was bigger than most amusement parks. Once enrolled, he wouldn't be lacking anything at all. The staff member showing him around chuckled proudly, explaining that Nexus was the largest academy in all of South Korea. Suho noticed the guide looked tired, figuring they'd probably been woken up just for his tour. Feeling a touch guilty, Suho thanked him for showing him around so late. The guide simply smiled, saying it was the least he could do for someone so important. Then, Suho spotted someone training, alone on the playground. Curious, he asked if that person was a student. The guide nodded, explaining that student trained every night at this hour and was the most hard-working student in the academy. Suho was instantly intrigued. The student's name was Dahan. His guide called out to him, reminding him to take care of his health, to which Dahan replied with a smile, saying he had to push himself even harder since he was already in his third year. Suho recognized him instantly. In his past life, he had teamed up with Dahan for raid missions back then. Dahan had been the nation's top tanker, famous for his unmatched endurance and defensive capabilities. It had been unfortunate when pure tankers lost their place in the meta over time. But now, seeing Dahan wielding an axe, Suho realized Dahan, even without a shield, still hadn't unlocked his true potential. But this was the perfect opportunity. He could guide Dahan now, and eventually recruit him into the Great Hunter Association. The guide then introduced the two of them. After a brief greeting, Suho asked if Dahan intended to use the battle axe as his main weapon. Dahan confirmed it. Suho then asked why he'd chosen that particular weapon. Dahan explained that, since he aimed to be a frontline fighter, his instructors had suggested the axe, saying it matched his build perfectly. The guide chimed in, adding that few weapons could rival the battle axe in sheer destructive force. Suho asked if Dahan had only trained with the axe. Dahan admitted he had, calling himself a slow learner, and said that trying out multiple weapons felt like a waste of time. It had taken him 2 years just to get somewhat decent with the axe, and even now, he didn't feel particularly skilled with it. Suho silently analyzed the situation and understood the real problem. It wasn't that Dahan lacked effort, but that the axe simply didn't suit him. It wasn't a matter of dedication. It was a case of poor direction. If his progress hadn't improved early on, he should have switched weapons. Suho found it surprising that even the top academy in the country missed something this obvious. He suggested a different mindset. Since players would eventually receive stat adjustments, it made more sense to pick a weapon that felt natural to them, with skill correction effects. Proficiency could rise quickly, but true performance in battle relied on knowledge and experience. In Dahan's case, the battle axe was clearly a mismatch. While it delivered heavy hits, the long cooldowns made users vulnerable, and, considering Dahan's large frame, it became even harder to protect him effectively. When Dahan heard this, he was taken aback. He'd spent the last 3 years training with an axe. Suho acknowledged his dedication, but pointed out that Dahan's real strength might actually be in tanking. He advised Dahan to try using a kite, shield on his left arm, and a one-handed blunt weapon clutched in his right hand. Suho explained that this setup would dramatically boost Dahan's Overall combat effectiveness. Dahan hesitated. Switching roles right before the exam felt incredibly risky, especially since the test was happening the very next day. Suho then asked him to consider what truly forms the backbone of a raid party. While many believed it was the mage, in reality, it was always the tank. A tank's job was to draw the enemy's focus and protect the team. To do that properly, a tank needed both a shield and a secondary weapon for crowd control. Suho's reasoning finally clicked with Dahan. Motivated by this insight, he decided to give it a shot. Suho was glad Dahan didn't let doubt hold him back and appreciated how quickly he could think and adapt. Suho wished him luck, and Dahan thanked him before heading off. Right after that, the guide explained that Director Kim had asked him to give Suho a tour, which is why he introduced him as a guest. But now the guide was curious. Was Suho actually an instructor? He seemed to know a lot about combat and contracts. Suho clarified that he was an instructor, though. Internally, he realized it probably looked suspicious for someone without a license to know so much. He explained that he was more like a stakeholder. The guide nodded and mentioned he'd just received a call. The contract was ready, and it was time to return to the director's office. Then came the day of the hunter test. The area in front of the association building was packed with examinees, all armed with swords and ready to earn their hunter licenses. Everyone had been preparing relentlessly for this moment, sharpening their skills and reaching peak performance. Ironically, Suho, the same man who had cleared a gate all by himself, was in his worst condition after finishing the test. Suho walked out, reflecting on the purpose behind it. It had been organized because of concerns over possible doping. But in his opinion, those measures didn't mean much. Most cheaters didn't use drugs. They used skill buffs during the test. One woman, in particular, stood out along with several others, all displaying magic levels no level 5 hunter should naturally possess. The system then informed Suho that his magic sensing ability was far sharper than most others. He had fully mastered the skill of magic detection. Thanks to this, Suho found it easier to spot oddities. Although nothing had been officially reported yet, he could already tell many were blatantly cheating using various buffs. It was time to put an end to this. Looking at Chulman, Suho felt grateful to have at least one honest person around as he walked through the hall where other candidates were discussing their tests. He couldn't help but feel like he'd unintentionally become a cheater himself. Chulman walked up and asked how the test went. Suho replied he was confident he'd pass, but then asked why Chulman was there. Chulman explained that he was just helping out since the association was always short-staffed. He'd also heard that this written test was the hardest one yet, but Suho's confidence was impressive. Suho responded that he believed he had solved it and asked if he could bring something up. Chulman agreed, as long as it wasn't about the test itself. Suho said it was somewhat related. He pointed out that during the test, there hadn't been any check for buffs and asked why. Chulman asked what he meant by buff checks. Suho explained that while the association did conduct urine and blood tests to prevent drug use and confiscated personal items to prevent cheating via gear, they didn't seem to check for skill-based cheating. He suggested that using magic detection could help spot buffed individuals more effectively. Chulman appreciated the input and promised to look into it before the practical exam. Suho said he'd get ready for the next test. Before he left, Chulman stopped him and said he personally hoped Suho would do well and that they'd get to work together. He wished him luck on the practical, and Suho thanked him. 30 minutes later, at the site of the practical test, the announcer informed everyone that the exam had been delayed by 2 hours due to unforeseen issues. After the dive capsules, all candidates were directed to grab lunch at the cafeteria and wait either in the lounge or the training area. But Suho wasn't convinced. It felt like an excuse. He suspected Brother Chulman had already started cracking down on those trying to cheat, using buffs, moving swiftly just as he'd expected. With 1,200 candidates and a pass rate under 10%, spotting cheaters could easily bring that rate down to 7%. Anyone who passed under those conditions would undoubtedly be top-tier talent. Suho decided to observe the other candidates to spot anyone worth keeping an eye on. Just then, Voices caught his attention. One man was challenging another to a match. The second guy snapped back, telling him to back off and stop picking fights. But the first guy clarified that he only wanted to spar, joking that the other was afraid his lack of skill would be exposed. Annoyed, the second man shoved him and told him to stay out of his face. The first man then raised a wooden sword and asked what would happen if he struck first, before anything could escalate. Suho stepped in and blocked the wooden sword with his own, making the attacker pull back. The second man was stunned and asked Suho if he'd lost his mind. But Suho calmly said he'd handle it and told the man to stay out of it. The guy asked who Suho was. Was he some sort of officer? Suho simply said he was just another test taker. He warned that dealing with someone like this attacker would only cause unnecessary trouble, so it was best to leave it to him. The attacker then questioned why Suho was getting involved. Suho smiled, introduced himself, and offered to be the attacker's sparring partner, since he was so eager for one. But the attacker wasn't impressed. He scoffed, saying he wouldn't waste his time sparring with someone weak like Suho. That word weak caught Suho off guard. The attacker claimed Suho just got lucky earlier and warned him not to get arrogant, ordering him to leave. But Suho turned the tables, asking if he was scared. The attacker, annoyed, he demanded to know what that was supposed to mean. Suho then suggested they find out if it truly was just luck, hinting the attacker was too scared to truly test it. Provoked, the man instantly accepted the challenge, hurling insults and calling Suho just another coward in the crowd. Suho agreed to the spar, but insisted they get a supervisor's approval and use the designated sparring arena. With permission granted, both stepped into the training arena, drawing attention from nearby students. The referee reminded them they could only use training weapons provided by the association and warned that the match would be stopped if things got out of control. As the match started, the attacker charged first, swinging his wooden sword. Suho blocked it with ease. The attacker leapt into the air, swinging downward, but Suho dodged effortlessly. Furious and utterly surprised, the attacker threatened to tear Suho apart, but Suho stomped down on the man's wooden sword and taunted him, calling him pathetically weak. The insult pushed the attacker over the edge. This man, Park Yeong, was known as a mad swordsman, obsessed with strength, always seeking out skilled opponents to fight. His insatiable thirst for power had turned him into a relentless combatant. Suho remembered how skilled Yeong had been during their last encounter and was surprised to see him among the same batch of test takers. He immediately realized that Yeong needed to be stopped before repeating past mistakes. Without warning, Suho delivered a powerful kick that sent Yeong flying. As he hit the ground, Suho mocked his earlier arrogance. Stunned, Yeong questioned how Suho was so strong. Suho calmly warned him that charging in blindly wouldn't work, hinting that Yeong had never faced someone as powerful as a level 10 before. Most of his previous opponents probably never got past level 5. Getting back up with a smirk, Yeong admitted Suho seemed too calm and announced he'd go all out. Suho welcomed it. Yeong unleashed a barrage of strikes, but Suho dodged them all effortlessly. With just one hand on his sword, Suho noted Yang's intensity had definitely surged. Suho acknowledged the increased force behind each blow. Then Yeong went all out, unleashing his signature dragon sword technique. A flash of blinding light erupted as their swords clashed. Yeong believed he'd finally landed a decisive hit and started to celebrate, but when the light faded, Suho was still standing, completely unharmed. He blocked the attack. Choquet, Yeong tremblait, demanding an explanation. Suho smirked, simply stating the attack was too slow. In reality, Yeong had only managed a basic, watered-down version of the dragon sword technique. Without a hunter's license, it was impossible to master the real deal. Enraged by the humiliation, Yeong furiously charged again, but Suho dodged every single attack with effortless ease. At one point, Suho dropped into a low crouch, baiting Yeong into one last reckless charge. Just as Yeong shouted the match was over, Suho landed a powerful upward strike to his chin, knocking him out cold. Yeong hit the ground, defeated and utterly dazed, struggling to understand what had just happened. Suho calmly repeated that his attacks were simply too slow. Though Yang was seething, all he could do was lie there, muttering Suho's name under his breath. Watching this, Suho realized that Yang's obsession would now revolve entirely around defeating him, ignoring everyone else in the process. With that distraction finally taken care of, Suho figured the testing center might finally quiet down. Meanwhile, the supervisors who had been observing everything were left stunned, snapping them out of their daze. Suho casually spoke up, reporting that he'd accidentally knocked out Yang, and asked them to take care of him. In the next scene, Suho sat inside a room filled with various machines. Looking around, he noticed more skilled individuals present than before, probably anti-doping inspectors, disguised as technicians. As the room grew noisy, Suho became visibly irritated, clearly wishing they'd all just leave. A technician then walked up to him and instructed him to lie down. He then explained how the emergency button worked just in case anything went wrong during the dive process. Suho confirmed he understood completely. Once the system powered up, Suho lay down, and cables were attached to both sides of his head. A system window appeared, indicating that the Hunter Practical Test program had been activated. As Suho's consciousness connected to the simulation, the dive progress steadily climbed, 5%, then 40%, then 77%, until it hit 100%. The connection was successful, and the healer class test scenario began. When Suho opened his eyes, he found himself in a completely different world. He could tell this test wasn't going to be easy, especially considering how few people ever passed the healer exam. In front of him were wounded individuals, calling for help, and some were trapped under rubble. One girl, in particular, was desperately trying to lift a huge stone. As Suho took in the chaotic scene, he silently criticized the Hunter Association for being too ruthless with this scenario. The whole situation already felt traumatic. Before continuing, let's understand the context of this practical test. It's considered the centerpiece of the Hunter exam. The main goal is to evaluate how well a participant fits into their chosen class. Every year, the simulation scenarios change, and the criteria for passing also vary. Typically, these tests involve one-on-one fights or surviving waves of enemies. A participant's score depends on how long they last and how many opponents they defeat. But for healers, it's different. The focus isn't just on how strong their healing powers are. While healing ability matters, the most valued quality is sacrifice. Healers, who put their own lives on the line to save others, earn higher scores. As monsters began to approach, Suho reflected on the true nature of this test. In this scenario, the healer is expected to die, protecting the patient. The issue? His own stats were still active. Walking toward the monsters, he spotted a sword on the ground. Looking at it, he realized he'd have to take a serious beating before dying. Unlike the others, he questioned the logic of letting himself be beaten to death dying. Once had already been enough for him nearby. Others screamed for help at the sight of the monsters, but Suho knew those screams were illusions in reality. He was surrounded only by corpses. He approached a terrified girl and asked if she was okay shaking. The girl warned that the monsters would return, and they had to run, but Suho knew the real mission. He had to protect her until the end, reassuring her. He promised that the rescue team would come and that he'd keep her safe. Until then, with resolve, he stood his ground, ready to fight the oncoming monsters. Back in the observation room, players started exiting the simulation pods one by one. One of them stepped out, thinking he could have done better. A woman thanked him for his efforts and instructed him to gather his belongings and head outside. She then moved to another pod and checked the screen. It displayed the details of a participant of Kong Jin Young Archer class, with a recorded time of 9 minutes and 4 seconds. She commented that this season, scores were particularly low due to the test difficulty curious. She asked Director Shin how long Suho had been inside. Shin replied, 30 minutes, shocked. She repeated the number, unable to believe it was that long. Rushing over to Suho's machine, she checked the display herself. 30 minutes. Still in disbelief, she asked if Suho was a warrior. Shin corrected her, saying Suho was a healer. refusing to believe it. She accused him of lying. But Shin pointed to the sword Suho had been holding and urged her to look closely together. They reviewed the simulation footage. Watching Suho in action, the woman asked again if he was really a healer. Impressed by his combat ability, she wondered aloud if he might be disqualified for not dying. But Director Shin clarified. There was no rule requiring death. The test's real purpose was to protect the patient. Until the end, she nodded in agreement. Shin explained further. Suho was meeting all the conditions. He never abandoned the patient, fought near her and continuously healing her, even as he risked his very life to shield her. As long as all the requirements were fulfilled, disqualification wasn't an option. Hearing this, the woman realized the top score for this exam had already been sealed. Meanwhile, Suho was still locked in battle within the simulation. With incredible skill, he sliced through the monsters in a single blow. But even after his victory, Suho felt it wasn't enough. He needed to be faster. As more monsters appeared, he eliminated them one after another, showing unwavering focus. Eventually, he wiped them all out. A system message popped up. Your understanding of the skill footplay is extremely high. Congratulations, you've mastered footplay. Suho read the message and realized that, although this was a simulation, since it was based on real-world mechanics, the system could still recognize his physical control. The system acknowledged that he was directly controlling his body, making it possible to master physical skills. That meant even here, though the experience gained was less than in real combat, it was still a great way to train. In addition to swordsmanship, he had picked up various skills and upgraded all basic sword techniques to A rank. There were no experience points or item rewards, but the results were still satisfying. If he could eventually raise all his sword skills to A rank or higher, he might be able to develop a technique like Park Yong's dragon sword technique. Another message appeared. Great achievement. Your understanding of swordsmanship surpasses everyone else's. The system is impressed by your unique style and wishes to register it. Would you like to create a new swordsmanship skill by combining your basic sword techniques and footplay? Suho smiled, finally ready to create his own style. Guardian Sword. A confirmation window appeared, asking if that would be the official name. Suho confirmed. Another message congratulated him for his supreme mastery and recognized the creation of a new, unique swordsmanship skill, Guardian Sword S. This new ability boosted the impact of all his sword and footwork skills, surged by 50% as a reward for this amazing feat. The system then granted him 10 bonus stat points, expressing its hope that Suho would keep walking the glorious path of sword. A final message confirmed his unlock of sword mastery, a privilege granted only to those with a profound understanding of swordsmanship. This breakthrough removed all restrictions on learning and using sword techniques. It also boosted all sword-related abilities by another 50% and eliminated any limitations tied to sword use. Suho quietly reflected on his past life. Back then, it had taken him over 10 years to reach this level of skill. But now, thanks to the invaluable knowledge he carried from that life, he had progressed much faster. He recognized how much his own value had grown. Turning his focus back to the exam, he recalled that the number of monsters was predetermined, and he couldn't help but wonder how much effort went into preparing the whole thing. With all his objectives completed, only 2 paths remained: either die at the hands of the monsters, or wipe them all out elsewhere. The supervisors, watching the live footage, were utterly speechless. They couldn't believe what they had just witnessed. For the first time in the history of practical exams, someone had defeated every single monster. They were in awe not just of his combat prowess, but also because he had successfully healed the patient. One examiner even joked that they didn't need to bother checking the rankings. The winner was clear. A few days later, the scene shifted to the Hexagon Guild's headquarters. A confident guild member declared that their student, Kian, would surely be this year's top scorer. Another member readily agreed, proud of the effort they'd poured into his training. But then someone noticed a congratulatory letter. As it was read aloud, confusion spread. Kian wasn't the top scorer after all. The name on the letter was Suho. Everyone was stunned. The atmosphere immediately shifted, tense and confused as someone asked where Kian was. At that moment, the guild master received a call, and the scene changed again. Suho was now on a call with the team leader. The leader apologized for the late congratulations, explaining he'd been absolutely swamped with work, but he still made sure to praise Suho for earning the highest score. He admitted he hadn't expected such incredible consistency from him. Suho responded humbly, saying it was all thanks to the team leader, though the leader quickly deflected the credit, saying Suho's achievements were entirely his own doing. He also pointed out that Suho's exceptional performance had helped expose a number of cheaters who were illegally boosting their skills. This would lead to tighter rules in future exams, which he saw as a positive outcome. Then, the team leader cautiously brought up a question. Was Suho still interested in joining the Great Hunter Association? Suho replied that although he might stay with the guild a bit longer, his ultimate goal hadn't changed. He still intended to join the association. The team leader appreciated his clear answer and said he'd reach out once the recruitment or testing schedule was ready. Suho agreed with a smile before ending the call. The leader reminded Suho to eat properly and look after his health, and Suho returned the same kind words. After the call ended, the team leader glanced down at something in his hand and quietly reminded himself to eat too. Back on Suho's side, he paused for a moment. Something about the leader's tone lingering in his mind. It fell off. He wondered if everything was all right. Just then his phone rang again. Suho checked the caller ID and seemed to know who it was. He answered and introduced himself. The caller was Kim Soo, who congratulated him on his success and confirmed that payment had already been sent, according to their agreement. Suho acknowledged her efficiency, praising how professional her large guild was. Then came her proposal. She invited Suho to join the Nexus Guild, promising benefits better than anything other guilds could offer. Curious, Suho asked how far they were willing to go. Kim Soo assured him that she'd do everything possible to match his expectations. As a top student and scholarship recipient herself, she declared that adjusting the contract terms would be absolutely no problem. She even eagerly suggested they meet in person to finalize the deal. Suho, however, politely declined for now, mentioning he had personal plans that day. He promised to review his schedule and get back to her soon. Still, he did hint that considering he was a Nexus scholarship recipient, it would be logical to join Nexus over any other guild. Kim Soo was absolutely overjoyed by his response. Her excitement was so intense that even her nearby co-workers noticed. She practically begged him not to sign anything with another guild in the meantime. Amused by her enthusiasm, Suho chuckled and agreed to meet soon. As the call ended, Suho smiled, still hearing the echo of her thrilled voice. Just then, the taxi driver informed him they had arrived. Suho thanked him and stepped out. Now, standing outside, Suho reflected on everything that had happened. He had cleared the test, secured his license, and received the payment. And the next chapter of his journey was right in front of him. With quiet determination, he moved forward, ready to begin farming. At Lighthouse General Market, Suho checked his phone and mused about how quickly he had gathered everything he needed. Now, the only thing left was to buy a weapon. With that goal, he arrived at a small, tucked-away shop, deliberately avoiding the crowded ones, since he wasn't sure they had what he was looking for. As he stood outside, he wondered if his quiet place might hold the right weapon. Stepping inside, Suho greeted the shopkeeper, who then asked what he needed. Suho explained that he had just become a hunter and was looking for a lightweight weapon. The shopkeeper directed him toward a section with cheaper items. When Suho glanced at them, he noticed thick layers of dust and quickly realized most low-grade weapons came without verified data. But that didn't mean every unverified weapon was useless. Some weapons needed to go through a process called liberation before revealing their true potential. These special weapons usually gave off a subtle aura, a kind of signal, though most players, no one in a place like this would ever recognize its true worth. Suho snagged one of the weapons and instantly activated his magic detection skill. A faint, knowing smile spread across his face. He found exactly what he needed, even after snagging the weapon. Suho then thought to himself, if the owner ever discovered the spear's true worth, they'd seriously regret letting it go for such a measly price. But for now, it was time for the real work to begin. Suho closed his eyes, focusing all his energy, and began pouring his raw magical energy into the weapon. The spear greedily absorbed his power at an alarming pace, draining his energy with frightening speed. Realizing just how much it was draining him, Suho immediately ceased and crumpled to the ground, utterly exhausted. He understood that if he'd pushed even a fraction more, he might have utterly collapsed from magic depletion. To fully awaken the weapon, he'd need a magic stat of at least 100. Though he couldn't wield it just yet, he knew it would become an undeniably powerful asset in the future. He vowed to himself he'd level up rapidly and unlock its full potential in no time. Meanwhile, back inside the PBS building, reporter Jin Wee received a phone call from Suho. Suho, without preamble, introduced himself and confirmed he was indeed the top scorer in the most recent Hunter test. He also boldly revealed that he had single-handedly handled the unprecedented gate incident at Syndrome Station completely by himself. Jin Wee was utterly floored by the revelation, taking a stunned moment to silently process the astounding fact that Suho had cleared such a dangerous gate, even before officially becoming a licensed hunter, no less. In Jin Wee's eyes, Suho was already an absolute monster. When Jin Wee asked why Suho had reached out to him, of all people, directly, Suho calmly explained that he had found Jin Wee's personal blog during a recent search. He subtly mentioned that while he knew about Jin Wee's privileged upbringing, he genuinely respected Jin Wee's decision to pursue journalism out of genuine, heartfelt interest. Suho then shared that he had truly big plans and would soon become the source of explosive major headlines. He then made his bold proposition that Jin Wee work as his own exclusive personal reporter. Jin Wee was immediately skeptical, wondering if Suho was merely trying to tie down a wealthy journalist as his personal subordinate. Internally, he dismissed Suho as just another ambitious, power-hungry oddball with grand delusions of grandeur. Even though he understood Suho's suggestion, Jin Woo was clearly uncomfortable with the idea. He admitted he craved exclusive scoops, but he had no desire to work under anyone. Suho clarified he wasn't looking for a subordinate, but a reliable partner. Jin Woo responded bluntly, suggesting Suho's offer seemed like a tactic to boost his market value before joining a guild. Suho admitted there was some truth to that, but not entirely. He wasn't doing this to increase his worth, but to gain fame. His ultimate goal was to become a civil servant. Jinwoo was caught completely off guard. Did Suho mean joining the Hunter Association? The idea of chasing fame to become a public official seemed absurd to him, but Suho was serious. He wanted to work in the field as part of the Hunter Association. That made Jinwoo question his background. Was Suho another rich kid treating hunter work as a side quest? Suho revealed he was actually a gate orphan, and that past was what drove him toward public service. It shaped his purpose in life to conquer gates. As Jinwoo glanced at his laptop, he questioned whether Suho was really being serious. With so many strange people emerging lately, it was getting hard to tell. But in the end, he decided it didn't matter much. He acknowledged Suho's point of view, but declined the offer. He preferred choosing his own stories to cover. Still, Suho didn't give up. He suggested a bet. Curious, Jinwoo asked what kind. Suho proposed to earn Jinwoo's trust by proving himself as a hunter. He announced he would attempt to clear the Tower of Challenge. Alone, that very day, Jinwoo was stunned. That tower was infamous. Clearing it was considered impossible, even for full party. Doing it solo sounded downright insane, but Suho was confident that if he pulled it off, it would be enough to convince Jinwoo. If he succeeded, he wanted Jinwoo to become his personal and exclusive reporter. Suho remembered the Jinwoo from his past life, a top-tier broadcaster from PBS, famous for his pride and elite background. He'd gained popularity as a journalist who never took requests. Yet, in Suho's previous life, they teamed up often, all thanks to Jinwee's sharp reporting and rare sway over public opinion. But that very brilliance made him dangerous to others, a persistent thorn in their side. Eventually, Jinwei got entangled in political conflicts, was forced into early retirement, and eventually vanished from the scene. This time, Suho silently vowed to prevent that grim fate. During their call, Suho laid out his proposal. If he could conquer the Tower of Challenge solo, Jinwei had to become his personal reporter. Though stunned, Jinwei agreed. If Suho truly managed it, Jinwei promised he'd support him with everything he had as a journalist. The call ended with Suho confidently declaring it was time to begin. After the call, Jinwei starts feeling utterly irritated, thinking Suho is seriously driving him nuts. He keeps dwelling on Suho's sudden, unexpected request, confused about its origin. Even though he's clearly annoyed, he doesn't completely hate the idea. Something about the proposal feels genuine, and Suho doesn't seem like the type to scam anyone. Caught between frustration and curiosity, Jinwei mutters to himself that he's really losing it. Still, he shrugs it off, thinking it's a harmless gamble. If it turns out real, great. If not, no big deal. The scene shifts to the Tower of Challenge. Suho stands at the entrance, showing his hunter license to the gatekeeper. The man notices Suho came alone and warns him. Solo entry is allowed, but it's risky, judging by Suho's license number. He assumes Suho just passed his test. The gatekeeper suggests teaming up, since even the lower levels often lead to injuries or worse. But Suho insists on going in alone, respecting his choice. The man informs him of the 70,001 entry fee and tells him to pay once he gets the invoice. Suho nods and thanks him as he steps forward. The gatekeeper shouts after him to be careful and retreat if things get too dangerous. Suho simply gives a nod and walks inside. While walking, Suho ponders the Tower Challenge, widely recognized as a training ground for players under level 20. This public gate is government-maintained and designed to help players grow stronger. Now that his level has been reset, there's no better place to start fresh. As he pushes the door open and steps inside, the system immediately announces his entry. It informs him he can give up anytime, and if he declares withdrawal, he'll be instantly teleported back to the entrance. Suho summons his sword just as the system triggers. The start of the first floor challenge. A slime monster appears, launching an attack. While fighting, Suho notices the monster's surprising size and unexpected speed, which momentarily catches him off guard. Despite being a level 1 creature with barely any attack power, its movements are annoying, and getting stuck with it could slow him down. Wanting to finish it quickly, Suho drives his sword through the slime's core, destroying it. But then he realizes something. This slime can multiply. This irritating trait means when its core splits, it regenerates into several smaller versions. Even though there's a limit to how much they can divide, there's still a threat. This regenerative ability is one reason why most players enter the tower in parties. Monsters usually show up in groups on almost every floor. Not wasting any time, Suho begins wiping out the multiplying slimes. He leaps into the air, stabs one mid-jump, and then hurls his sword to take down another. As he falls, a slime swings its tentacle at him. Suho grabs it mid-air, preventing a hard fall, and uses that grip to catapult himself upward. With clean and precise strikes, he slashes through the tentacles and clears the rest of the enemies. The system notifies him that he's conquered the first floor and asks if he wants to move on. Suho looks up, full of resolve. With 48 more floors to go, there's no time to waste. The system then signals the start of the second floor challenge. Suho thinks back to the Tower of Challenge, remembering that in his past life, the official record for the highest floor reach stands at the 48th. Currently, however, the record only extends to the 29th floor. Typically, both milestones were achieved through party play. Challengers usually enter the tower in groups, and the number of participants directly determines the difficulty level. The more people in a party, the less experience each person gains. But it's also a much safer way to progress. Most hunters aiming for the top records form parties of level 20 members. With these thoughts weighing on his mind, Suho conquers the 18th floor and looks upward, realizing he doesn't have to follow the usual methods. Without a moment's hesitation, he accepts the challenge for the 19th floor, activating the next stage. Unlike the earlier levels, which were filled with multiple enemies, this floor presents only a single, powerful monster. While that certainly makes the opponent stronger, it also means that defeating it alone is enough to clear the stage. As soon as the monster materializes, Suho charges in and defeats it with a single sword. Strike! The system loudly announces the completion of the 19th floor and offers him the option to proceed to the 20th. Suho decides to pause the challenge here and meticulously examines the monster's body. He immediately notices something strange. Unlike other defeated monsters that vanish immediately, this one leaves behind a red gem. It's a clear hint from the tower that there's something more to uncover. Suho retrieves an item from the remains, realizing it has a specific purpose, even though it can't be used on its own. Using his magic detection ability, he uncovers a hidden space linked to the red gate. This hidden area turns out to be the subspace fortress of the formidable King Jongpyong. This subspace is truly unique because, unlike others created using specific items, it allows living beings to enter and leave freely. Stepping inside, Suho finds himself in a place resembling a vast cave. A mysterious glowing object appears, and the system informs him that the fortress's previous owner is now deceased. Suho is then asked if he wants to take ownership. He accepts and immediately grabs the glowing object, which dramatically begins to fuse with his body. The system just confirmed that Suho is officially the new master of the subspace fortress. It's no longer just some item. It's a permanent skill, bound to him forever. The system also explained that the fortress's appearance will totally transform based on Suho's magical power. Suddenly, the space began to shift. What was once a bare cave transformed into a fully furnished room. An impressed Suho quickly realized this space was far more sophisticated than he'd expected. Its size expands with his magical strength, and it even adapts to his personal preferences. He felt a huge wave of relief that he'd stopped Jongpyong-ho from ever getting his hands on this power. That man had once used this very fortress to store everything, from illicit drugs and stolen artifacts to kidnapped people. Remembering the horror of those sleepless nights caused by such unspeakable crimes filled Suho with utter disgust. But now, with the fortress firmly in his hands, he knew such darkness would never repeat itself. By stopping the fortress king's rise and gaining this incredibly powerful personal base, Suho felt like he'd scored a massive, undeniable win. With newfound resolve, he got ready to keep moving forward. Meanwhile, Jinwoo was scrolling through his phone, reading an article with growing interest. He noticed a lot of students had started gravitating toward Nexus lately. Suho had once talked about wanting to join the Great Hunter Association, but this exclusive media coverage strongly suggested that Nexus was confident Suho would end up with them. Jinwoo felt uncertain. Only time would tell. Still, he couldn't stop thinking about how many floors Suho had already cleared. Right then, a system alert popped up. The 30th floor had just been conquered. The Tower of Challenge record has been shattered, and someone is already advancing to the 31st floor. The nearby crowd went silent in disbelief, then murmurs spread. Was this a new record, a team raid, or something even more insane? Their shock deepened when the system immediately announced the 31st floor has also been cleared. Just moments after it began, Jinwoo froze. If this really was Suho, then he'd completely misjudged him until now. Jinwoo had always chalked up Suho's wins to luck and theatrics. But if this insane pace was real, Suho was a rival he'd be stuck competing with for a long, long time. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Association, Director Kim heard the news and was visibly rattled. She quickly confirmed the unbelievable reports. Suho was absolutely smashing all the records. Realizing Suho's immense value, she decided they had to make an offer. So tempting it simply couldn't be refused. She ordered her team to alert the president and office manager, then head straight to headquarters. Meanwhile, Chulman's rapid rise through the system made Tower of Challenge was something the world had never seen. This was a once-in-a-generation talent. If Suho truly wanted to join the association, this was a once-in-a-generation talent they couldn't miss. Just then, Chulman's phone rang. It was the vice president of the association. Curious, Chulman picked up. The VP asked where he was, and upon hearing Chulman was near the tower in Pango, he jumped on the opportunity. He told Chulman to bring Suho in. Chulman lit up, thinking he'd been given the chance to recruit Suho, but the VP quickly shut that idea down. He didn't want a recruitment, just a photo of Suho with the association president. Then he hung up, leaving Chulman stunned and bitter. He thought to himself, how these power-hungry executives are exactly why the public sees them as corrupt and incompetent. In his mind, only true hunters deserve to be in charge of the association. He stared at the tower, tried to think of a way to convince Suho to come in. Inside the tower, Suho had just cleared the 48th floor, updating the tower record yet again. Exhaustion was starting to weigh him down. Constantly pushing forward was absolutely draining. He wondered when this madness would finally end. Still, when he opened his status window, his spirits lifted. Hitting level 39 felt like a true reward. With every floor cleared, he earned 5 bonus stat points, and each one felt like a gift. Knowing the system inside out made it feel like he was building a game character, a second self. And honestly, it was kind of fun. With his stats set, Suho prepared for the final challenge. The 49th floor had begun. A glowing crystal shimmered before him, and from it burst the final boss, a towering dragon. Level 49. Suho stared, instantly recognizing just how ridiculously powerful this thing was. Even without pure blood traits, simply being a dragonborn made it absurdly, terrifyingly powerful. He even wondered if this floor was ever truly meant to be beaten. But Suho knew exactly why he was here. He wouldn't hesitate. Gritting his teeth, sword firmly in hand, he charged at the final boss with unwavering resolve, ready to finally end this. Suho moved in to confront the dragon, poised to attack. In response, the dragon unleashed its own furious assault, forcing Suho to leap into the air to narrowly evade it. While airborne, he quickly noticed something crucial. For a beast of its enormous, monstrous size, the dragon was shockingly, unnaturally fast. Suddenly, a dark aura bled from its claws, creating a powerful, irresistible pulling force that dragged Suho straight toward its gaping jaws. Just before he was sucked in, Suho latched onto the dragon's mouth, hoisted himself up and over its massive head, and slammed his sword down with every ounce of his strength. The dragon roared furiously, then thrashed its head so violently that Suho was flung violently away, forcing him to strategically retreat to safety. As he caught his breath, Suho realized something deeply concerning. His strongest strike hadn't even left a single scratch. All he had managed to do was simply annoy the colossal creature, the dragon, then smash the ground with earth-shattering power, sending deep, jagged cracks tearing through the floor. Suho ducked behind a massive rock, silently grateful for his high stats. Without them, the shockwave would have killed him instantly. He quickly understood that although the dragon's level wasn't unbelievably high, its natural traits made its body absurdly durable. Standard attacks were utterly useless. He needed to target its weak point, the reverse scale. Since this dragon wasn't level 100 yet, it likely couldn't completely conceal that scale. After meticulously scanning its body, Suho spotted the vulnerable point near its tail. Without wasting another second, he charged in and struck the rock-hard scale. The dragon howled in agony, pouring all its might into the shriek. A system notification immediately popped up. The tower dragon had entered a state of pure rage, all because its weakness had been struck. Suho left his sword buried deep within the reverse scale, knowing this fight wouldn't be over swiftly. Dragging this battle out would only lead to more danger. He channeled even greater power. He pushed the blade deeper, enraging it. The dragon unleashed its potent fear ability, and Suho's body froze solid. as he slipped into a hallucinatory state. The system confirmed he'd been afflicted by fear. He quickly attempted to cure himself, but the system warned him that such a high-level fear simply couldn't be removed. Just before the dragon could crush him with its tail, Suho opened the entrance to his subspace and vanished inside. He quickly chugged the purification potion. The system confirmed the potion's immediate effects, as the hallucinations swiftly vanished. Relieved, he reminded himself that only those he permitted could enter this subspace. He bought the potion, quite casually from the general market, completely unaware he'd need it so soon. The fight was proving far more intense than he'd expected. Even after clearing the fear status, he wouldn't gain immediate resistance again, and cure spells proved utterly useless. This meant he'd have to repeatedly retreat back into his subspace and rely entirely on purification potions. This was clearly unsustainable. He needed a different plan. As he searched through his inventory, he considered briefly calling the mad pulverization scholar, but before he could decide, the system then notified him he'd learn a basic combination formula from a skill book, and a combination jar suddenly appeared. Instantly understanding its significance, he carefully placed 3 unusual items into the jar: the unknown thief's socks, the unknown minstrel's instrument, and the unknown cleaner's broom. The jar immediately began its fusion process. Suho knew combinations. Utilizing absolute formulas always succeeded. Many so-called trash items actually held immense hidden value. The process concluded with roaring success. A truly rare treasure, First Mumu, had just been forged, a ring born from a foundational level formula. Suho also snagged 10 bonus stat points, all for creating a first-ever item. He knew that these inaugural items were typically S-grade or even higher. And this one was S+ because it was a growth-type item. He promptly equipped the ring, and the system instantly bound it to him. Suho recalled that in his previous life, he had completely missed the chance to get First Mumu because the mad pulverization scholar had found it first and publicized the recipe. But this time, Suho had claimed it solely for himself. With these extra stats, he opened his status window and pumped 4 points into his magic stat, rocketing it to 100. The system congratulated him. His magic stat had blazed crimson, an achievement he'd never hit before level 50. Earlier, he thought reaching purple status would take an eternity, but now it felt entirely within reach. Purple still demanded 700 points, a lengthy journey, but he was confident he could conquer it. After meticulously finishing his stat allocation, Suho summoned his familiar old spear and began infusing it with his magic. The weapon guzzled power at an astounding rate. Once the necessary amount was absorbed, the system recognized a successful awakening. The spear had transformed. It was now the Shadow Spear. Round 2 was poised to begin. The system unveiled the weapon's true origins. It was one of the Shadow Lord's prized treasures, forged from the very bones of a shadow beast, and it had acknowledged Suho as its first awakener. The spear could now be summoned from a shadow and regenerated using both magic and shadow energy. Suho instantly grasped the weapon's immense value. Just as Zhang Piong had the subspace fortress, the Shadow Lord, a monarch-level entity, had wielded this spear. If that entity truly existed within the gate, Suho was now clutching its signature weapon. He felt relieved he had secured it before any dangerous foe could claim it for themselves. Time to test it out. He summoned the spear, again appreciating its convenience since he couldn't attack from within his subspace fortress. He needed to strike the reverse scale. While the dragon slept, Suho exited subspace, climbing to a rocky ledge overlooking the beast. Raising his shadow spear, he hurled it straight into the stone, embedded in the dragon's tail. The spear pierced through, and the dragon writhed in pain. Suho jumped down as the system announced the dragon had entered another enraged state. It unleashed dragon fear, but Suho instantly retreated back into subspace, avoiding all status effects. His hit-and-run tactics continued. Suho struck repeatedly, retreating. Each time, the process took longer than expected, but soon the reverse scales. Durability dropped under 10%. It wasn't completely destroyed, but it had become too weak to protect the dragon. Stealth would no longer work. Suho abandoned subtlety and went for a full assault. Bursting from the fortress, he launched himself into the air and drove the shadow spear into the dragon's eye. The impact shook the entire area. Suho was thrown back, but the enraged dragon was relentless. As it searched for him, Suho seized the moment, circling behind and rushing for the tail. The dragon used dragon fear again, but Suho shattered the stone first. The system confirmed it. The reverse scale was destroyed, and the dragon's power drained rapidly. Suho took a purification potion and surged into the air for the finishing blow. With a clean slash across the throat, the dragon collapsed. The battle had finally ended. The system declared that Suho had cleared the 49th floor and set a new record for the Tower of Challenge. He received 10 bonus stat points. More rewards began pouring in. Lying on the ground, he processed the achievement. He had conquered the entire tower, something neither past nor present versions of himself had ever done. For reaching level 40, he gained a new skill, Healing Spirit, an area of effect healing ability that, once mastered, could cover an entire battlefield. The evaluation wasn't done yet. Recognizing the difficulty of his feat, the system rewarded him with dragon's blood. Suho was utterly shocked. This was Yoma's signature power, the monster player. So this is where Yoma had gotten at the Dragon Mountains. The system then explained that inheriting dragon blood granted draconic power, scaling with how far the user pushed themselves. Before Suho could summon the shadow spear again, the system alerted him. The weapon was reacting to the tower dragon's shadow. It absorbed the shadow entirely, undergoing another transformation, Shadow Spear plus a hidden function called Shadow Devour, which wasn't even listed in its original description. It had grown stronger. Part of the weapon's consciousness had awakened. Suho checked the updated stats and was stunned. Shadow Binding and Shadow Regeneration had both soared from A rank to S rank. Shadow Binding could now rip out a target's shadow and immobilize them, while Shadow Fangs tore the shadow apart, inflicting continuous bleed damage. Growth-type weapons truly exceeded normal equipment. Satisfied, Suho prepared to leave, but something on the ground caught his attention. A massive fawn. The system identified it as a mighty dragon's fawn, capable of inflicting an incurable debuff that nullified all recovery. Suho was stunned again. He had obtained a dragon byproduct, something believed to be almost impossible to secure. It confirmed that the tower dragon had been a pure blood dragon, which naturally dropped materials. This entire battle had been a jackpot. With everything collected, Suho finally turned to go, certain that reporter Jin Woo will be waiting for him outside. At that moment, the tower crystal shattered, and the system calmly declared that the trial tower had been conquered. The conqueror was the player named Suho, and every other player was forcefully expelled. From the gate, a portal appeared, and several hunters came crashing out of it, rolling across the ground with stunned expressions. One of them fell to his knees, clutching his head in disbelief, muttering that this couldn't be real. Had someone actually entered the trial tower alone? His teammate was still sprawled out on the floor. He asked who Suho even was, but the hunter simply pointed ahead and asked if the man standing there was the one. His partner turned his head, quietly confirming that, yeah, that's definitely him, because the crowd size was absolutely insane. There wasn't even enough space to breathe right now. The protagonist was completely swarmed by reporters. Cameras were flashing nonstop. Everyone was shouting at him, asking for his comments and reactions to the conquest. But Suho silently thought about how utterly exhausted he was. He'd taken a lot more damage from the tower dragon than he expected. All he really needed now was rest. Definitely not a screaming media mob. He hadn't expected reporters to swarm him like this. His attention shifted when he spotted reporter Jean Y, who was sitting dramatically on the hood of his car, looking genuinely stunned. A psycho, that was probably the first thing running through his head, because someone conquering that tower solo was unreal. Suho casually walked up behind him, placed a hand on his shoulder, and greeted him. Jean Y screamed, fell to the ground in panic, and then widened his eyes in disbelief as he realized who it was. He stuttered Suho's name and asked how he even escaped the crowd. Suho smiled lightly and said he slipped away. He explained it like he'd just executed some secret, ultimate stealth technique and vanished without leaving a single footprint. Extending his hand forward, Suho asked why Jin still didn't trust him. The reporter slowly reached out, looking at him like he was insane, and asked if he knew he sounded crazy. Suho calmly answered that if Jin really didn't trust him, then he should just tell him, and Suho would adjust accordingly. Jin got up, dusted himself off, and said that if he didn't trust him, he wouldn't have helped him this far, then hurriedly told him to jump into the car before the press noticed. Inside the moving car, Suho received a call from team leader Chulman, who congratulated him for clearing the trial tower and admitted he'd wanted to thank him face to face, but Suho had vanished too quickly for that. Suho thanked him politely, saying he'd been hiding because he was tired. Chulman laughed, saying Suho always exceeded expectations. He asked if Suho was still in Pangeo, and if he wanted to meet up. Suho explained that a friend had picked him up, then asked if there was anything specific he wanted to discuss. Chulman admitted there wasn't anything particular unless Suho could stop by the association if he wasn't too exhausted. Suho paused, repeating the words, "the association." Chulman confirmed it. He explained this was an unprecedented event. Everyone believed the trial tower was impossible to clear, and it had been functioning as a public gate. Considering the scale, they needed an investigation. Suho responded he didn't remember investigations being conducted when large guilds cleared difficult gates. If there's information they need, couldn't they just request it? After a quiet second, Chulman agreed and wished him a good rest. Suho thanked him and ended the call. He leaned back, thinking to himself, without a doubt, the chairman or vice chair wanted him there. Probably for photos and PR. He respected Chulman, but he had zero interest in doing anything for the higher-ups. If he let them drag him into bureaucracy now, he'd definitely get stuck in trouble. He planned to dodge it until he officially joined the Hunter Association. Huey glanced at him while driving and asked if he could ask something. Suho nodded and told him to go ahead. Huey said that with Suho's abilities, couldn't he go anywhere? Especially government positions? Suho smiled. The government paid well, and no matter how strong private guilds pretended to be, the government had more actual power. Huey blinked, reminding him that private guilds had fame and influence. Suho responded calmly. Fame was temporary, nothing but stage spotlight. Currently, private guilds seemed like the world's heroes, but soon enough, the public wouldn't admire them at all. Instead, they'd truly fear them. Jinwoo nodded slowly, admitting Suho had a valid point. Suho sighed, then continued his explanation. If he truly wanted to end the gate crisis, he'd need immense support. He simply couldn't tackle it alone. That's precisely why he chose the government association. Jinwoo chuckled warmly. He said Suho would gain a massive advantage among other players, since no one else possessed that level of duty and conviction. Suho thanked him, discreetly healing his arm with a small healing spell he cast. Jinwoo then inquired if Suho planned to apply through the normal general recruitment process. He felt it would be an utter waste for someone of Suho's caliber to take a level 9 field position. And Suho replied he wasn't aiming for that. Jinwoo then guessed level 7. But Suho countered, he wanted level 5. Jinwoo nearly yelled, "Are you serious?" Suho immediately told him to stop asking if he was serious every 2 seconds. Jinwoo looked at him with genuine curiosity, saying, "Of course I want to know why. It's only natural." Suho offered a faint smile. He said he'd explain everything, but Jinwoo better not write a word of it in his article. And also, he should probably keep his eyes on the road. After some time narrating his grand plan, reporter Jinwoo was utterly stunned by Suho's genius. He exclaimed, "This is a great idea." The protagonist calmly replied, "Yes, it is, but it absolutely must not appear in your article yet, because I want to officially announce it through you later. And when that time comes, it will naturally shake everything up." This meant Jinwoo will have exclusive first-hand access before anyone else in his company. Jin-woo stared at him, then asked, "Are you planning to squeeze every single drop of benefit out of me?" Suho simply replied, "Well, if you're friends with a reporter, you should obviously use that fact to your advantage." Jin-woo laughed, saying, "All right, fine. Suho, you can use me as much as you want." He then abruptly asked if Suho wanted to head home now, since his personal information had already been leaked, and there were likely countless people waiting right near his house. Our protagonist just smiled, cool as a cucumber, and casually replied he'd just disappear, the same way he did back at the tower. But Jin-woo hesitated, then cautiously asked if maybe Suho should just stay with him for a bit, explaining that he lived all alone in a massive house. The guest room was impeccably furnished, and the security was so tight nobody could ever break in. Suho paused for a moment and asked, "Where exactly do you live?" Jin-woo answered proudly that his home was in Kaiser Cheongdam, and Suho couldn't help but think with genuine surprise that those were premium, luxury apartments worth hundreds of billions. Once they arrived, Suho stepped inside and froze for a second, not out of awe, but because the place looked like the final boss of rich kid housing, the kind of luxury that doesn't brag, it just is and expects you to stare. Jin-woo welcomed him like it was nothing and told him to treat the place like it was his own house. Suho just nodded mentally, noting that this was exactly what life looked like when someone was born with premium DLC enabled at birth. Jin-woo pointed toward a sleek device sitting neatly on the table, a convenience function pad, through the community app installed on it. Suho could order food, shop, call support, and even summon an emergency healer if needed. Jin-woo added that Suho looked way better now compared to when he first got in the car. Suho replied simply, "I'm a healer." Jin-woo blinked, then asked again. Suho repeated it, a little annoyed. "Yes, I really am a healer." The journalist apologized, admitting that even though he'd read it everywhere, his brain still refused to believe it. After all, healers normally entered a guild first, then leveled safely. They didn't just casually solo clear the Tower of Challenges. Picking up his bag, the rich guy said he had to return to the office for work and reminded Suho of the password. Suho told him not to worry and wished him a safe trip. After the door closed behind him, Suho finally opened his system window and checked his status. He decided it was time to distribute the stat points he'd earned from clearing the tower. He'd balanced stamina with his other attributes, then poured his remaining points into sensitivity. At this level, this wasn't just an elite build anymore. It was truly the path of a successor. Even Suho had to admit his stats were looking absolutely insane. Once that was handled, Suho switched to a different task. He'd been a master at detecting surveillance equipment in the past, and with his newly improved sensitivity, he could probably detect anything now. Even if he trusted Jin Hwai, Suho wasn't stupid enough to blindly assume a conglomerate kid's place was completely clean, better paranoid than dead. After checking every single detail for a while, Suho finally dropped onto the sofa, feeling utterly drained. The house was enormous, way bigger than most subspace-grade houses he'd seen before. Honestly, finding hidden cameras felt harder than slaying that dragon earlier. With no devices detected, he finally let himself relax, but his phone wouldn't stop buzzing. Notification after notification kept flooding in. When he checked, Suho realized his personal information had been leaked. Someone had exposed his number, and the messages just wouldn't stop. Accepting the situation, he decided he needed a new phone and a new number. Remembering the community app Jin-woo mentioned, Suho tried using it, and to his surprise, it was extremely efficient. He transferred important things to the new device and designated it for private use. Even though the messages kept flooding his old phone, he planned to switch numbers soon. He glanced at the time, a little past 5 p.m. He figured he had time for a short break before heading out again. Meanwhile, somewhere else that night, inside a quiet building, a mysterious gate appeared. Several masked individuals stepped through it. They scanned the area carefully. No witnesses, no surveillance, nothing. Then they opened the bags they carried and began placing bombs with practiced precision. And while they were still in the middle of setting everything up, Suho appeared behind them calmly. As if he'd just casually stumbled into a meeting instead of a full-blown terrorist operation. He calmly declared that bombing public buildings wasn't exactly a stellar idea. The masked group instantly froze, utterly confused. Because this building was supposed to be empty today, Suho agreed that normally, yes, but he came because he expected exactly this. Panic erupted. One man yelled for everyone to retreat and scrambled frantically toward the gate. A girl in the group stumbled and crashed to the floor. Her teammates hesitated, asking if she just tripped. One tried to lift her, but she wouldn't budge an inch. Another insisted they hurry and pull her through, but the girl's legs stayed inexplicably rooted to the floor. They didn't know it yet, but Suho had already activated Shadow, Bind, chaining her with dark energy. Still struggling, the man shouted that something was terribly wrong, and the girl muttered one cold word, abandon. The man refused, unwilling to leave her behind, but the girl insisted and ordered them to kill Suho. The remaining three charged together, fueled by pure panic. But before they even finished their first step, an invisible force slammed them to the floor. Suho's intimidation skill smothered them instantly. With them subdued, Suho asked if they were members of Banshee. The narration clarified. Banshee, a notorious terrorist group, responsible for bombings and widespread chaos, even though they were eventually caught in the past. The damage they caused was massive, and only 4 members did all of it. The group was shocked someone recognized them, and demanded to know how Suho knew their name. Suho calmly stepped toward the man closest to him and removed his cap. He identified him as Kwak Do the Muscle, who worked day labor jobs and handled heavy tasks. Then Suho pointed to another, Co Kaiwan, the bomb maker who worked as a middle school science teacher. Next, Kim Hyun-min, the transporter, an everyday delivery driver using a movement skill to vanish after attacks. Lastly, Suho turned to the girl, Kuyumwa, a university student and the true leader of Banshee. Her EMP ability erased electronics and magic supports with ease. Stunned, Yunhwa demanded how Suho knew everything. Suho smiled and said, anything could be revealed if someone pushed hard enough, and she already knew that truth. Still stubbornly disbelieving him, she again demanded to know his true identity. Suho acknowledged her sharp mind and reminded her she already held the answer. He then declared if she still wouldn't trust him, he could prove it by turning her over to the authorities. Now realizing he wasn't bluffing, she finally asked what he truly desired. Suho retorted she should have agreed sooner and pointed out this wasn't exactly the best spot to chat. He then ordered her to retrieve the bomb, suggesting they talk at their hideout instead. She stared at him, wondering just how much he knew, but finally conceded. Suho then turned to Hyunmin and asked if he could now move, and told him to open the door, because they clearly weren't taking a taxi. Once inside their hideout, Suho told everyone to relax and take off their masks if they wished. Yanawa initially refused, but then ripped hers off anyway, telling him she only did it because the room felt so stuffy, not because he told her to. She demanded answers. How did he know who they were again? Why did he approach them? And why would someone known for conquering gates go after a mere terrorist cell? Suho smiled, admitting she asked so many things at once that he didn't even know where to begin. He explained he used his own unique skills he never revealed publicly, to track and identify them, the same way they had hidden theirs. Finally focused, she asked again, what did he truly want? Suho then extended an offer. He wanted them to work with him. He mentioned the recent PBS interview and the future plans he shared there. Yanawa assumed he meant joining the Hunter Association. Suho confirmed, and before she spiraled, he clarified. He wasn't handing them over for forced recruitment. He explained he would take the level 5 exam, then move through 1 or 2 positions, and eventually join the Special Forces Division. Yanawa looked utterly stunned, and Suho told her not to make that face. He knew they hated the Special Forces. That's why their bombings specifically targeted related sites. Suho understood them, sharing the very same motive. Suho then revealed his truth. He was a gate orphan. He used to believe it was just a coincidence, until he later learned the shocking truth. The disaster had been manufactured on purpose. After every gate was cleared, The land magically transformed into premium real estate. The government knew a gate shock was coming, yet they allowed it to happen anyway, for profit. Development projects were secretly behind it all, and Suho already knew exactly who was responsible. So, his goal was simple: become the head of the special forces and make those responsible pay. He explained that the special forces held the highest authority in the association, could influence other government offices, and even prosecute hunters. He offered them revenge, but through a strategic, lawful path, not reckless terrorism. But Yunhua still pointed out there was no guarantee Suho would pass the level 5 test. Suho merely smirked, telling her to wait and watch, with one last warning that another attack would mean he would personally hand them to the government. He finally finished the conversation. Inside, Suho knew they had to be utterly shocked. In his past life, Banshee had remained an untouchable ghost. During this interrogation, he realized they were people just like him, victims twisted by revenge into villains. If only someone had guided them sooner, maybe things wouldn't have spiraled out of control. So this time, before they crossed the line entirely, Suho planned to redirect them, no matter how long it took. He was certain Yunhua would accept. His offer was simply too tempting, and his competence was undeniable. He told them to think carefully and make a wise choice. The scene shifted to the South Korean Hunter Association, where the vice president was already in a sour mood, lecturing team leader young Chulman for failing what he called a simple task, and reminding him that even the president cleared his entire schedule just to meet Suho. Though he let it slide for now, he made it abundantly clear that if the same mistake happened again, there would be serious consequences. All Chulman could do was bow his head, acknowledge the warning, and accept his dismissal. Told to get back to work, he immediately stepped outside. The moment he stepped outside, he exhaled in utter exhaustion, thinking about how long he'd been sitting there, enduring endless complaints. For a second, he genuinely considered quitting everything and joining a civilian guild instead. But then he reminded himself why he joined the Hunter Association in the first place, and that after surviving so much, enduring one more miserable moment wasn't impossible. So he whispered to himself, "Stay strong." That was when P. Songyal, the head of the Special Investigation Department, suddenly appeared and placed a hand on his shoulder. Schulman, already beyond irritated, wondered why he had to run into this person right now. Trying to act normal, he forced a polite tone and asked what the chief was doing here. Pai responded in his usual playful attitude, saying he'd heard his cherished team leader Yang was getting an earful again. He even complimented Yang's patience for enduring the old man's constant nagging. But Yang immediately took the blame, saying everything was his fault. As they walked together, Pai shifted the conversation, bringing up rumors about Suho supposedly causing problems. But Chulman clarified that Suho wasn't exactly causing trouble, though yes, the story was spreading fast. Pai noted only a handful of people were aware, and then casually offered his help. When Chulman asked what he meant, Pai gave him an absurd suggestion. Just accuse Suho of something, drag him in for questioning, and clear things up later, because according to Pai, it was all about making the process look clean and controlled. If Suho was summoned, the president would be pleased, the issue would look handled, and Suho would be released afterward, with the association looking authoritative. He added that since Suho wanted to join the Hunter Association anyway, this would benefit everyone involved. Yang stared, cautiously calling Pai's ideas mischievous, because interfering with someone as successful as Suho could spectacularly backfire. But Pai didn't flinch, and instead admired Yang's morality, questioning why someone in his position was so nervous over a single hunter. Yang responded politely, but Pai wasn't done. He reminded him that prosecutors still held the authority to investigate and charge hunters, and that hunters once feared them for a reason, hinting that Yang should be more flexible instead of clinging to protocol. After a tense pause, Yang nodded and said he'd keep it in mind. Pai left after offering support and reminding him that there were always alternative ways besides strictly following rules. Once alone, Yang replayed everything quietly, thinking about how he used to Respect Pai as one of the few hunters inside the association who felt grounded compared to the disconnected elites at the top. But now he wasn't so sure. Knowledge changes people, and Pai knew too much, which made him dangerous. Feeling uneasy, Yang went outside, found a quiet spot, and sat down lost in thought. His mind went back to Suho, how the guy initially supported the association, but suddenly distanced himself. It wasn't shocking, though, since major guilds offered ridiculous benefits that could sway anyone. Yet Yang wondered what Suho was really thinking. Meanwhile, Suho stepped out of taxi elsewhere and activated the ring on his finger called First Mumu, thinking about how reckless he had been when he activated it the first time. But now, after conquering the Tower of Challenge, he had mastered its usage. It was time to move. He walked toward the Soul Central Blood Center building and activated his magic detection skill, scanning the surroundings until he found it. A faint trail of magical energy. Gates naturally emitted magic, so even hidden ones leaked traces. Following the signal, Suho found a faint gate hidden like mist, one that required specific conditions to open. Without hesitation, he pulled out a knife, sliced his palm, and let the blood drip toward the gate. He already knew this one demanded blood, and once it absorbed enough, the system confirmed the condition was satisfied. A hidden gate had been discovered, and Suho earned 5 bonus stat points. The gate's name was Blood's Decree. Upon entering, Suho tossed glow-in-the-dark powder forward to illuminate the cave-like environment. The first stage was clearly a cave system, so he moved deeper until a mysterious liquid dripped onto his head. He looked up and realized it wasn't cave water, it was saliva. Above him hovered countless vampire bats, all around level 63. Suho smirked at the dramatic welcome. Without hesitation, he activated intimidation, and instantly, every bat lost control and crashed to the floor. Calmly, he stepped toward one bat and drove his shadow spear straight through its body, letting the spear devour the shadow, killing every bat in the room at once. Opening his status window, he felt satisfied. This method was perfect for wiping out low-tier enemies. With an S-class intimidation skill, level gaps became meaningless. Most hunters focused on 2 primary stats, but Suho had decoded the full color-coded stat system and planned to raise everything evenly. Reviewing his numbers again, he wondered if his level was too absurd just for hunting bats. His curiosity led him to check the combat log, and that's when he noticed something strange. Among the corpses was a blood slime. It must have been hiding among the bats and accidentally died from the intimidation shockwave. The cleanup felt boring, but he acknowledged the usefulness of intimidation, since while high-level monsters could resist fear effects, the skill still worked, unless the opponent belonged to a special category. Soon, he reached the boss room and felt excitement building. Without hesitation, he entered. The moment he stepped in, he summoned his sword, and instantly, a large vampire bat lunged at him. He blocked the attack and identified it as a Great King vampire bat, countering with a swift slash. Then, from behind, a golem lunged, forcing Suho to dodge sideways. These creatures didn't feel like true bosses. They were mini-bosses, and he fought both at once, slashing the golem, then spinning to counter the bat's attacks. As the golem attempted to punch, Suho slid backward, dodging the hit. Then, he rammed his sword into the ground, unleashing a devastating shockwave that exploded through the room, hitting both monsters. He thought the fight was finished, until the dust finally cleared, and both monsters were still standing. The battle only intensified. Suho quickly realized that physical attacks alone wouldn't be enough for high-level targets. It was time to use what he had prepared. Just then, both enemies attacked simultaneously, one from the front and one from behind. Suho summoned another sword, and when the explosion settled, he'd driven one blade into the bat, and the other into the golem. Even repeated attacks weren't enough to finish them, but Suho finally grasped the key. Their weakness was pure silver, infused with holy power. At that exact moment, the system notified him. Holy power had now been successfully applied. The silver sword in the bat's body glowed, and a lightning strike crashed down on it, slicing its throat and obliterating the monster. Instantly, Suho stood over the corpse, his foot on its head, watching it erupt, like an insect crushed under a giant hand. Holy power was devastating. The golem lunged again, but Suho moved first, cutting it into pieces with his holy enhanced sword, until the system confirmed its defeat. Looking down at the weapon, he acknowledged how perfectly it worked. A healer exclusive, skill that allowed holy enchantments, had become an incredibly powerful advantage. And enchanting silver weapons with holy energy turned every strike into a guaranteed critical hit, making it the perfect counter for enemies in this gate. Suddenly, Suho sensed a powerful presence behind him, and as he turned, he realized the true boss of the hidden gate had finally appeared. The figure stepped forward, radiating pure, murderous intent, revealing himself as the Cursed Prince, a monstrous level 76 elite. He furiously accused Suho of invading his domain and slaughtering his subordinates, before demanding he kneel and confess his sins. But Suho was here to capture him, not bow down. That confidence absolutely enraged the prince, and with a furious roar, he unleashed his power, calling Suho unbearably arrogant. The first strike slammed forward, but Suho blocked it with ease, calmly asking if the prince was done with his dramatic entrance. Instead of answering, the prince drove his hand into the ground. And suddenly, the battlefield transformed as a blood-veiled mist erupted everywhere, obscuring visibility completely. The dense aura made it impossible to detect movement normally. So Suho braced himself, knowing the prince could attack from any direction. He sensed something behind him and reacted instantly, just as the prince lunged, blocking the strike perfectly, shocking the boss, who couldn't understand how Suho predicted his attack. Suho retaliated with a confident slash, thinking he'd landed a clean hit. But the prince only laughed and mocked him, saying such weak attacks could never harm him. Then, a system alert flashed. The Cursed Prince had activated Blood Scream. Suho immediately stabbed his sword into the ground and activated Healing Spirit. A cleansing aura burst outward, and the prince visibly reacted to the sensation. As Suho's wounds vanished completely, with a slight smile, Suho revealed he was actually a healer. The prince glanced down, stunned to find a wound on his abdomen. Proof that Suho's strike had worked after all. Suho prepared another technique, but the prince snapped and charged forward. Enraged by the humiliation of being injured by a mere human, Suho met him head-on, his sword clashing against the prince's clawed hand, as the two engaged in a fast-paced exchange of brutal blows. For a brief moment, the prince believed he was winning and unleashed a rapid barrage of strikes. But Suho suddenly disappeared and appeared behind him, landing a clean hit. Blood poured from the prince's mouth as he stumbled backward. Suho immediately rushed in, ready to continue the assault, refusing to retreat. The prince activated more power and charged directly back. The two collided with massive force, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. When they landed, the scene changed instantly. The Cursed Prince's head separated from his body and rolled across the ground. Suho approached, casually crouching next to the severed head. He mocked how easy the win was until the head suddenly lunged forward and bit his hand. The still-living prince cursed Suho inside his mind, demanding his blood, and promising to enslave him. With pure disgust, Suho ripped the head off and threw it aside, thinking the prince was basically a mosquito biting without warning. Then, the system announced the start of kin conversion. Suho collapsed to the ground as blood rapidly drained from his body. Dizziness and a pounding headache overwhelmed him, while a violent thirst clawed at his throat. Inside his mind, the prince declared it was already too late. But Suho told him to shut up, refusing to listen. As the conversion continued, Suho reminded himself that to gain the vampire trait, synchronization had to reach a certain threshold, and once it did, he needed to purify the infection instantly with holy water. When kin conversion hit 50%, Suho believed he was close to acquiring the trait and reached for the bottle, only for it to suddenly shatter. The prince laughed, saying this was his domain and nothing Suho did would matter now. Suho realized the prince had been far more cautious than expected. The corridor that had been destroyed was now restored, and even the prince's body was missing. Everything had been reset for the next phase. Still refusing to give in, Suho tried a plan. Another move, but the system warned his blood was now beginning to corrupt. The prince, confident, declared there was no escape, but Suho revealed he still had one final card. The system immediately responded, all conditions, to unlock the second power of Dragon. The blood quest was fulfilled. He'd hit level 50 after surviving a mentally and physically grueling ordeal that was truly life-threatening. Then, a new notification flashed. Dragon armor available. Suho smirked, instantly realizing he'd triggered it right on time. The kin conversion halted on the spot, as the system reconfirmed all conditions required to unlock. The second stage of Dragon Blood had been met. Dragon armor activated. He now possessed Dragon's endowment and dragon skin, both granted by the armor itself. The instant Dragon's endowment activated, further assimilation was blocked, and purification immediately began. The corrupted blood within him transformed into pure, clean blood and was absorbed into his system, while any remaining corruption was utterly destroyed. Thanks to this Dragon Blood effect, Suho successfully mastered the unknown power hidden within the corrupted vampire blood. Feeling his body become incredibly lighter, he remembered, planning to unlock the second Dragon Blood power using a custom gate at level 50, but instead it happened here completely unexpectedly. Checking his newly unlocked skill, he saw Dragon's Endowment, an innate trait, exclusive to descendants of Dragon Blood, representing nobility and superiority. While active, it granted immunity to infection, corruption, and even automatic absorption of corrupted sources. To purify, heal, and evolve, the system had never shown the second awakening condition, but Suho had learned it from Yonhwa. Since kin conversion was clearly life-threatening, the system recognized it as the trigger. Although the endowment purified the blood, it also preserved the vampire power inside it. He checked. Another skill, one tied to vampirism, but sealed for now, proof that he had nearly become a full-fledged vampire, and he wondered whether he'd technically acquired it or not. His original goal was to obtain vampire traits, but dragon and vampire blood clearly couldn't fully coexist. Still, the skills he gained were powerful enough, so he accepted it. Another new skill appeared, Blood Weapon, a rare ability only usable by noble-level vampires or higher, but requiring truly huge quantities of blood. He concluded he needed to hunt a massive number of monsters and simultaneously develop Phantom Shadow. Just then, the Cursed Prince started mumbling to himself. Again, Suho told him to stop. His rambling was both annoying and incomprehensible. The prince lamented and questioned how Suho could still be alive after that bite, muttering about curses and calling himself useless. That's when Suho realized Phase 2 was beginning. The system confirmed it. The Cursed King lamented his fate as his power surged dramatically. Suddenly, blood rained from above and from within that crimson downpour. The Cursed King emerged once more, now level 80. He radiated fury, as he declared he would destroy all beings superior to him, burn them, crush them, and cast them into the pit. His blood wings unfurled, and a chilling scream echoed through the chamber. Suho immediately sensed the overwhelming spike in magic power. This was no longer the same monster. The Cursed King had evolved into something entirely new. The king launched a dark force attack that detonated into a massive explosion. But when the dust cleared, Suho was gone, only to reappear in the air above the king's wing, unleashing a devastating sword strike. Yet the Cursed King barely reacted, claiming that a mere blow like that couldn't bring him down. Suho realized that not only was his power growing, but his intelligence as well. The king swung his wing like a weapon, smacking Suho away with brute strength. Suho steadied himself and immediately recognized the danger. The king rushed in with another attack, and Suho blocked the incoming strikes head-on, with his sword activating his holy power and declaring that holiness would surpass all the strength the king possessed. But in the next instant, the cursed king shattered Suho's weapon and scoffed that holy power meant nothing to him now. Suho quickly retreated, analyzing the situation. A wholly enhanced weapon had broken like glass, meaning normal weapons wouldn't work anymore. With no hesitation, he summoned his bloody sword. Seeing it, the cursed king erupted with rage and fiercely demanded Suho surrender it, while unleashing another brutal assault. But Suho imbued the bloody sword with holy power and effortlessly sliced straight through the strike, utterly shocking the king, who simply couldn't comprehend what had just transpired. Suho finally had his revelation. Blood weapons scaled in power and durability. Based on his stats and at his current level, the sword had already soared to red rank, more than enough to decisively end this fight. The cursed king then conjured a bloody spear, vowing to tear Suho limb from limb before charging in. The attack came incredibly fast, but Suho swiftly shifted his bloody sword into a shield form and blocked the spear, leaving the king utterly stunned once more. Suho then calmly informed him that he wasn't the only one capable of transforming a blood weapon. He then smoothly reverted the shield back into a blade and mercilessly slashed the cursed king's throat in one clean, decisive motion. The king's severed head hit the floor, still wearing a twisted, arrogant smile, confidently claiming that merely cutting off his head meant absolutely nothing. Suho simply kicked the head disdainfully across the floor and summoned his shadow spear, slamming it forcefully into the ground. Immediately, shadowy chains erupted and wrapped violently around the severed head. Shadow bind, locking it firmly in place. Suho knew he needed to end this for good, before the monster could cause any more problems. The system then notified him that vampire blood had been activated, and the blood absorbed was now stored within the blood jade. Meanwhile, the cursed king furiously screamed at Suho to remove his hands. Suho carefully examined the blood jade. It was his first time seeing it in person, and it already held a massive amount of collected blood. According to the Blood Monarch, the blood jade could only ever be seen by its owner. The Blood Monarch himself had once been a normal healer, working at the Central Blood Institute, until fate ruthlessly dragged him into the hidden gate. Under Blood's decree, he reached the boss room, but tragically failed to defeat the cursed king and was bitten. Becoming a vampire, ordinarily, would spell certain death. Once bitten, the victim transforms into a monster, and the gate seals permanently. But the Blood Monarch resisted the curse. Leveraging his potent healing abilities, he neutralized the kin conversion, and new vampire skills awakened within him, completely reshaping his entire stat system. With this newfound power, he defeated the cursed king, conquered the gate, and became known as the Blood Monarch, a global villain feared across the world. Eventually, Suho tracked him down, extracting all critical information he possessed about kin conversion, blood weapons, and vampire blood. Yet, even now, the cursed king raged on, vowing revenge and refusing to accept his humiliation. Suho, however, simply welcomed the challenge. Then, the system activated Phantom Shadow, resonated with the cursed king's shadow, and absorbed it completely until no trace remained. With that, Suho acknowledged that Blood's decree had finally been cleared. The system confirmed his conquest of the Hidden Gate and declared Suho the MVP. An exit gate shimmered into existence before him. As he prepared to leave, Suho reflected on everything. Once again, he was reminded of the overwhelming reality of dragon power. No matter how terrifying kin conversion seemed, it was utterly insignificant next to dragon blood. Still, he was annoyed the vampire had managed to escape. Then, the system announced a special reward. After analyzing Suho's unique talents, it granted him a skill perfectly suited for him, awarding 10 bonus stats for his incredible achievement. The new skill, New Blood. Suho had never heard of anything like it. As he scrolled through the system window, he quickly realized its immense value. This was an absolute jackpot for his future. Not only that, He had also obtained an S rank, original vampire skill, something even the Blood Monarch never possessed. The Monarch's vampire traits were merely A+ rank, and none were labeled royal or original. Suho concluded this must be due to the unique effect of new blood. Originally, he had planned to monopolize powerful existing skills, but reality had a much sweeter surprise in store. Still, he warned himself not to drop his guard. Just because things were soaring high now didn't mean the good times would last forever. With the gate conquered and his objective firmly in hand, Suho delivered exactly what was needed. He had gained everything he'd set out to achieve, and now it was time for Nexus to truly shine. The scene then shifts to an imposing, towering building. Nexus, as people bustled steadily through its corridors. Meanwhile, Miss Wei confidently led the group forward. Through open doors, a man sat calmly, completely at ease in his chair, who, surprise, was none other than the guild leader himself, and simply beckoned Miss Sue inside. She then informed him that Hunter and Suho had asked her to relay a message. Tomorrow, he would be arriving to join their guild. The man repeated the statement, his voice laced with disbelief, practically wondering if his ears had deceived him. The back of his chair remained facing them. As he processed the bombshell news before he finally spoke, he stated that proper preparations absolutely needed to be made. As he finally turned, his face now visible, he ominously added that nobody truly knew what Suho had up his sleeve, and everything needed to be handled with extreme care before he had a chance to change his mind. Outside, towering buildings stretched impossibly toward the sky, before the scene gracefully shifted inside an elegant, lavishly furnished room. Suho paused at the entrance, peering inside. He found Jean Huey utterly sprawled across the couch. Drooling in his sleep, Suho stared for a moment, then finally asked why he was sleeping right there. The reporter groggily sat up on the couch, explaining that Suho had just conquered the Tower of Tests today, and, even if only temporarily, they were now living together. And to top it all off, Suho was his partner. While speaking, the young man clutched a bottle, happily declaring that such a monumental milestone absolutely called for a massive celebration. He explained that when he returned home, Suho wasn't there yet, but he couldn't possibly ignore such a momentous occasion. So he started drinking all by himself. Suho watched him, silent, for a moment, then remarked that handling everything all at once must have been utterly exhausting. He reassured him that in the future, they'd have plenty more reasons to celebrate. Still clutching the bottle, the tipsy reporter blinked and asked if Suho was truly sure about that. Suho simply told him to relax. The future would reveal all. Looking at the feast laid out before them, Suho asked the surprised, still tipsy reporter if he still wanted another drink. Even at such a late hour, with a big, satisfied smile, Jean Huey immediately agreed. Next to the plates of food sat a glass of wine, and Suho commented he'd tried the community app Jean Huey had recommended, and found it worked perfectly. He also added that he genuinely liked the apartment itself. While eating, Suho mentioned he'd read the reporter's blog, and could tell the young man was doing quite well, leading him to assume his companion must be incredibly wealthy. They continued drinking wine together, and with a cheerful tone, Jean Huey explained he wasn't just rich, he was the youngest son of a chaebol family, meaning he couldn't simply be considered normally wealthy. Surprised, Suho asked if he truly belonged to a chaebol family, then took another sip from his glass. Jean Huey continued speaking, saying that since Suho had shared a secret, he wanted to share one of his own in return. He then revealed he was the youngest son of the president of a Daesin company. But Suho responded that if he was the president's son, then he was likely also the heir. But the reporter shook his head, explaining that his father had many children from different women, and his own mother had been just a mistress, meaning he was merely an illegitimate son. He admitted he'd never told anyone that, but since he'd likely be working with Suho for a long time, he felt Suho should know everything. Suho looked at him in surprise and asked if that meant journalism was just a hobby for him. Jean, who admitted it was partially true, and he genuinely enjoyed the work. He added that his father gave him anything he wanted, yet he had no right to an inheritance or influence within the company. He'd even been offered the chance to run a subsidiary company, but he refused it. He openly admitted he was a good reporter, but knew nothing about business. Suho lifted his glass again, remarking that at the very least, Jinhu was an excellent journalist. Smiling brightly, the reporter replied that it meant a lot to hear that, and confessed he'd never met a hunter like Suho. Then both men slowly stood up, and Jinhu suggested a toast for the two of them. Suho agreed without hesitation, and their glasses clinked lightly together. The next morning, Suho walked through the apartment, yawning. From the kitchen, Jinhu greeted him with a cheerful "good morning" while pouring boiling water into a cup. Suho asked if he really planned to work on the weekend. The reporter replied that he had a lot to do. Standing in front of the window and rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Suho commented that maybe they shouldn't have drunk so much last night. But Jinhu just laughed, saying everything was fine. He actually had a great time. Suho then asked why he was already going out, hunting for new material. The reporter answered that he couldn't live off articles about him forever. Hearing that, Suho casually admitted that this was exactly why he respected him, which made Jinhu pause in surprise at the unexpected compliment. After taking a sip, he asked what Suho planned to do today. Suho reminded him that today was the day he had mentioned before. Realizing it, Jinhu asked if he was going to Nexus. Suho nodded, explaining that last night he reached level 50 and received several upgrades. So it was time. Those words made Jinhu freeze. The water scalded his hand. He was shocked, as only yesterday Suho had been at level 40. He spun around, eyes wide with disbelief, demanding to know how anyone could jump 10 levels in a single day. Suho shrugged it off, casually clarifying that, to be exact, he was now level 51. The reporter stared at him intently, as if he were an unsolvable riddle, muttering that the more he learned about him, the more mysterious Suho became. Suho remarked that the way he phrased that sounded oddly suggestive, and as Jean Huey scratched his head, Suho asked why he was looking at him that way. Without a moment's warning, the reporter abruptly pushed him toward the hallway, declaring that if he was going to walk into such a serious organization, he needed to look the part. Suho protested, claiming he didn't need anything fancy and was perfectly fine with casual clothes. But the reporter insisted, saying he'd gladly lend him proper attire and a watch. When Suho continued to resist, the reporter firmly declared that appearances mattered, at places like Nexus, reminding him that he could also pick any of his cars if he showed up using public transportation or arrived in a taxi. Everyone would stare. A quiet, upscale district came into view as a sleek red car rolled to a stop immediately, drawing attention from the people waiting outside. The door lifted upward, and Suho stepped out, dressed in a sharp, elegant suit that fit him perfectly. For a second, he cleared his throat and mused that everything had turned out surprisingly well. A suited man politely approached, offering a business card. While introducing himself as Bae Dong-yuk, the head of Nexus, Suho accepted it with a polite smile, introduced himself as On Suho, and followed him inside the guild building. Soon after, he sat across from 3 representatives from Nexus. Dong-yuk calmly stated that over the past few days, Suho must have raised his level significantly, and wondered if that sudden progress made him seriously rethink his aspirations, especially since he'd previously made it clear his ultimate goal was a government official role. Suho, however, insisted that nothing had changed. His true ambition remained exactly the same. The other guild leaders exchanged baffled glances, prompting Suyin to press him on what exactly he meant. Dongyun then leaned forward and directly asked why Suho would even consider joining a private guild if his actual intention was government service. Suho responded honestly, explaining that simply, Joining Nexus would make achieving his goal far easier. He then announced his plan to take the 5th rank exam. This very year, someone then quickly asked if he was solely after bonus evaluation points, and Suho replied that, while technically yes, it was merely one part of a much larger strategy. If he solely chased after the Hunter Association, the association would assume he had no other options. That was precisely why he intended to join Nexus, because once the association saw others offering better terms, they would be compelled to improve their own offers. He added that while he was serving Nexus, he would dedicate himself fully to the guild, making the partnership incredibly mutually beneficial. Dongyun listened on in silence, as Suho promised to give his absolute 100%, but the guild master eventually leaned back and said he understood. However, he had one important question to ask. He pointed out that when Suho first approached them, Nexus was in a desperate struggle, and Suho's abilities were a complete unknown. Hiring him back then was a huge risk, but still a somewhat reasonable one. But now, any guild in Korea would fight for him. So why, out of all of them, did he only approach Nexus? Suho smiled quietly while the guild leader continued, saying that Suho was clearly immensely talented, but his true intentions remained a mystery. Folding his hands, Dongyun warned that, unless Suho answered with complete honesty, cooperation between them would be impossible. Suho closed his eyes for a brief moment, then replied that he had very personal reasons. He reminded Dongyun of the public speech he gave earlier, the one where he promised Nexus would do absolutely everything in its power to destroy every single gate. Back in Korea, Suho readily admitted that Nexus offered unparalleled support to the families of victims, more than any other guild out there. They also had a burning desire to eradicate the gates completely. He stated his belief that Yongyuk's words were undeniably sincere. Driven by that conviction, he was eager to join forces with Nexus, to help them and offer them all he had. He flashed a wide grin, hoping they could continue their cooperation, even after he eventually joined the Hunter Association. Yongyuk lowered his gaze and conceded. Suho's reasoning was satisfactory. Then he asked whether Suho truly believed joining the association was absolutely necessary, given that Nexus already toiled relentlessly to clear gates and support hunters. Suho agreed, but clarified that if Nexus truly aimed to obliterate all gates, then they would need to venture into places where even other hunters couldn't reach, such as the sealed, high-risk gates under strict government control. His gaze shifted to a striking image of one such chain portal. Beyond commonplace, mid-level entrances, there are also the 5 Great Gates. That was precisely why he needed government authority. But until that time arrived, every successful raid would loudly broadcast Nexus's name, alongside his own. The impact would completely reshape the power structure of Korea's guilds, and Nexus would undoubtedly rise to the #1 spot. Dong Yue rested his hands on the table and stated, all of this would only last as long as Suho remained by their side. But Suho nodded, stating, that was precisely why he promised to give everything while he was here. Suho blinked in shock, suddenly asking if he'd already found team candidates after their previous conversation. Suho confirmed it, then dramatically revealed the first candidate, Kang Daehan. Suyi froze and asked again, as if she couldn't believe her ears. Suho nodded and casually mentioned that he was the one who convinced Daehan to become a tank. Suyi shot to her feet in outrage, demanding to know what Suho planned to do. If tanking didn't suit him, Suho calmly raised a hand, telling her to relax. He'd made the decision after analyzing everything thoroughly. He reminded her that Dahan had aced the exam with exceptional scores. Sui frowned, reluctantly recalling the surprising results. Dahan had unexpectedly clinched second place. She admitted she planned to thank whoever was responsible, but Suho merely shrugged it off, saying it was no big deal, which only irritated her further. The third Nexus representative finally spoke up, saying Suho's proposal sounded excellent, but he needed some clarification. If Suho intended to clear sealed gates, he should know those locations were government protected, and private guilds had absolutely zero access. Civilian safety was their highest priority, after all. He asked how Suho planned to get inside. Suho calmly asked if he was doubting his abilities, then stated they would finalize the contract once he brought them the pass, proving he could be trusted. He paused, reconsidered, and changed the offer. Instead of bringing a pass, he would clear one sealed gate first, and then they would sign. The secretary sweated at the monumental scale of the terms, muttering that Suho was offering conditions truly worthy of royalty. Suho insisted the terms were fair. The secretary noted that, despite Suho being incredibly promising, he was still seen as just a new hunter, with no official standing. But Suho declared that was exactly why he would clear a sealed gate immediately and prove himself. Dong Yu observed him carefully, then agreed Suho would undoubtedly prove his worth. With a satisfied smile, the guild master said he liked today's outcome, and they would finalize details later, after the gate was cleared. Later, Suho left the building and drove away. Dong Yu and his secretary stood by the window, watching the red car disappear. The guild master quietly ordered preparations, assemble a special support team, and get all the necessary documents ready for Suho. The secretary hesitated, then cautiously asked if they should hold off until Suho actually made good on his promise. Dong Hyuk just smiled confidently and replied that Suho would absolutely come through, and supporting him early on would only solidify their alliance. Closing his eyes, he affirmed his belief that Suho would keep his word. The secretary, looking a bit overwhelmed, asked what made the guild master so incredibly certain. Dong Hyuk answered that it wasn't mere guesswork, and the secretary already knew it. The man finally nodded, remembering Suho's fierce, determined gaze, and the absolute certainty in his voice. The scene then shifted to the massive building of the Grand Hunter Association of South Korea, where inside one of its offices, young Chulman sat slumped in front of a computer, clutching his head in pure frustration. He was desperately trying to figure out how to get Suho into the organization when the man showed absolutely no intention of coming. Willingly, Chulman considered offering him a reward for clearing the test tower, but immediately dismissed the idea, knowing full well that upper management would never approve it. They didn't want a picture of Suho receiving thanks. They wanted a picture where Suho stood, smiling beside the association president, making it look like they were already close. While Chulman absolutely hated the idea of using force or pressure, Chief Pai's earlier suggestion echoed in his head, a suggestion that basically amounted to dragging Suho in, by force, if necessary. Chulman groaned, dropped his head onto the desk, and wondered why he ever chose to work in this stressful place. As he cursed his life choices, his phone vibrated. The caller ID was an unknown number. With low energy, he picked up and introduced himself. This is Yang Chulman speaking, trying to figure out who could be calling him from an unrecognized number. But the moment he heard the voice on the other end, his expression completely transformed. It was about Suho. Chulman shot upright from his chair, eyes wide. He could barely believe what he'd just heard. The scene cuts to a small, unassuming kookbop restaurant, where steam billows from simmering pots. Suho and Chulman sit at a table, facing one another. Suho comments that he hadn't been to this place in a long time. He then adds that the restaurant serves the best boiled pork. Chulman blinks, asking in surprise how Suho even knew about this place. With a calm smile, Suho casually lies, claiming he used to come here often, back when he worked nearby. Chulman nods slowly, seemingly accepting the explanation. He scoops soup onto his spoon and admits he never expected Suho to reach out first. Then, he asks why Suho changed his number. Suho explains that he'd been receiving far too many calls, so he simply got a second number, and now Chulman can use that one instead. The civil servant nods understandingly and comments that Suho must be exhausted from all the unwanted attention. Lowering his gaze, Chulman sincerely thanks him for contacting him, admitting that he'd nearly given up hope of ever seeing him again. Suho asks how he could think that and picks up his chopsticks. Then he calmly asks whether the higher-ups are pressuring him and whether they want Chulman to convince him to join the association. Caught off guard, Chulman stiffens and raises a hand to his face, as if trying to shield his reaction. He nervously asks why Suho would assume that. Holding the chopsticks near his cheek, Suho explains that he finds it odd that the association president suddenly requested a meeting after the tower clearing because normally, no matter how difficult the gate, the association simply handles paperwork. They never actively try to recruit someone. Speechless, Chulman stares downward with a nervous smile. Suho continues, saying that after thinking about it, he realized the executives only wanted to take photos. Hearing about the publicity, Chulman stared at him, a flicker of fear in his eyes. But Suho quickly reassured him, saying everything was perfectly fine. He just wished they'd been more straightforward from the start, since there was absolutely nothing wrong with mentioning it. Chulman mumbled an apology, but Suho simply waved it away, saying there was no need for one. He'd already pieced together the whole situation himself. In fact, he was even grateful to Chulman. The civil servant pointed to himself in utter confusion, hardly believing he'd heard that correctly. Suho continued, explaining that situations like this often involved nasty blackmail or even outright force. Yet Chulman had handled everything with such professionalism. Rubbing the back of his neck with a sheepish grin, Chulman admitted it still felt a bit wrong. Suho then, quite casually, mentioned he had decided to visit the association. Chulman froze mid-motion, asking if he was serious. Suho comfortably continued eating, confirming his decision. He explained he wanted to personally thank Chulman and felt meeting the association executives could actually be quite beneficial. Chulman slowly nodded, agreeing it truly could be. Suho then asked when he should visit the association. Chulman suggested they discuss it after finishing their food, but halfway through speaking, realization struck him, and he shot up from his seat, eyes shining with pure excitement. With sudden, fierce determination, he declared he would arrange that meeting immediately. Sometime later, the duo arrived at the towering building of the Korean Hunters Association. Suho posed for a photo beside Young Kyung-won, the organization's president. Young Kyung-won smiled widely for the camera, then told Suho he was genuinely glad to finally meet him. He commented that Suho must be incredibly busy, so he truly appreciated him accepting the invitation. Vice President Park Hyun added that it wasn't every day someone got to meet such a promising newcomer. Suho smiled politely and replied that meeting the association's leaders was a great honor. Behind that expression, however, he could barely tolerate the sight of these people. It had been a while since he last saw them, but pure disgust immediately resurfaced. Kyung-won then asked if Suho truly intended to join the Korean Hunters Association, his eyes narrowing slightly. Suho answered it was his dream. Exactly what he'd said during the interview. Before the exam, the president then asked why, with his gaze lowered. Suho explained he'd become an orphan due to a gate outbreak, and he wanted to eliminate portals as soon as possible to protect humanity. But in his mind, Suho reminded himself this was only one reason. The other? To prevent the president and his lackeys from destroying the association from within. Kyung-won cheerfully praised Suho for his noble intentions, while Suho silently noted that this man would cling to his position until the very last moment, right up until he was shoved out. He couldn't wait to see what expression this old pig would make when that day finally arrived. And Kyung-won wasn't the only problem infesting the association. Then Park Hyun spoke again, claiming Suho really knew how to make a good impression. Arms folded across his chest, he said Suho didn't care about material gain and only wanted to protect the general public, which was worthy of respect. The vice president pressed his fingertips together and solemnly added, Suho had grown into a strong and noble man. His parents would be proud. Suho thanked him politely, while thinking Kyung-won was most likely the one who'd proposed this recruitment stunt. In his mind, Suho labeled him a pathetic bootlicker who existed solely to polish Kyung-won's shoes. Because of fools like these, most gates hadn't been cleared in his previous life, and he intended to take away their chance to ruin things again. Then Chulman happily asked which department Suho wanted to join. Suho rubbed his chin thoughtfully and replied he'd considered several options, but ultimately chose the gay department. Chulman froze in shock, while the vice president asked why. Suho calmly explained that unlike private guilds, the association had direct access to gates, handled initial inspections, and even participated in raids. Kyung-hoon remarked, astonished by Suho's selflessness. He pointed out Suho had picked the association's most perilous department. Park Hyuman nodded then, declaring that individuals like Suho truly belonged there. The president then turned to Chulman, instructing him to demonstrate their sincerity. A confused Suho asked what he meant. Kyung-hoon replied, if Suho was truly determined to eradicate the portals, then he should be given a selection of real gates to clear, since the association had plenty available. Chulman nearly choked on his own breath, quickly reminding the president that those gates were either sealed or incredibly deadly. But before he could finish his sentence, Suho joyfully declared that it sounded perfect. Chulman tried again to reason it was unbelievably dangerous, but Suho clenched his fist, excitedly declaring that he would clear the gates. That posed the greatest threat to humanity. Kyung-won responded confidently that this was precisely what he expected. From Suho, still in shock, Chulman called out to the president, but the man asked if there was a problem. Under intense pressure, Chulman lowered his head, claiming everything was fine, and he would prepare what was needed. Kyung-won told Suho to get ready to clear those portals. Suho politely thanked him, while Chulman glared downward. He knew that for these unawakened executives, the deadliest gates were nothing more than toys. That's why he despised leaders who had never stepped foot inside a gate. They had no idea how catastrophic the danger truly was. Countless hunters had died attempting to clear those portals, and yet these two were willing to send Suho to almost certain death. While Chulman clenched his jaw in frustration, Suho already smiled calmly, knowing precisely what lay in wait. Inside those sealed gates, Suman leaned closer to the president and whispered something Suho instantly grasped. These two were only concerned with profit, not caring how many hunters died, as long as the raid succeeded and the association gained influence. Human lives were utterly irrelevant to them. Kyung-won looked at Suho again and asked what rank he planned to achieve during the exam. Suho just smiled and replied that he intended to take the level 5 test by the end of the year. Kyung-won asked if he knew how difficult that exam truly was. Suho explained that reaching that rank would open up more opportunities, and he planned to join a guild to gain experience. In the meantime, Kyung-won raised his hand and said, "That's an excellent idea. Experienced applicants are always preferred." Then he asked, "How long do private guild contracts usually last?" Suho stated the length wasn't his priority. Gaining real field experience was. If a guild met his requirements, he would stay until it was time for the exam. And the association. Kyung-won yawned and said he hoped Suho could find such a place. Smiling to himself, Suho thought if the president approves terms like this, then joining Nexus is possible. He sensed a chance to build a bridge between Nexus and the association. Suddenly, the door swung open as someone announced peace. Yang Jial's arrival. Suho's expression stiffened. Pai entered confidently, joking that his bosses were eating something delicious without him. Then he paused, noticing Suho sitting there, his lips stretched into a wide grin. He turned to leave politely, but Kyung-won told him to stay. Pointing at Suho, he introduced him as the hunter who cleared the test tower. Pai tried recalling the name, then suddenly exclaimed, "I remember," laughing. He said it was incredible to meet him, and extended his hand, introducing himself as chief of the special department. Suho shook it and introduced himself as On Suho. They exchanged a flurry of polite compliments, though Suho's smile held a razor-sharp edge. Once everyone was seated, Suman raised his hand and wasted no time informing Pai that Suho intended to take the level 5 exam. Pai blinked, utterly floored by the news, stating it would be an extremely difficult feat. Suho, however, simply said he wanted to try anyway. Pai stared at him, absolutely stunned. One of the other executives then chimed in, revealing that the association planned to grant Suho access to sealed gates, as he claimed he could clear them himself. Pai froze, his eyes wide as saucers. He then mumbled under his breath, covering his mouth in pure disbelief. Looking worriedly at Suho, he asked if he was truly certain about this, because those gates were notoriously dangerous. Suho noticed the anxiety etched onto Pai's face and found it strangely amusing. He replied that he was well aware of the inherent danger. Still clearly uneasy, Pai crossed his arms and stated that he couldn't stop Suho, even if he desperately wanted to, but he sincerely hoped things would turn out well. Suho silently acknowledged that Pai was, indeed, a hunter, someone who truly valued talent. His expression showed genuine concern, not for Suho himself, but for the potential loss of someone promising, who might die needlessly. Pai then added that, if Suho ever wanted to join his special department, he would personally take care of him. Sumon immediately raised a warning finger and warned him sternly not to poach. Suho had already chosen the gate department. Pai asked why, and Sumon replied that Suho wanted to destroy all gates and have priority access to them. Pai nodded slowly, now clearly understanding. He said that if that was truly all that mattered, then his department could also fully support him. Turning his head, he smiled at Chulman and asked him to confirm it. Chulman, looking rather sad, simply nodded, with hands on his hips. Pai then commented that if Suho passed the level 5 exam, his relationship with Chulman might become rather complicated. Addressing the young hunter, he added that they could discuss everything after the exam. But for now, he truly wished Suho the best of luck. Suho thanked him, politeness barely masking his thoughts. Privately, he mused, what a sly fox. Suho subtly glanced at Chunmin, already realizing that if he passed the exam, he would outrank him. That alone would land Chulman in a painfully awkward spot. Suho let out a subtle sigh. That was precisely why dealing with Chulman felt so complicated. He didn't want the man to feel cornered or overshadowed. After the meeting concluded, the two walked side by side down the long corridor. Chulman kept his gaze fixed on the floor, shoulders slumped with worry. Suho stole another look at him before finally asking if he was troubled by what Chief Pai had said earlier. Chulman admitted that, of course, he was. He knew better than anyone how talented Suho was. But even with that ability, clearing a sealed gate was beyond dangerous. Then, with a serious tone, he told Suho to be extremely cautious and offered to personally speak to the president so the association would provide as much support as possible. Suho looked at him with genuine appreciation and said he truly valued that concern. But Chulman wasn't speaking. Out of politeness, he meant every word. He reminded Suho that he had only recently become a hunter and warned him again that the sealed gates were nothing like ordinary ones. Then he asked if Suho understood why the government trusted no one except the Hunter Association to clear them. Suho calmly replied that even top-tier guilds were rarely allowed into sealed gates due to national safety protocols. Chulman stopped walking and looked at him with confusion, asking why he would still insist on going there. Suho answered simply. He was absolutely confident he would succeed. He assured him everything would turn out fine. Then, with a faint smile, Suho mentioned that among the sealed gates managed by the association, there was one named the Nameless Sword. Chulman immediately stiffened, exclaiming, that gate was among the most perilous ones in existence. Suho's expression remained impassive. He simply widened his smile slightly and declared that he already knew exactly how to clear it. The very next day, a military vehicle stood, parked, silhouetted against typical Asian architecture, in the district of Gwangju, right next to the Nameless Sword Gate square itself. Two soldiers stood formally before Suho and Jinwoo, and one of them instructed the pair to wait. Suho readily agreed, offering no complaints. The reporter leaned in close, whispering that the atmosphere here felt incredibly tense, and Suho calmly responded that while the association technically controlled this gate, it remained a military facility. The two young men suddenly spotted something. Ahead, the soldiers exchanged salutes. Then one of them turned directly towards Suho, to confirm if he was truly Hunter Suho. Upon receiving his confirmation, the soldier introduced himself as Major Kim Jong-gu, the senior commander overseeing this square. Suho greeted him politely, saying he was pleased to make his acquaintance. Major Kim then stated that the team leader was already awaiting them inside. Jinwoo pointed ahead inquisitively, asking if they were heading directly toward the gate, and received an immediate, firm yes. As the colossal structure loomed into view, the reporter's eyes widened in disbelief. Its sheer, massive size left him utterly stunned, and he exclaimed it would make for extraordinary material. Major Kim then explained how the gigantic walls encircling the gate were built from formidable iron and a unique alloy specifically engineered to contain any monsters that attempted to break out, while simultaneously preventing the portal from expanding. Jinwoo could only gape at the sheer scale of it all, confessing, the portal was far grander than I'd ever imagined, and the closer they got, the more captivating details he began to observe. Suho chimed in, adding that the military had enacted numerous precautions to secure the portal itself. Proving difficult to reach, the group pressed onward until Major Kim approached Chulman, announcing that Hunter Suho had finally arrived. The civil servant smiled, greeting Suho warmly. The two exchanged familiar, relieved glances. Chulman then remarked, "What a lengthy journey it was to get here, and glad Suho managed to make such good time." Suho, however, noted that Chulman had arrived even earlier and questioned his earlier arrival. The civil servant nonchalantly replied, "He just gotten there himself," then glanced toward the person beside Suho. Before he could ask further, the journalist cheerfully cut in, introducing himself as PBS reporter Jo Jinwee, extending his hand and saying, "It was a pleasure to meet him." The men shook hands, but Chulman still seemed perplexed and asked why a reporter was here in such a remote location. Suho quickly intervened, clarifying that photos would only be taken after the raid was fully completed, and asked if Chulman would permit it. The civil servant replied that this wasn't a classified facility, so there was no reason to refuse. Still slightly confused himself, he admitted he was mostly surprised Suho had brought his own reporter along. Jinwoo gratefully thanked him for the permission and, brimming with excitement, so they'd likely be seeing a lot of each other from now on, so he'd better remember his face. Chulman simply replied that he certainly would. Major Kim then approached Suho once more, clutching an M416 automatic rifle. He stated that, according to the association's message, the raid leader would be Hunter Suho, who confirmed this with a firm nod. The major hesitated a moment before apologizing and asked what level Suho was currently at. Suho calmly replied, "Level 51. Major Kim stared, utterly dumbfounded, then quickly averted his gaze, muttering that he understood. They finally reached the entrance, the heavy, reinforced door towering over them. Major Kim then stated that the portal's inner perimeter was already fully prepped. Suho could enter right away. He sternly warned that the moment Suho stepped in, the door would seal shut behind him. Suho thanked him, a calm smile on his face. Just then, someone called out his name. Chulman rushed over to him, asking if he had any strategy in mind. Suho replied that he did. Major Kim watched their interaction, utterly bewildered by their casual chat. In such a perilous setting, Suho stated that describing his strategy in words would be tough, but he'd clear this gate, just like he cleared the Tower of Challenge. He added that if he succeeded, Chulman should remember his promise to help him clear the remaining portals. As well, the door unlocked and slowly opened. Chulman wished him a safe return. Suho reassured him not to worry, stating that 1 hour would be plenty. Chulman's eyes widened as he repeated in shock, 1 hour. Suho glanced back with a confident smile and said they'd meet again very soon. The door closed behind him. Jinwoo exhaled, saying Suho had officially gone inside. Closing his eyes, Chulman replied that now all they could do was wait. Major Kim quietly asked if everything would truly be okay, because a place like this could never be cleared alone by someone who simply had high stats. He asked if Suho was also a healer. Jinwoo blinked. In confusion, and the major asked again. The reporter grinned widely and corrected him, saying Suho was only nominally a healer. Major Kim looked even more confused. Schulman raised his hand and said that he had never seen anyone wield a sword the way Suho could. The major asked if he was truly that skilled. Schulman explained what he had witnessed. During the hunter practical exam, Suho was supposed to be taking the healer test, but instead, he slaughtered every monster with his sword, all while still protecting his patient. And thus, he passed without any issues. Jinwoo, gripping his bag strap, said this was the first he'd heard of it, and wondered aloud if it was even allowed to take an exam like that. Schulman admitted he'd been shocked too, but Suho had fulfilled all the requirements, so it didn't violate any rules. Both the soldier and the reporter stared at him in utter disbelief. Major Kim concluded that Suho must possess a profound mastery of swordsmanship, and suddenly understood why he specifically came here, to challenge this particular gate. Looking toward the dungeon's direction, Schulman nodded firmly and said, Major Kim was absolutely right. In front of Suho stood the nameless sword portal, its entrance restricted to only one person at a time. The moment he stepped inside, towering cliffs surrounded him, while the system announced he had officially entered the gate. Walking through the forest with his sword in hand, he looked around, thinking that it had been a long time since he was last here. The path cutting between the trees was clearly visible, and Suho remembered how he had constantly struggled to clear this gate in the past, barely surviving every single attempt. Suddenly, a sharp ringing sounded beside him, and he spotted a black shadow drifting ominously between the trees. The system reported the appearance of the boss, and a knight in armor stepped forward. The nameless swordsman of unknown level. He stood with his blade ready, and immediately, the air around him began to shine with a bright yellow glow. The system confirmed that the nameless swordsman had activated the battlefield, explaining that while this zone was active, the swordsman's status would mirror the user's exactly. All fighters within this field were prohibited from using anything except a sword and sword-related skills. A smiling Suho greeted him like an old acquaintance, one he hadn't seen in ages. The knight charged instantly, and the two clashed in a fierce close-range battle. Suho parried the enemy's blade with his own, striking back only for the knight to block effortlessly. Streams of pure white energy shimmered around the warrior as they briefly separated. Suho carefully observed his opponent, analyzing his footwork. He noticed how the Sword Emperor adjusted his stance, with perfect balance to minimize any rebound. After every strike, the knight swung again, and Suho understood perfectly that no one, at this point in time, could defeat this foe with pure swordsmanship alone. The Sword Emperor held his weapon with both hands, and Suho noted how his enemy's style instantly shifted, after crossing blades, switching stance, to catch him off guard, with a completely different technique. And not only that, the knight attacked from unpredictable angles, constantly changing direction. As the Sword Emperor closed in, Suho acknowledged the truth. The most dangerous thing about this opponent was how he perfectly adapted his tactics, based on whoever he was fighting. The knight struck again. Suho dodged, realizing just how cunning this enemy truly was. But that was precisely why. Suho had learned so much from him in his past life, and with a small, knowing smile, he braced himself as the nameless swordsman lunged in a powerful leaping attack. Suho spotted an opening and slashed, but the enemy twisted away at the very last moment. Even so, Suho's blade scraped across the armor, leaving a faint cut. Suho lightly asked if he'd managed to surprise him. The Sword Emperor simply stared back in silence. Suho remembered perfectly that this opponent never spoke a single word, until the moment he died. The knight stood ready, holding his sword with both hands. Suho struck again, landing a solid hit, and prepared another assault, revealing that this was already his 7th time, challenging the nameless swordsman. Suho launched a ferocious assault. The knight's counterattack whistled just inches above Suho's head, but with a precise, deadly slash, Suho expertly severed one of the knight's limbs. He followed up with a powerful kick, sending the Sword Emperor crashing backward, right into a dense bush at the edge of the thicket. Suho then recalled how countless people throughout history had wondered what or who truly lurked beneath that armor. The knight rose again, now missing a leg, and Suho asked if he knew how truly disappointed he had been the first time he'd uncovered the truth. Calmly gripping his sword, he explained that everyone called this enemy either the Nameless Swordsman or the Sword Emperor, but the simple truth was, he was merely the spirit of the sword demon itself. A ghostly, spectral limb then appeared in place of the severed leg, and one of the Sword Emperor's hands also shimmered, taking on a spectral form. The opponents clashed once more, blades ringing out violently, as deep sword marks carved into the ground and rocks around them. Suho blocked a powerful blow, his sword glowing with vivid red streams of energy, and counterattacked his blade. Punching a large hole right through the enemy's chest armor, he struck the same spot again, and the sinister purple cracks, already crawling across the Sword Emperor's form, spread even further with another agile leap. The knight retreated, but Suho immediately closed the distance, studying his enemy closely. Suho revealed that his own fighting style had been specifically shaped to counter every single style the knight employed. With a smile, he delivered another decisive slash. Large fragments of armor shattered and flew through the air. Finally, Suho stood victorious over the fallen enemy. The system declared that the Nameless Swordsman had been defeated, and the sealed gate was now cleared. With Suho recognized as the MVP, looking down with a faint sadness, he said he was glad to have met the Nameless Swordsman again, and that in truth, he truly should thank him, because without this opponent, he would never have soared to such heights, mastering swordsmanship to this degree. A broken piece of armor lay shattered on the ground, and Suho realized this very foe was the one who had once crowned him the sword god. Black streams of dark energy swirled around him as he wished the spirit eternal peace, vowing to remember him every teacher's day. The system then showered him with extra experience points and bonus stats. System windows instantly popped up, one proudly announcing a level increase, another detailing a +1 boost to his stats, plus an additional skill point, and yet another appeared, granting 5 bonus points for clearing a difficult gate. A lone sword lay neglected on the ground. Suho sighed, regretting that this ghost lacked any blood or shadow. Therefore, his bloodsucker and shadow eater skills were completely useless here. Still, he picked up the weapon, examining the blade intently. Just this sword alone made the trip absolutely worthwhile. His reflection shimmered across its gleaming surface as the system identified it, the Nameless Sword of the Nameless Swordsman. Ranked F. The blade quivered, then abruptly shattered in his grasp, rising as ethereal, floating fragments. The system then declared, the Nameless Sword has been absorbed, activating Sword Understanding. Suho smiled, as he learned the very soul of the Nameless Sword had profoundly altered his fighting style and reshaped the nature of his guardian sword. Then, a detailed description unfurled before him. Guardian Sword, rank S+. This ideal technique, crafted by Suho, is based on the most fundamental principles, achieving perfect balance among attack, defense, and evasion. After merging with the soul of the Nameless Sword, its rank has surged even further. The technique has absorbed the sword's very will, and now possesses unlimited growth potential. Suho realized with profound awe that his ideal sword technique had just been truly born. The scene then shifted to the spectators, eagerly watching multiple screens. Jinwei mumbled, noting how quiet everything was. For now, Chunman, glancing at Jinwei, admitted that, even though he trusted Suho implicitly, given the enemy's immense power, clearing this place could still take quite a while. Jin Huey immediately protested, reminding him it had only been half an hour. Major Kim then stepped forward and requested Schulman's permission to check the situation personally. Once given the go-ahead, he prepared to leave, until the reporter suddenly yelled for him to wait. Confused, the major asked what the problem was. As sweat trickled down the journalist's cheek, Jinwei pointed frantically at the portal, shouting for everyone to look at the screen. Suho appeared, stepping through the now open gate. Jin Hui erupted, shouting that the gate was cleared. Suho, still adjusting to the bright outside light, was stunned to hear someone call him pro. And then suddenly, Jin Hui and Chulman came sprinting right toward him, like overly excited kids chasing after candy. Jin Hui even held his camera high above his head, as if he were filming a major festival. Suho tried to tell them to calm down, but the reporter's entire face was practically glowing with pure joy, as he demanded to know how they were supposed to calm down. When Suho had cleared a sealed gate in under an hour, he yelled that it was absolutely insane. Chulman looked caught between sheer terror and pure happiness, as he reminded everyone that Suho had just defeated the nameless swordsman, the very same monster who hadn't been beaten, even after more than 200 attempts. He anxiously asked if Suho was even all right. Suho smiled, saying he felt perfectly great, casually adding that he'd taken care of it with ease. The major stared at him, utterly dumbfounded, as he tried to process that the monster, who slaughtered hundreds, could be considered easy. Standing beside Jin Hui and Chulman, Suho calmly noted the major's stunned expression. This soldier was desperately trying to grasp what kind of person he was truly dealing with. Chulman practically vibrated with excitement, then suggested a commemorative photo. After all, they'd conquered a sealed gate. The major hesitated, but Chulman just waved it off, insisting it was merely a formality. There's nothing to worry about, he chirped. He reminded the major that as a regular soldier, he rarely appeared in photographs, and having a Korean army major in the picture would make the proof far more credible. Finally, Jungkook agreed to join the photo. Cut to another scene, where that very picture appeared on a laptop screen. In front of a Nexus Guild leader, Suho explained that, as he'd mentioned earlier on the phone, he had successfully cleared the nameless Sword Sealed Gate. In the photo with him were a representative of the Hunter Association and Major Kim Jong-gu. He also pointed at the reporter beside him, introducing him as Ju Jin-hoo from PBS. Explaining they agreed to take the photo together to prevent any manipulation of the news. Jin-hoo politely handed over his business card, introducing himself as Suho's personal reporter. Dong-wook pressed his thumb to his temple and said he didn't need the card at all. He had never considered manipulating anything. In the first place, standing before Suho, the guild leader asked, "How in the world did you pull this off?" Suho blinked, asking, "What part do you mean?" Dong-wook gestured at everything, demanding specifics. How he'd gotten permission to access the sealed gate, how he cleared it so fast, and how he'd survived. Something that had killed over 200 hunters. Suho calmly explained that he met with the president of the Korean Hunters Association to get permission, then simply went in and killed the monster. Dong-wook stared at him in utter confusion, running a hand through his hair, as he tried to make sense of it. Suho then asked if, now that he had proven his skill level, they could finalize the contract. Holding up 2 fingers, he said the guild leader could choose. He'd set his own salary, but he did have 2 conditions. First, as long as he was with Nexus, he demanded their full support. And second, if he passed the Hunter Association exam, his exclusive contract had to be terminated immediately. He then added that he'd already informed the association president about clearing the gate, and that several other guilds had contacted him, but he told them all he would only accept an offer from the guild willing to fully support him. Dong-yu initially eyed him with distrust, a strange expression flickering across his face. Then, he suddenly burst out laughing and declared the deal was accepted. He called for his secretary to bring the paperwork. Dong-yu met Suho's confidence with renewed excitement, saying the hero had proven himself right. After Dong-yu had doubted him, Suho extended his hand, and they shook firmly. The guild leader then warned that there would be a lot of work ahead, and Suho confidently replied he was ready. Later, on a road bustling with evening traffic, Suho smiled, mentioning that, since his friend brought him all the way there, he'd be happy to drive him back. Jin-woo chuckled, saying he was simply fulfilling his duties as Suho's manager. When Suho asked why he called himself that, Jin-woo explained that, since Suho kept feeding him exclusive content, the least he could do was pay him back somehow. He added that this sedan didn't shake nearly as much as the old minivan he used before, so he bought this one specifically for them. Suho stared at him, utterly stunned, realizing once again that this man truly was born with a golden spoon. As they drove, Suho asked if the reporter wouldn't get scolded for skipping work all day. Jin-woo proudly replied that several exclusive articles had been published that very day, so no one would complain, especially since he promised the editorial office he would bring Suho there. Eventually, Suho realized that there was absolutely no way this man would ever let such an opportunity slip away. Jin-woo suggested they could start by reporting the successful clearing of the sealed gate, and then gradually transition to covering his joining Nexus. By spacing out the news, they should have no problem maintaining public interests, though realistically, no one knew how long they could truly hold public attention. Suho closed his eyes and told him it was fine. He could handle things however he liked. Then Jin-woo hesitated and asked a more serious question. He asked how Suho managed to read the strategy of the nameless swordsman. Suho explained that the monster had a very predictable pattern and that he was already familiar with the sword Emperor's reputation, knowing that the fight had to be done solely with cold weapons. He admitted it might sound arrogant, but he was certain he was better with a sword than the monster. Jin-woo stared, completely bewildered, gripping the steering wheel tight. As Suho continued, saying experience played a huge role in that battle, and that his own swordsmanship was simply that strong. The reporter reminded him that the monster had killed over 200 warriors, including the country's greatest swordsman. He asked if Suho truly understood that. Suho calmly explained that the nameless swordsman copied the opponent's status and adapted his combat style accordingly. Inside that gate, only sword skill mattered. No items, no external abilities, nothing else could influence the fight. Driving Jin-woo finally asked if Suho even had a swordsmanship skill. Suho replied that he did, and it was rank S, but it didn't show in his status window. The car swerved violently as Jin-woo slammed his forehead onto the steering wheel. Completely stunned, he demanded to know how Suho had acquired a rank S swordsmanship skill, and when it happened, flames practically burst behind him in pure excitement. And Suho urged him to calm down, because he was absolutely boiling over. He warned that information should always be delivered gradually, not simply dumped all at once. Jin-woo exhaled heavily and then said that if Suho ever wanted to know anything about him, he could ask any time and get his answers instantly. After slowing down the car, he admitted that Suho certainly had a knack for shocking people, and that he'd never imagined he'd ever end up working for someone. Suho promptly reassured him, and Jin-woo then thanked him for calling him first, apologizing for doubting him at the start. Suho merely laughed, saying it was all fine. They finally arrived, back at their luxurious apartment complex. And Jin-woo, he asked if that meant they were done for the day. Suho nodded, stating he needed rest. The reporter immediately offered to walk him home, and Suho thanked him warmly. Later that night, as darkness settled outside, Suho finally sank down onto something soft and simply let himself breathe, thinking with quiet satisfaction that he could genuinely be proud of today's results. Wiping his head with a towel, he realized he wasn't even tired, despite everything he had accomplished. Pulling the towel away, he summoned his status window. The system reported 7 remaining bonus points, and he immediately understood that this might finally be enough to unlock Unified Train, though its conditions were incredibly strict. Every stat, except one, had to share the same rank, and all stats at that same level needed to have identical values. If even one bonus point remained, the system would automatically raise the lowest stat to match the higher ones. Suho worked through the window, carefully, watching as the system evaluated each requirement. Then, the notification appeared. All conditions have been met. and the skill, Unified Train, was fully activated. He blinked in surprise and watched as the remaining bonus points were distributed. To equalize every stat, his personal card refreshed, showing that all of his characteristics. He now stood at those very same values. A red level rank 14, clear across the board. Joy surged within him as Suho clenched his fists, thinking he had finally achieved his goal. In his past life, he'd never even dreamed this was possible, so he'd never tried. Now, staring at the window, he broke into a bright, satisfied smile, letting himself fall back onto the bed. He thought he needed to keep pushing forward. Exactly like this. Suddenly, his phone rang beside him. The caller ID displayed a name he hadn't seen in a long while. Gu Yinhua. Still lying down? Suho replied. It had been some time since he'd heard her voice, and she called at a fantastic moment. Since he was in an excellent mood, she immediately remarked that he must have too much free time on his hands. Confused, he asked what she meant, and told her not to speak so formally. Yinhua said she'd read the article. Smiling, Suho pressed the phone closer, surprised the piece had come out so quickly. He said he hadn't checked the comments yet, and asked her to tell him how everyone reacted, but she called him sir again, and insisted they meet first. Suho repeated that he just wanted her answer. She reminded him sharply, but they still hadn't accepted his offer. Suho told her that if she or the others weren't satisfied with anything, he wouldn't force them. That shocked her, and Suho asked again for an answer. Yinhua closed her eyes and asked what they were supposed to do from now on. Suho got up from the bed and said he would explain everything tomorrow when they met. He suggested everyone come to the Nexus Academy at 1 p.m. She objected immediately, saying 2 of them had work and she had lectures. His expression hardened with disappointment. He told her he must have overestimated them. Apparently, none of them cared about anything, except useless nonsense. He had to pull the phone away from his ear, because Yinhua exploded, cursing him out, and then yelled that she'd still show up. She declared she'd be at Nexus Academy at 1 p.m. She hung up, and Suho smirked goodbye. The next day, at the magnificent Nexus Academy building, Yunho crossed her arms, barking at him. Don't get too full of yourself. She claimed she only skipped her lectures because she felt like resting, not because of him. The others stood before Suho, who was casually seated on a bench. He said he didn't recall asking why she came, and she snorted, thoroughly irritated. She demanded to know why he'd gathered them all. Suho stood up and said he brought them here because he had something important to say. Smiling, he announced that today he was going to kill them all. The Banshee members stared, stunned, as he handed them tablets and asked them to fill out forms. At first, Yunho squinted at the device, assuming it was some contract to hand over their corpses to him. But reading the text, she realized it was simply a skill survey. She asked if he wanted all their personal info. Raising his hand, Suho told them that once he joined the special department, he would need freelance agents. He'd already said he needed real shadows, and he reminded them he wouldn't use just anyone for that purpose. Turning away, he explained their training would be brutal, pushing them to exhaustion. They'd learn everything, from basic combat techniques to maximizing their own skills. Only they would see their personal information, so they needed to be honest. Their relationship had to be built on trust. Since he already shared his secrets, it was their turn now. The group exchanged uneasy glances. Later, inside the Nexus Academy's training hall, Suho held a black key card and smiled. As he said, "It's time to begin." He remembered how he'd received it. Miss Sui had explained that this card granted unrestricted access to any area of the academy, including the exclusive S-rank training hall, making sure he dodged any unwanted attention. She also handed him the guest cards he'd requested. As he examined the card closely, Suho suddenly realized he'd been so hyper-focused on everything else that he'd completely forgotten about Diwan, whom he'd promised to meet right here. He'd have to arrange that very soon. Nearby, the Banshee members lay dormant inside their training capsules. Suho figured he'd simply tackle challenges as they arose. Suddenly, the entire landscape began to warp and shift. Towering, jagged cliffs materialized right before their eyes. They had entered the perilous Kunlun Mountains. Suho stood before the Banshee squad, a welcoming smile on his face, telling them this would be their new training ground for whenever they had some free time. He then looked them over, assessing each member, thinking that since they were all still below level 50, he could train them however he saw fit. Yunho, however, demanded to know exactly what they'd be doing. Suho calmly replied they'd begin with absolute fundamentals, followed by intense combat technique refinement, because with their current pitiful level of skill, the special department would inevitably catch them eventually. He then challenged, "Do you really believe that cheap tricks can fool the special department forever?" Yunho snapped back, claiming their plan was absolutely excellent, and that no one would ever catch them. Suho simply smiled, arms crossed, an amused glint in his eyes, reminding her that he'd already caught them himself, and that perfect crimes simply didn't exist, especially not in a world teeming with superpowered individuals. He declared that for that very reason alone, they needed to learn how to protect themselves and, ideally, each other. Then, with a snap of his fingers, countless gleaming weapons materialized around them. He told them, "Pick one." Because developing solid fundamentals and utterly overcoming their fear was their absolute priority now. Yanawa hesitantly picked up a weapon and asked, "Is there anything else?" Suho smirked, asking if she remembered what he'd been called recently. She muttered, "People call you the sword god." His right hand glowed, a powerful aura radiating as he confirmed that was indeed his nickname. Leaning casually on his sword, he told them, "You're standing right now before a true, undisputed master of swordsmanship, and it would be utter foolishness to expect me to teach anything else but how to maximize swordsmanship in this realm." They were absolutely forbidden from using any other skills, but he couldn't outright forbid it. Those skills, however, would only become a hindrance later on. The group frowned. Suho, unyielding, commanded them to try and kill him, brandishing his sword, declaring the brutal training had officially begun. In a blur, he surged forward, charging them. Heads flew. He then challenged the stunned survivors, asking why they still had time to look so surprised. And with a swift move, he dispatched the final two. The squad respawned once more. Suho scoffed, telling them since they'd already died once, they shouldn't freeze up like complete idiots. They scrambled, quickly adopting defensive stances. Suho gave a rare nod of approval, declaring they'd restart. Gazing skyward, the group suddenly realized his next devastating attack was descending from above. Suho slammed into them once more, scattering bodies and mocking them, even mid-combat. He taunted one, saying even his grandmother moved faster. Another caught a brutal elbow to the chest, as Suho sarcastically asked how a delivery worker could possibly be so agonizingly slow. He jokingly wondered if he'd been fired because his customers starved, waiting for their orders to arrive. The boy crashed hard into a nearby teammate. Then, turning to the third, Suho questioned how a teacher could be so utterly slow, unable to even parry such a basic strike. He sneered, wondering what he could possibly teach kids, if they could already outpace him in battle. The young man stammered, insisting he hadn't dodged on purpose. Suho retorted his excuse was worse than a schoolboy's. Their hands trembled, barely gripping their swords. One of them roared a furious curse, demanding to know when the bastard would finally shut up. They attacked together. Suho noted their growing self-control, hoping it would help them avoid panic when they eventually entered real gates. Suddenly, a powerful blast ripped through the surrounding terrain. Suho declared they would become his shadows, not mere errand runners, but true warriors who would help him clear gates. Stepping onto their discarded swords, he told them sternly that there is no easy path to true strength. You only grew strong when you truly believed. There was absolutely no retreat left. The brutal, bloody training continued relentlessly, and so it went for a very long time. The exhausted Banshee members could barely stand back up. With a raised hand, Suho declared himself satisfied with their effort, but mentioned he had other matters to attend to. The Banshee team stared at him, dumbfounded, as he informed them the simulation would automatically end exactly when it was supposed to, and they needed to keep training until then. Yunho asked, utterly bewildered, if he was truly just ditching them. Suddenly, a digital clone of Suho materialized behind him. Suho calmly told her not to worry. This clone possessed all his exact same abilities. The copy raised its sword, immediately launching into insults, calling them pigs and trash. It then aggressively demanded they prepare to fight. Furious and utterly enraged, the Banshee members cursed Suho, calling him a complete bastard. Suho calmly stepped out of the capsule, glancing back at the four, still training relentlessly. "That's enough for them for now," he muttered. He answered a call, and Miss Sui's voice came through. She informed him an article had just gone live about his recruitment into the Nexus Guild, and she was calling to confirm it. Suho asked if the author was Zhou Jinwu. She confirmed it was indeed his exclusive report, and the PR team was eager to publish additional info. Looking out the window, Suho calmly stated, "That was perfect, and in fact, another article should be prepared immediately." Sui hesitated, suggesting it might be too soon. Suho then explained that public reaction would likely be quite harsh, since he had previously stated his dream was to join the government, and then abruptly joined a private guild instead. Naturally, there would be negativity. Sui assured him, however, that following his plan would settle public opinion. Soon enough, Suho, mused that he still hadn't publicly, announced he was taking the Rank 5 exam. At the end of the year, though it wouldn't remain a secret for long, he told her he'd explain everything later, as he needed to make another call. He then phoned Jin Woo, who greeted him cheerfully while busy working at his laptop. Jin Woo asked what he needed. Suho began. He learned the article about Nexus had just dropped, and public opinion was absolutely scorching. He had an idea. He wanted another article. This time, it would cover his next big challenge, the clearing of another sealed gate. A smiling Suho then announced he planned to take on the Swamp of Despair next. A brand new article quickly flooded the internet, announcing Suho had successfully cleared the Nameless Sword's sealed gate. Online, people absolutely exploded with shock. How could he have just cleared the Tower of Trials? He had already moved on to conquering a sealed gate. One person wondered aloud if Suho was now the newest Sword King. Another instantly corrected him, saying the guy should be called the Sword God. A second article quickly followed, reporting that Suho had joined the Nexus Academy. Immediately, users started reminding everyone that he'd previously said he wanted to work for the Hunters Association. Others outright accused him of corruption and hurled insults without restraint. Then, a third headline dropped. Nexus Guild. Hunter and Suho intends to clear another sealed gate. The Swamp of Despair. Someone called him a complete psycho. Another mocked the people who'd claimed Suho joined Nexus for money, asking, "What's wrong with your faces now?" Someone else claimed they believed in him from the start. Another declared Suho his idol now, and threatened to personally deal with anyone who dared insult him. Suho read all these comments on his phone. Most of them were exciting and positive. He smiled, thinking everything was going exactly according to plan. That's when Chulman walked in, looking utterly exhausted. His head drooped forward, held in one hand. Suho immediately asked whether he'd been granted access to the Swamp of Despair. Chulman replied he'd been discussing exactly that. He remembered the president's expression. The head of the association had screamed that, of course, Suho should be given access, and called Chulman an idiot for not doing it sooner. Right from the moment Suho first asked. Chulman notes that now, it appears, our hero practically has effortless access to every gate he needs. As Schulman mentally braces himself for endless paperwork, Suho thanks him for the effort as they walk between the office desks. Suho explains he plans to take the exam for the 5th rank by the end of the year. But it's a secret, so Schulman shouldn't tell anyone. Schulman immediately seals his lips with his fingers and swears he'll remain silent. Like a fish, Suho laughs to himself, thinking he was only joking. But the guy's reaction was absolutely priceless. He tells him they should move toward clearing the gate. Now, the scene shifts to Yangjiangdo, Incheon, where the sealed S-rank gate, known as the Swamp of Despair, looms. Suho stands before the massive portal, while several cameramen record the moment. People whisper that No hunter has ever returned alive from this gate before, even though Suho is incredibly unique. Some doubt whether he can truly overcome this place. Inside the security room, Jinhui watches the screen nervously. He tells a worried man beside him to relax, and even suggests making a bet. Grinning, Jinhui says he'll bet 1,000,000 won that Suho will clear the gate. The other man, still anxious, agrees reluctantly, saying he hopes Suho comes out alive, but is convinced it's impossible to clear this place. Meanwhile, Schulman stands frozen, horrified. He shouts that the gate is disappearing. Everyone stares at the screens in disbelief. Jinhui asks if Suho actually cleared already. The other man yells that it's impossible. In a panic, Jinhui elbows Schulman right in the face, demanding to know how many minutes Suho was inside. 10, 20? Schulman shakes his head and says it wasn't even 10. It's been less than 5 minutes. From the moment Suho stepped inside, the truth becomes clear. The system informed him that this swamp of despair had no entry requirements, and any number of players could enter. Now, Suho stands at the base of a colossal staircase, stretching upward into an ominous, eerie sky. He remembers all too well that this very gate caused even more casualties than the infamous Nameless Sword, and not a single soul ever returned from it. Outsiders never truly grasped what transpired. Inside, Suho knows monsters don't physically manifest here. To clear this gate, one must simply climb the stairs. But every single step is a psychological nightmare, packed with terrifying mental traps. That's why horrific monsters appear to surround the staircase. Victims turned into petrified statues. Suho understands the true strategy. For clearing this place, you need an item or skill, granting S-rank mental protection. Otherwise, the endless despair will kill you, and your corpse will become another statue on these stairs. This gate is aptly named the Swamp of Despair. For that very reason, no one has ever made it back. Smiling faintly, Suho steps onto the first stair. He thinks that none of this truly matters right now. Immediately, a crushing wave of despair slams into him. His legs barely stay steady. Purple streams swirl violently behind his head, but he smiles. The system announces that dragon blood has activated. Mental damage immunity, with dragon blood flowing within him. The entire gate turns into nothing but an easy stroll. Suho confidently climbs to the next step. Terrible monsters appear to lurk all around him, yet he keeps walking calmly. He notices fewer and fewer statues the higher he goes. Only a mere handful ever made it even halfway. Even twisted faces look on at him from the sides, forever trapped. He knows he cannot save them as they are. In his past life, the hunter who cleared this gate spent hundreds of days just strengthening his mind. That man attempted to save the victims. But when he touched the statues, they all tragically turned to dust in the end. He was left alone, unable to save anyone. Finally, Suho reaches the top. He looks at the lifeless forms below and says he knows just how much they suffered. Pressing his palms together, he promises to free them. He knows he can only release their trapped souls now. A shimmering white portal awaits him. The system declares him MVP and showers him with additional experience points, plus a skill point. It also announces he's the very first person to ever clear this portal, granting him 5 more skill points. Then, a level increase notification pops up, boosting more of his stats and adding another skill point. Smiling, Suho says it's time for his final reward. The system then grants him the Ring of Emotions. This ring lets him perceive emotions as colored auras, absorb white or black emotional energy, and even reshape it at will. The duration is unknown. Suho remembers that in his previous life, the only person who ever obtained this ring was the same player who cleared this very gate. That man used it to heal emotional wounds, but it was later stolen by his enemies. Suho lifts his hand, thinking that this time, things will be different. He slips the ring onto his finger, standing at the top of the stairs. The ring instantly begins absorbing the black emotional energy lingering in the corpses. Thanks to his dragon blood, Suho takes no mental damage. He touches the ground, and the system reports that the ring reacts to strong emotions. Its color is black, and absorption begins. Black energy swirls as Suho raises his right hand. The ring has absorbed the maximum amount it can. It isn't enough to purify the entire staircase, but he has no other option. Now, he faces the exit portal, turning toward the gateway. Suho quietly says that it's time to leave. The moment Suho stepped outside, reporters instantly surrounded him, their cameras flashing nonstop. He lifted a hand to cover his face, as journalists urged him to look into their lenses. Before he could steady himself, Chulmin and Jinwoo rushed toward him, both overflowing with excitement. Chulmin, practically punching the air, demanded to know how Suho had managed to clear the portal in exactly 4 minutes and 17 seconds, and this gate was said to be even more dangerous than the nameless sword. Jinwoo shouted that he needed to write an article immediately. Suho calmly told them to settle down, but with a charming smile, he invited them for a photo, and the two happily agreed. As news of the cleared gate exploded online, people immediately questioned whether Suho had truly conquered the swamp of despair, a gate no one had ever returned from. The answer was yes, he really had. Dong Yuk stared at his tablet in utter disbelief, completely overwhelmed. But the completion time was under 5 minutes. He covered his face with his hands, unable to believe what he was reading. Just then, the landline rang. When he picked up, the caller introduced himself as John Kyung-hwan, the president of the Korean Hunters Association, who politely asked if Dong Yuk had a moment to discuss something. Dong Yuk immediately assumed this was about Suho. When asked if he could come to the association, Dong Yuk offered lunch instead, and the president agreed. After hanging up, a man entered the office to speak with him, but Dong Yuk simply called his secretary, Kim Gang, and instructed him to arrange a meeting with Hunter. Suho later. A sleek white car pulled up, and Jinwoo told Suho they had arrived. As they got out, Suho asked if he was heading to the broadcasting station. Jinwoo explained that the Swamp of Despair article was already prepared and only needed minor edits before release. He also suggested they go on a restaurant tour next time, since he enjoyed writing food reviews, and Suho promised to join him. As the car left, Suho looked happily at his ring, saying that Jinwoo's passion had filled it with plenty of positive energy. Entering a bustling restaurant, Suho approached a table, where Kyu-min greeted him loudly. As the protector of South Korea, the president encouraged him to sit beside Mr. Dong Yuk. Suho thanked the association leaders and took his seat. Noticing Kyung-won, Kyu-min, Dong Yuk, and the head of the Special Force Division, Pai Song-yeol all gathered, confused about the sudden formality. He listened as Kyung-won showered him with praise, commending his lightning-fast clear speed. After he swiftly conquered both sealed gates, he was hailed as the very future of the nation. Chimon proposed a toast, and Suho, raising his own cup, chose to toast their shared success. Glasses clinked merrily around the table. During the meal, the president brought up, hearing that Suho's guild contract had no fixed term. Dong Yuk confirmed it, stating that, while most contracts lasted 3 years, Suho was a special case. He could contribute immensely to the country, so he wouldn't be restricted in any way. Kyung-won laughed, pleased that guild leader Dong Yuk shared the association's core goals. He then asked Suho if he agreed with the arrangement. Suho replied he greatly appreciated the guild leader's consideration. Very much so. Chief Pai added that he eagerly looked forward to Suho joining the Hunters Association. It would not only boost their organization, but the entire nation. With a strange smile, Chimon, said the president, wanted to present Suho with a special letter of thanks. Internally, Suho rejoiced. This letter practically guaranteed he'd pass the level 5 exam. Out loud, he declared he was deeply honored. Kyung-hwan explained that they had originally gathered to celebrate the nameless swordsman's victory, but Suho cleared another gate so quickly that even they couldn't keep up with him. Suho humbly replied that it was only possible because the president granted him the access he needed. The leaders absolutely loved his answer. Chief Pai, still holding his cup, asked how Suho managed to clear the swamp of despair. No one had ever returned, and information was minimal. Suho recognized Pai's talent for extracting secrets, something he remembered from his past life. So, he maintained his guard. Smiling, he casually explained that inside the gate, there were no monsters, only a single staircase. After stepping on it once, he felt the danger and used his tools while continuing to climb, until his efforts finally bore fruit. The association representatives gaped, transfixed, mouths agape, as Chief Pai thoughtfully stroked his beard, impressed that Suho had completely sidestepped any mental overload, where others typically relied on pure stability alone. Kamen then pressed Suho for his current level, mentioning he'd heard Suho wasn't even close to level 100. Suho calmly replied that he was only level 53. Chief Pai nearly choked on his own words, and quickly demanded what ability Suho had gained, just as the ring on Suho's finger glowed with an ethereal white light. Suho immediately sensed the association's true intentions. They wanted to mold him into nothing more than an obedient weapon. He explained he was fundamentally a healer, but because he favored swords in combat, he had acquired the unique sword path ability. Chief Pai mused that the sword path wasn't entirely unusual, and though certainly unexpected for someone labeled a healer. Suho privately noted, almost to himself, that the special department boasted many truly unique abilities, so his own didn't particularly impress them. Yet, despite that, he deeply disliked the lingering feeling of being treated like a mere hunting dog. Out loud, he quickly added that while his primary skill was undeniably swordsmanship, he also wanted support developing his latent healer abilities, because a typical hunter's lifespan was simply too short. Dong Yuk and Kyung Won nodded in agreement, both acknowledging that hunters faced constant, brutal danger, and the Nexus Guild was perfectly positioned to support his development. Better still, the leaders all exchanged knowing smiles, as Chimon grandly declared himself a pivotal link between the guild and the association. Chief Pai then added that Suho could absolutely rely on him too. Feeling a bit overwhelmed by such an outpouring of support, Suho solemnly raised a determined fist and promised to personally clear every single gate in Korea. The leaders burst into applause, and Shimon promptly refilled his drink. As the quiet of night finally settled, the meeting ended, and Suho and Chief Pai made their way out, bidding farewell to the remaining association leaders. Suho genuinely expressed that he had enjoyed the evening. Once the car departed, Chief Pai reached discreetly under his jacket, producing a pack and offering Suho a cigarette. Suho politely declined, but the chief lit one for himself anyway, muttering that he always enjoyed a smoke after a good party. He then handed Suho his personal business card, remarking he usually ignored calls but would definitely answer Suho's. He then casually inquired about Suho's current residence, and Suho began to explain. His old place was absolutely swarmed with fans, so he'd opted to stay in a hotel instead. Chief Pai frowned, declaring this a national problem. Popular hunters immediately found themselves mobbed by obsessed crowds. Suho brushed it off as just normal affection, which instantly darkened Pai's entire aura. Suho instantly realized his comment sounded naive to someone who saw unawakened civilians as mere pawns, a mindset shared by both the president and vice president. Chief Pai then stated that, although the exam wouldn't be held until the end of the year, Suho had practically already aced it. Suho simply acknowledged this. The chief remarked he once thought Suho was modest, but now saw he wasn't simple-minded at all. He then linked arms with Suho and suggested they rehearse a superior, subordinate dynamic, since Suho would soon be under him once he officially joined the association. Suho agreed, which made Pai laugh. Pai then asked if Suho wanted to quit clearing gates altogether and join his special force unit. Immediately, Suho tensed. He realized Pai was clearly baiting him. As Pai flicked a cigarette, Suho understood the chief's true motive. The chief had stayed until the very end, to personally recruit him instead of simply gathering information. Through Donghyuk, the ring of emotions activated, releasing a soft white light. Suho internally called on Pai to shape his intentions. Smiling, he reassured Pai that everything was perfectly fine and emphasized the special force unit's undeniable importance. The ring amplified all positive emotions, and white streams rose from Pai's eyes as he declared, "Suho actually has ambition. That's a trait I truly admire, since most hunters only chase empty dreams." He then asked how close Suho was with Chulman from the gate department. Suho replied that Chulman was indeed close, but he also desired strong relationships with both Pai, and especially the president, hoping for truly productive cooperation with the special force head. Pai, clearly pleased, rested his hand on Suho's shoulder, complimenting his excellent communication skills. Suho gave his thanks, hoping to join the department through a special recruitment program. Pai stroked his chin, musing aloud. That recruitment for level 5 hunters was already set for the end of the year, so a special recruitment felt unnecessary for someone who'd qualify regardless. Suho, meanwhile, understood. The ring's influence had transformed Pai's interest into something akin to emotional loyalty. It wouldn't last forever, but it was more than enough for now. As they stood together, Pai confessed. He was surprised. Suho was so set on joining the association and questioned him about special recruitment. Pai clarified that while uncommon, it could be arranged if truly needed. Suho praised him, calling him an amazing person, which made Pai cover his mouth shyly. He explained that recruitment decisions stemmed from higher authorities, but if the special department had a shortage, they could justify a special intake. Pai added that for such a recruitment to occur, they need proof that Suho was truly valuable to the department. Suho asked if he meant clearing gates. Pai reminded him that the special force dealt with awakened criminals, a far more critical task. Suho had indeed forgotten that detail. Pai emphasized that criminals with awakened abilities were incredibly dangerous, and while Suho possessed great skills, gate clearing and crime fighting were entirely different beasts. He suggested Suho prove his worth by choosing any wanted criminal and delivering them to the department. If successful, he could be accepted within 1 or 2 months. As a car pulled up, Pai noted most newcomers panicked at the mention of wanted criminals, but Suho clearly wasn't timid. Smiling, he said he'd await Suho's news. Suho then remembered how, in his past life, Pai hadn't even remembered his name until after the nameless swordsman victory. But this time, things were already taking a different turn. As the car drove off, Suho realized that soon these villains and their underlings would be among the new recruits who'd make excellent sacrifices for his upcoming plan. Ahead stood several pristine buildings, and Suho's shadow stretched long across the pavement. As faint cigarette smoke wafted from nearby windows, he muttered that he'd walked right into a viper's nest. Using his magic detection, he quickly spotted a pack of suspicious figures inside, confirming he'd finally found the right place. He casually picked up a brick with his left hand, and in the very next moment, smashed it straight through the window of the room where the criminals were holed up. Shocked, one thug stammered, asking what was happening, while another yelled that some punk was messing with them. In a hurry, the criminals rushed outside to confront whoever dared. They stopped in front of Suho, demanding to know what he wanted. The blonde among them stared at him nervously, asking if he was drunk or crazy. Suho smiled calmly and assured them he was completely sober. He asked if they were the same scumbags, stealing cryptocurrency wallets through their complicated scams, and fear immediately flickered across the thugs' faces. Suho then asked if they were holding a man named Seo Jiawan hostage. The criminals traded anxious glances, unable to understand who this stranger was, or how he knew everything. Someone guessed he might be a cop. Another said they had to get rid of him anyway. A third hesitated, asking if this could get them into more trouble. But the reply came quickly. This bastard already knew too much, so nothing worse could happen if they didn't deal with him. Suho gave them a tired smile, thinking that these opponents were pathetic. He mentally encouraged them to try catching him. If they could, they might even prove useful. He summoned the shadow spear and fired a shot near one thug. releasing chains that wrapped tightly around him. Violent purple energy swirled over the man's trapped body, while his bald friend frantically screamed his name. Several criminals then charged straight at Suho, yelling insults, but he dodged their attacks with ease. A blond man lunged forward, spear in hand, and actually managed to land a clean hit, but the attack did absolutely nothing. The criminals stared wide-eyed in disbelief as Suho, lightly splattered with blood, simply grinned. The system then announced the activation of his blood weapon. A long, crimson shaft instantly formed in Suho's hands. He drove it straight into the stunned thug, sending him sprawling violently across the ground. Suho noted he couldn't outright kill them, but no one said he couldn't beat them senseless. Yet another criminal rushed forward, foolishly calling him an idiot, only to be sent flying by a single, powerful strike. Soon enough, only the bald thug remained, trembling and muttering about how this was pure madness. He tried to run, but Suho swiftly pierced his leg with the blood spear, calmly asking where he thought he was going. With all the criminals now utterly defeated and lying around him, Suho sternly warned them to stop screaming, unless they wanted an extra dose of pain. He then stored all of them away inside his subspace portal, casually dusting off his hands. He declared the only thing left was to find COG1 inside the kitchen, which was a complete disaster zone. Suho finally found the man he'd been looking for. Ji-won was slumped unconscious on the floor, asleep right in front of his laptop. Suho called his name, and the man blinked awake, staring blankly at our hero. When Suho asked if he'd finally snapped back to reality, Ji-won then looked around shakily, asking what just happened. Suho greeted him warmly, then introduced himself. Ji-won froze, asking in horror if this was really the one and only Suho from the news. He couldn't fathom how Suho ended up here, nor where the criminals who held him hostage had vanished to. Still visibly shaking, he looked utterly terrified. Suho remembered reading in Ji-won's autobiography that he had been brutally beaten and imprisoned for 6 months by these ruthless thugs. He saw the man was far too traumatized to speak normally right now, so he gently extended his hand. The ring then responded to Ji-won's intense emotions, discovering they were black. Suho then gently pressed his palm to Ji-won's chest to fully absorb them. When Suho asked if he was feeling better, Ji-won stared at him, utterly dumbfounded, unable to grasp how his intense trembling had stopped. Suho knelt before him, explaining softly that he saw his condition was absolutely terrible and used one of his skills to help him. Ji-won gasped, then hesitantly asked, what would happen to him now? Would he be going to jail? Suho asked why he would. Ji-won admitted he'd done many terrible things. Suho reminded him that he had been forced into everything, and people like that didn't belong in jail. Ji-won reluctantly agreed, still quite suspicious. He asked how Suho even knew he was here, when Suho hadn't even joined the association yet. Suho answered that he found him, using a special skill no one else knew about, and that he was sharing this information because he truly, genuinely needed him. Ji-won anxiously clutched his left hand, claiming he was completely useless. Suho firmly disagreed. Ji-won was the only person in Korea with the cyber type trait. Ji-won stared in shock as Suho revealed that, among countless traits worldwide, the cyber type was one of the absolute rarest, allowing the user's consciousness to enter the digital world. Only 2 people had ever awakened it. One was CO Ji-won, and the second was known as Overload, who discovered the terrifying potential of digitization and attempted to seize control of the entire internet, becoming a nearly unstoppable threat. Even after the system arrived, and the one person who managed to defeat him had been CO Ji-won himself. A year after escaping from the criminals, Ji-won disappeared and sacrificed himself to destroy Overload. He was later honored with a nickname Media. Everything about his tragic life had been recorded in his autobiography. Thinking of that, Suho vowed that this time he wouldn't allow Overload to appear, and he definitely wouldn't let Ji-won die. Suho explained to Ji-won this was precisely why he needed him. One day, the world was destined for destruction by the very gates, and the terrifying system itself. And Suho knew he couldn't face that nightmare by himself, so he asked Jivan if he would lend a hand. Jivan, trembling once more, gazed at him in sheer awe as dark, flowing streams erupted from the ring. The system declared another full absorption was complete. Jivan closed his eyes tightly, pondering if someone as broken as him could truly pose a threat to the world. He admitted he would have sold his very soul just to escape, but now things felt different. He felt compelled to help the man who had saved his life. Kneeling, he clenched his fist, brimming with resolve. He realized that someone wielding power identical to his own could unleash unimaginable destruction upon the world. He confessed he wasn't sure if he could truly succeed, but he vowed to help no matter what. Suho then saw the man described in the autobiography, a person who had endured hell itself, yet remained utterly selfless. Suho thanked him sincerely, declaring their first step was to grab a meal. When Jivan admitted he had no money, Suho slid a pair of slippers toward him, telling him not to fret. He'd cover it. Jivan then asked how Suho knew all of this, and Suho replied with an awkward, sheepish expression, explaining it was all thanks to his unique skill. Tears welled up in Jivan's eyes, as Suho quietly said he knew the man had suffered greatly. Later, as they finally ate together, Jivan apologized for devouring his food so greedily, admitting he hadn't eaten a proper meal in ages. Suho assured him it was perfectly fine and immediately ordered another plate. After eagerly finishing his soup, Jivan thanked him, then shyly posed a question. Suho reminded him they were now partners, a team, and could speak openly and freely. And since they were only a year apart in age, Jivan could just call him by his first name. Jivan, watching another empty bowl being cleared away, agreed and told Suho that he could also treat him like an old acquaintance. He then asked why Suho chose the Hunter Association instead of joining or even founding a powerful guild. After all, government work came with countless, frustrating restrictions. Suho closed his eyes for a moment and explained that, no matter how strong a guild might be, its power still had limits. He wanted to stop the world's destruction, with minimal casualties, and the association was the only place that could help him achieve that. Jivan nodded, finally understanding. Suho then put down his spoon and stated he wanted to make a promise. Once he joined the association, no one would ever dare do something like this to Jivan again. Jivan smiled gratefully and said he would trust him. Suho stood, offering to sort out the man's past. Jivan, confused once more, followed as Suho put on his jacket and asked if the thugs who'd kidnapped him really grew up in the same orphanage as him. It was time to pay them a not-so-friendly visit. The moment Jivan saw those thugs again, rage completely took over. He beat them mercilessly as they begged him to stop, calling him brother, insisting he'd kill them at this rate. His fists dripped with blood as he screamed at them to shut up. Even the blonde thug lay unconscious by the wall. When Jivan asked to heal the villain again, Suho looked at the man and asked, "How many times have they done this?" Jivan cheerfully answered, 7 times. Suho warned him that the special forces would arrive soon, so the beating session had to end. He then healed the blonde, remembering how this man had suffered deeply because of similar trauma, and hoping this would help him escape his painful past. A gray car pulled up and Chief Pai Sudrin stepped out. He noted that Suho seemed to have figured everything out already. Suho, standing beside the unconscious blonde, thanked him for coming personally. Pai said he had special feelings for Suho and couldn't help himself. Suho felt slightly offended by that phrasing. The kidnappers were lying unconscious. Pai asked if these were really the criminals. Suho confirmed it. Pai observed that although they were knocked out, they didn't have a single scratch. Suho explained they had fiercely resisted arrest, but he patched them up right afterward. Pai burst out laughing, totally digging Suho's style, a hero who absolutely didn't hold back. Suho quickly apologized, admitting he wasn't exactly a pro in this field. Pai quickly clarified he wasn't scolding him. In fact, he totally approved. He even went as far as to say Suho could beat villains almost to death if he wanted. The association's specialized healers could erase all evidence of any violence. Pai then pressed his foot onto the blonde's head and grimly muttered that Criminals like these totally deserved execution, but society was just obsessed with humanity. Suho pondered how he had learned this method. Back when he worked with the special department. In his past life, remember? Pai then noticed Jaiwan lurking behind Suho and immediately stated he'd heard the criminals use this boy in their nasty schemes, and that it was his very first time seeing someone with actual cyber-type abilities. He added that Jaiwan seemed incredibly dangerous and absolutely must be taken in. Both Suho and Jaiwan glared at him. Suho instantly asked if that was truly necessary, explaining that Jiwon was nothing more than a victim. He then handed Pai a folder containing the young man's full testimony and documents proving everything he said. Pai was utterly stunned that Suho gathered all of it so quickly. He then had to ask if digitization could actually be used inside a gate. Suho instantly understood Pai's motive and explained that the skill purely belonged to the digital domain, you see, making it completely useless in gate combat, but incredibly valuable in cybersecurity. Pai meticulously examined the documents and said that if the ability wasn't useful in combat or even support roles, and the special department didn't need him, Suho softly asked him not to punish Jiwon. Pai commented that Suho was definitely getting soft, like taking care of the guy, but after hearing everything, he admitted Jiwon had suffered absolutely horribly. Turning to his subordinates, Pai declared that Suho was completely right. The victim absolutely shouldn't be punished. They'd officially closed the case and helped Jiwon get his compensation. Suho gave a deep bow, profusely thanking him. Pai declared justice was always his ultimate goal. Then he pressed Suho. How did he know about this case? Suho had been absolutely waiting for this moment. Raising a finger, he explained. CO Ji-won had sent out a digital distress signal, using his unique skill. Suho checked its validity and orchestrated a rescue. Pai looked skeptical, asking if that was truly what happened. Suho thought, of course not, but kept his thoughts to himself. Pai then handed the folder to his subordinate, praising Suho for always finding a perfect solution. Suho humbly brushed it off, claiming it was just luck. Pai retorted that luck always favored the capable, placing a hand on Suho's shoulder. He promised to arrange the special recruitment. As agreed, Ji-won finally stepped closer, asking what he should do now. Suho simply pointed behind him and told Ji-won he was coming with him. Ji-won gawked around the apartment in utter shock, while Suho coolly grabbed a drink from the fridge. The place was luxurious, almost unnervingly perfect, and Ji-won couldn't help but blurt it out loud. Suho casually replied it wasn't his home. This belonged to Jo Jin-woo, the PBS reporter, as he poured the drink into a glass. He mentioned that the owner was currently away on a business trip, so the two of them had the entire place to themselves. Ji-won nervously accepted the glass, asking if the owner wouldn't be furious about him bringing someone over without permission. Suho brushed it off, saying it wasn't a big deal at all, but he warned Ji-won not to talk too much. Ji-won slapped his own chest dramatically and promised to stay silent as a fish. Then he quickly asked what Suho wanted him to do next. Suho lifted the glass to his mouth, then clarified. Ji-won had been kidnapped right after hitting level 50 and awakening his ability, right? Ji-won confirmed it. Suho stated. That meant Ji-won would soon have to face Overload, and for that, he needed to grow stronger fast, strong enough to reach a level close to Suho's own, if they truly wanted to prevent the world's end together. A shocked Ji-won asked if that meant he'd have to clear gates alongside him. But Suho simply shook his head, his fingers still flying across the laptop. Leveling him up wouldn't be their method. The traditional way, by clearing gates. Instead, Ji-won needed to master his cyber-type ability with maximum efficiency before turning the laptop toward him. Suho then asked, how do you feel about going online together? Ji-won hesitated. Is that even possible? Suho told him to read his own skill description, but then pointed out something the system didn't openly mention. Although Ji-won could transfer his own consciousness into the network, nothing explicitly said he couldn't pull someone else inside with him. Ji-won stared at him in utter disbelief, but agreed to try. He placed his hand over the laptop and activated digitization. A glowing digital circle formed above his palm as the system notified Suho that player, CO Ji-won, was attempting to transfer his consciousness into the digital world and requesting permission. Suho approved. The system then announced the transition process, and Suho's expression tightened in surprise. A moment later, he found himself standing in the middle of a massive vineyard, under a bright sky. He suddenly realized he had literally entered the laptop's home screen, the Windows wallpaper he'd always seen, but never imagined he'd experience firsthand. Jaiwan, running from behind, called out to him in excitement. He said it felt bizarre seeing someone else here, because until now, he'd always been alone in this digital world. Suho admitted this was his first time too, and it felt absolutely amazing. Jaiwan looked around at the endless fields and asked if they really were inside. The wallpaper photo, Suho confirmed it was an actual winery image, complete with grapevines. He even plucked a grape and chewed it out of curiosity, earning a laugh from Jaiwan, who reminded him that the digital world had visuals. But finding no taste or smell, Suho spat out the illusion. He admitted he wanted to test it out anyway. They continued their walk through the vineyard, as Jaiwan then asked how they were supposed to increase his level here. Suho was surprised Jaiwan didn't know. Levels rose based on experience points, and the system didn't care whether actions happened in the physical world or not. He even reminded Jaiwan that he'd increased his sword proficiency during his virtual reality hunter exam. Jaiwan then asked if leveling in a virtual environment was actually possible. Suho clarified that skills could be trained there, but not character levels. However, this digital world was different. Here, nothing resets after death. Here, everything was real enough to kill you. And that was what made it capable of affecting the system. They stopped in front of a pair of closed digital doors, labeled File Cleaner. Jaiwan asked what this folder was. Opening it revealed a cheerful computer window, claiming to organize devices easily. Suho explained that it wasn't an antivirus at all. It was malware. When Jaiwan asked if he really planned to level up using a virus, Suho confirmed it. Malware behaved like monsters, attacking and destroying systems. Therefore, Jaiwan needed to risk his life and defeat them to gain experience. He warned him again. Dying here meant dying for real. He also told him never to answer the guide's questions, because that would unleash more viruses. As they stepped inside, a blue-haired girl greeted them sweetly, asking if they wished to use the free file cleaner. Suho smiled and said it sounded tempting. Jaiwan nervously admitted he almost answered her. Suho handed him a weapon and told him he probably belonged to the magician class, so he should stay in the back, attack, collect bonuses, and let Suho tank the front line. The blue-haired girl reappeared, with a much sharper tone, repeating her question. This time, dozens of black, glitching monsters with glowing eyes emerged. Behind her, the system didn't even properly describe them, only incomprehensible. Corrupted characters flooded the status window. A terrified Jaiwan gasped at the sheer number. Suho manifested his gleaming, bloody sword and quickly reassured Jaiwan that while they were stuck inside, the monsters couldn't escape through the door. But if Jaiwan couldn't escape himself, he'd die, so he had to use his magic well. A massive, black skull monster suddenly lunged forward, but Suho decapitated it in an instant. He reminded Jaiwan to get his spell ready. A digital circle brightened around Jaiwan's hand as he confirmed his readiness, and Suho fearlessly charged into the horde, cutting down wave after wave of corrupted entities. Eventually, after a fierce battle, the monsters scattered into pixels. As Suho finished them off, Jaiwan collapsed onto one knee, utterly exhausted and shaking, admitting he thought he was going to die. Suho told him he was still alive and now level 59. He then asked how Jaiwan was doing. Jaiwan said he had reached level 55. Suho quickly realized the guy was far more talented than expected. With the right guidance, he could work perfectly alongside the Banshee group. He helped Jaiwan stand and suggested they log out and rest. Jaiwan agreed eagerly. Back in the real world, Suho chugged a Coke on the couch, relaxing, relieved that there was a safe way to level up without entering actual gates. He then checked the public reaction to the news article about him clearing the swamp of despair. The internet was absolutely flooded with admiration. People asking the government to give him a medal, fans wanting souvenirs, and endless praise. Suho rubbed his nose proudly. As long as he kept clearing gates, the world treated him like a hero. And honestly, that kind of respect made life worth living. Seeing everything proceed exactly as planned, he decided it was time for the next step. Suho ended up on a late-night call with guild leader Bei. He went straight to the point, wanting permission to clear the S-rank gate under Nexus Guild's name and throwing in the promise that every single piece of loot would go straight to the guild's pockets. No strings attached, no conditions whatsoever, just pure grind value. The gate in question is none other than the infamous Mole Mine, an S-rank dungeon absolutely packed with mana stones, and crawling with those terrifying mole monsters that move like they're speedrunning. Through the dark, Suho eyed the place, already picturing just how annoying this was going to be. So many damn moles, grabbing even one mana stone, felt like snatching candy from a nest of feral toddlers. Still, he smirked, like this entire death cave was just another warm-up round. Clearing it was exactly what he planned to do. On the other end of the call, Guild Leader Bei was quietly analyzing the situation. If mortality inside the gate spiked, the government could snatch the dungeon away under national safety protocols, which meant having Suho clear it would actually secure Nexus Guild's ownership. Bei genuinely thought Suho's idea was pure gold. He just didn't understand why. The kid sounded so urgent about it. Suho, still lounging, explained that he might join the Korean Hunters Association earlier than expected, which meant he wouldn't be able to finish out his contract properly. So before he dipped, he wanted to at least do something truly worthwhile for the guild. It was his version of paying rent. Before leaving the apartment, Bei understood. Even though a hint of disappointment slipped through, at least Suho told him straight up, instead of some dramatic, last-minute announcement, like half the hunters who ditched the association without warning. Suho added that he'd personally put together a team to handle the moles, so the guild would only need to arrange miners. And none of this had to be rushed. The guild leader finally accepted the plan, saying he'd contact Suho once all preparations were done. The very next day, Suho was in the lounge of the Nexus Academy, where Dihon greeted him warmly. With an outstretched hand, Suho shook his hand warmly, mentioning it had been a while since their last encounter. He then told Jiwon, standing right beside him, that this was Kong Di-won, the one who took the exam in the same group as him. Rubbing the back of his head, Di-won admitted he only passed the exam, thanks to the invaluable advice he'd received from Suho. They all settled around a table, and Suho then asked if Di-won had managed to join a squad yet. Di-won replied he was still training, entering gates and gaining experience on his own. Suho looked at him thoughtfully, remembering that usually when a newcomer joins a guild, they're assigned to a squad to build up experience and boost their survival rate. Smiling slightly, he then asked Di-won if he'd like to gain experience within his own squad. He explained he planned to clear gates soon, and it would be incredibly helpful to have him. Di-won reacted in surprise, but quickly said if Suho was interested in him, then he was ready to assist however needed. He even shouted happily that he was always ready to help. Suho smiled, saying they would start right away, causing Di-won to stare at him in utter disbelief. Inside the simulator, the Banshee squad members were battling a digital copy of Suho. One shouted they needed a flank from the other side, as the fight intensified with cries of effort and pain. Yanawa stood with her fist clenched as the ghostly Suho rushed right at her. In a single devastating strike, the copy took off her head. The squad staggered in shock, while Yanawa gritted her teeth, vowing that one day she would kill Suho with her own hands. The real Suho, standing right behind her, told her she was already doing much better. The squad turned toward him in disbelief, unable to comprehend that the real person had appeared. Suddenly, working through the system window, Suho noted that the squad had grown gloomy. Yanawa complained they had died at least 100 times, and their morale was absolutely suffering. Suho smiled and remarked that, judging by their eyes, they were already acclimated to dying in the simulation. no longer seeing it as a catastrophe, which was an excellent sign indeed. Jaiwan and Diwan watched it all unfold, utterly surprised. Suho then announced new members had joined his squad, formally introducing them to the Banshee team. The group scrutinized the newcomers intently, while Suho explained they had arrived earlier and revealed their names. Diwan smiled, but Jaiwan looked visibly nervous. Suho then challenged the Banshee squad, asking if they were tired of this place yet. Yanawa clenched her fist and declared fiercely they were nowhere near bored. Burning with fury, she vowed she wouldn't rest until she managed to take Suho's head off, and the entire Banshee group was fueled with fierce killing intent. Suho smiled, saying he liked that attitude, advising the newcomers to cultivate the same instinct. Yun then asked why that was necessary, and Suho gently replied that it was essential if they truly wanted to survive inside real gates. He declared that, from today onward, they would all train to clear gates together. Yunhwa stepped closer, and Suho told her one newcomer was a mage, and the other a tank, so they wouldn't need sword training. She would need to organize the squad properly, use the clones well, and train everyone hard. Yunho agreed, but asked him to at least explain more about the gate. Suho adjusted the system window, stating he'd have to change the clones' settings, but soon they would understand everything themselves, so they needed to be ready. When she pressed him again about the type of gate, Suho simply stated it would be a very ordinary one. He added that it would be inconvenient to call each other with meaningless shouts in real combat, so they needed proper forms of address. Yunho said she was unsure what to call him, but she'd rather die than call him Appa. Suho, still working through the window, said that since they were one team now, she could call him team leader. She accepted that. Suho then announced he had other matters to attend to, asking them to notify him once preparations were complete. Dahan and Jaiwan watched in utter confusion as the digital Suho dramatically pulled a sword from the ground. When they asked what exactly they should do, Yanawa coolly told them they'd soon see for themselves. The virtual Suho then pointed his sword right at them, calling them trash, and demanding why they were standing around like ducks. He demanded they attack him instead of just staring. Dahan was absolutely stunned, admitting he never imagined Suho acting like that. Meanwhile, Yunho casually remarked that he was always like this. She warned the newcomers to be ready, unless they wanted their heads rolling. Meanwhile, the real Suho stepped out of a taxi outside. The driver explained that cars weren't allowed any farther down this road, so Suho would have to continue on foot. Suho calmly agreed and continued his journey forward, standing before the imposing tall buildings. He then activated his ring, using first Mumu, and the system reported that the skill, Monochrome Solitude, had been activated to erase his presence. As he walked down the sidewalk, he observed the neighborhood of Paeju, once famously known as the Golden Land. Seeing the beggars nearby, he recalled how incredibly prosperous this place used to be, but after the appearance of multiple gates, and far too few hunters to clear them, the entire area had become utterly desolate. If not for these cursed gates, this place would never have devolved into such a ruined district, passing by the impoverished residents. He thought about how the area was now filled with crime, gangs, drugs, and widespread hunger. He knew he couldn't save everyone here, but still, he remained determined. He needed to clear the gate quickly, and when the right time came, this place could actually become useful. Looking up, he realized that this abandoned area had attracted a certain group of people who just might be useful to him. He stopped before a familiar door, remembering that he used to come here often. In his past life, a man then peeked through a small window in the door and demanded to know his identity. Suho stated his intention to buy the mine. Just then, Mumu deactivated. The man immediately recognized him as Suho. Suho, smiling, confirmed it. The man opened the door and invited him inside. He then gestured toward the sofa across from them. The man explained that while they weren't officially open yet, he already had specific orders on how to treat Suho. He then asked if Suho had ever visited Paeju. Suho, however, asked if the man was uncomfortable instead. The man, confused, repeated the question, and Suho pointed out that he didn't seem comfortable in the mask he was wearing. Surprised, the man asked how Suho had noticed that. Suho reassured him not to worry. Since they were alone, the man then removed the mask, revealing a stunning red-haired woman underneath. She commented that she had expected someone capable of clearing 2 portals solo to possess abilities like this. Suho immediately recognized her as Choi Yun, one of the most famous gate brokers in the country. In his past life, he had gained access to countless portals through her, but now in this timeline, she was barely known. Choi Yun crossed her legs elegantly and inquired how Suho knew about this place, adding that she found it quite interesting. He used the slang term mine instead of the official term gate. Suho thought to himself that Choi Yun only gained popularity much later, after joining the Union, Korea's largest underground guild. Placing his briefcase on the table, he simply stated that he always learned what he wanted to know, and then suggested they discuss the gates. She asked which ones he was looking for. He asked if she had access to the Twisted Forests. Choi Yun stiffened in clear surprise, and Suho pushed the briefcase towards her, stating he wanted to buy a pass and would be entering alone. She explained that the Twisted Forest had only just appeared on the market, less than 3 days ago, and it was a closely guarded secret. She grilled him on how he even knew she had access and what the price was. Suho answered that explaining these things was pointless. In the black market, such chatter wasn't necessary. He reminded her of the golden rule for gates. People didn't talk more than absolutely needed. There were 2 distinct types of gate deals: buying the gate itself or purchasing a one-time entry ticket. Full ownership naturally cost a fortune, but even a single entry into a sought-after gate could drain your wallet. Choi Yun nervously apologized, admitting that a one-time entry into the Twisted Forest demanded a hefty 100 million won, and clearing it solo was nearly impossible. She asked if he was truly sure he wanted to attempt it. Suho, however, just brandished a thick wad of cash, telling her, "Don't you worry about a thing. This was entirely his responsibility." He told her to take a deposit now, and he'd hand over the rest at the gate. Smiling, Choi Yun admitted he'd genuinely surprised her, hence all her grilling. She then agreed to take him. Their car soon cruised across a bridge, and Suho's eyes caught an emblem on the dashboard. From that small detail, he realized Choi Yun had already joined the Union. He mused that this was a good thing. Their influence would definitely prevent any trouble. Gazing out the window, he listened intently as she asked, "Are you at all surprised we're crossing into North Korea?" He admitted it was indeed quite unusual. He recalled how, after the gates first appeared, North Korea had descended into utter chaos. China had attempted to seize control, but failed due to the monstrous creatures near the borders. Meanwhile, South Korean hunters moved with far more freedom. Later during the ride, Choi Yun commented that Suho was far more straightforward than she had initially expected. She'd read about him in articles, she said, and assumed he'd be completely different. Suho simply replied that he just wanted to leave a good impression. They soon stepped out of the car, right in front of a group of heavily armed men. Choi Yun then announced she'd brought a guest who wished to enter the Twisted Forest, and claimed the payment was already settled. A scar-faced man scoffed, saying he'd expected a nobody, but Suho's presence genuinely took him aback. The girl sharply told him to mind his manners, then demanded to know where his boss was. From a nearby tent, a bald man emerged, introducing himself as their leader, and declaring it an honor to finally meet Suho. Suho quietly scrutinized him, recognizing him instantly as Bang Dok, also infamously known as the Woodsman, a truly notorious human trafficker who had once abducted people, labeling them logs and selling them as mere merchandise. In his past life, this man had been captured and sentenced to life behind bars. Suho couldn't recall him ever cooperating with the Union or owning a gate. They then stood before a pristine white vehicle. Choi Yun then inquired if they could enter the gate immediately. Bang Dok promptly responded that she could, but a hunter who had already cleared 2 portals solo shouldn't be permitted inside. Confused, she demanded to know why. Bang Dok slowly removed his glasses, and then coolly claimed that they only sold tickets to individuals who absolutely couldn't manage to clear the portal themselves. Someone like Suho simply didn't meet their stringent conditions. Suho frowned, musing that such a twisted justification perfectly fit a human trafficker's warped logic. Choi Yun immediately challenged him, asking if he was attempting to hike the price right then and there. She folded her arms, warning him sternly that he shouldn't ever expect her to tolerate such blatant disrespect. Bang Do quickly forced a smile, turning away and claiming it had merely been a joke. Suho knew perfectly well that even the woodsman wouldn't dare argue extensively. Not with a union broker, that's for sure. Bang Do grumbled that no one ever let him joke around anymore, then waved them over, telling them to follow him. Choi Yun politely gestured for Suho to proceed, assuring him she would personally ensure his safety. Meanwhile, several unpleasant-looking men glared at Suho with undisguised hostility. Suho understood perfectly that if he successfully managed to clear the gate, an ambush could very well be waiting for him on the way out. And that's precisely why brokers are responsible for keeping their clients absolutely safe, and why so few remained when the shutter lifted. A glowing portal suddenly appeared. Bangduk questioned Suho, asking if he truly planned to enter alone, and if he seriously believed he was invincible. Suho simply ignored him and stepped right through the gate. In a twisted forest, a blue portal shimmered before him. The system promptly reported that entry had begun. It also laid out the rules. Only hunters level 99 or below were permitted to enter, and the maximum squad size allowed inside was 8. Suho stepped further into the twisted forest, lifting his gaze to take in the eerie, twisted landscape. He hadn't expected to find himself in this place. In his previous life, he had never even entered this gate, but he'd heard more than enough about it to know exactly what awaited inside. Calling forth his shadow spear, he decided to first search for anything useful. Closing his eyes, he activated his magic detection, and purple streams of energy rose upward. A massive yellow eye glared back at him, as he realized the very trees themselves were monsters. The system identified them as twisted ants. Level 93. Suho hurled his spear, striking right beside the monster's eye. He considered that an axe would be ideal here, but he didn't have one at the moment. The ant let out a deafening roar as Suho swiftly summoned his bloody sword, thinking that the mole mine boss had been far more troublesome than these creatures. Just like with the nameless swordsman, he would need sufficient leveling before he could easily defeat something like this. He slashed forward, cutting the monster's attack in half. As the system reported the activation of decapitation, holding the weapon tightly, he acknowledged the clear difference. 30 levels separated him from the ant, so it made sense he couldn't destroy it instantly. He decided to fight, using only his skills as a swordsman. His blade left a vivid trail of blood behind it, as another roar echoed through the forest. Soon, he stood over the chopped remains of the monster, his sword trembling slightly. Even defeating a single ant proved difficult, but he could feel his level slowly increasing. He pushed forward, convinced the sheer number of monsters here made a perfect spot for intense training. A gaping, tooth-lined maw opened beneath another ant's eye, just as Suho launched himself skyward, soaring high into the air, promising to turn the creature into firewood later. Fallen trunks formed a heap beneath him, as he stood triumphantly atop the destroyed ants, declaring that he had finally managed it. And opening his status window, he realized that despite the slow progress, he had achieved his desired outcome. A touch of surprise crossed his expression as the system congratulated him. The light of healing had reached maximum level. It explained that F-rank healing now used mana more efficiently, increased healing effectiveness, and reduced regeneration time. It showed him the progression from rank 50 to 100, and he recalled how, before level 40, he'd only had access to one class skill. At level 50, class skills rose to rank A. After level 60, they ascended once more, and at level 100, he would be able to change his class entirely, jumping down from the broken trunks. Suho walked forward, hands in his pockets, thinking the boss should be appearing soon. Meanwhile, in the middle of a quiet pond, sat a mysterious, horned creature. Its eyes were closed. When they opened, the system identified it as Milan. ruler of the Twisted Forest, a level 100 monster boss. Suho stopped in front of the horned figure, finally encountering his first one-star monster. He reflected that monsters below level 99 were usually not specially classified, but from level 100 onward, they were given 1 star for each 100 levels. Malayan spoke, saying an uninvited guest had arrived. Suho replied that he himself had been invited to nothing in this world, since the monsters had opened the portals first, yet they dared to call others uninvited. In his eyes, it was almost amusing, summoning his shadow spear. He claimed Malayan just didn't get it. The system blared, divine power activated. He surged forward, spear flying through the air. Malayan effortlessly snatched it with one hand. He sensed the undeniable surge of divine energy. "Are you a servant of the gods?" he questioned. Suho materialized a crimson blood sphere in his palm. He coolly confirmed the boss's shrewd guess. The blood projectile rocketed forward. It slammed directly into the spear, driving it deep into Malayan's chest. Suho casually remarked that he'd expected a bit more from a one-star boss. Malayan casually ripped out the spearhead. A chilling, predatory smile crept onto his face. He then roared, declaring that Suho had made an unforgivable, fatal mistake. The system blared a warning. The entire forest quaked with Malayan's unbridled fury. His terrifying killing aura washed over Suho, overwhelming him, until the ancient dragon blood within him surged to life, activating the formidable dragon's armor. It completely shielded him from the intense, crushing aura. Suho calmly noted Malayan's aura was indeed powerful, but this fight was now essentially the struggle between a deer and a true dragon. Malayan snarled, demanding to know what dark magic shielded him. Suho simply stated it wasn't magic at all. It was merely the reward for his efforts. He summoned the ominous shadow spear once more. The boss scoffed, asking if that was all he had. Suho coolly replied he could do much more if necessary. The spear slammed into the ground before Malayan. Ominous black chains coiled tightly around the boss. The system flashed, shadow binding activated, and shadow bleeding. Yet Malayan ripped through them with ease. He then asked if Suho truly thought such petty tricks would work. He raised his arms, the water around him bubbling violently. Dark energy surged upwards, menacingly. Ominous, shadowy formations erupted from the pond. With a chilling, confident smile, Malayan dared Suho to feel the true difference in their strength. Suho watched on, utterly calm. "I'm looking forward to it," he coolly replied. A powerful strike suddenly flew at him. He dodged it with surprising ease, retaliating with a flurry of blood-enhanced sword attacks. His blade glowed a fierce, bloody crimson as the system activated decapitation. Suho realized this foe was indeed much tougher than those pesky ants. He leaped back, deftly dodging a massive root, then cleanly sliced through another. Malayan sneered, claiming Suho had no idea how to wield a sword. Suho admitted it with a confident smile, stating he just needed to wait a moment longer. Malayan studied him intently, unable to discern his true intentions. Suho's slashes continued relentlessly, and faint red marks began appearing on the roots. Malayan realized Suho had stopped using divine power and couldn't comprehend the purpose of these seemingly weaker attacks. Suho's movements made absolutely no sense to him. Malayan spread his arms, preparing yet another assault, sending multiple roots surging violently forward. He promised to tear Suho to shreds, but when the attack reached Suho's position, the roots split apart effortlessly, standing calmly on a stone island. Suho's serene expression sharply contrasted Malayan's shock. Malayan tried to justify it, imagining Suho had struck weakened points on the roots. But as more roots fell with incredibly clean cuts, Suho declared that his technique seemed to have worked. He had been using decapitation, so the system would assess his technique. Now that it recognized his mastery, it significantly boosted his strength. Holding a gleaming red and black sword, he watched as the system announced that his swordsmanship had surpassed all others and upgraded decapitation to rank S. A follow-up message stated that the will of the nameless sword reacted to this increase. Smiling, Suho read the new system notifications. The sword's consciousness awakened. It blessed him. It chose a new target. And then the system congratulated him for becoming the successor of the Void. Style swordsmanship. Malion unleashed another swarm of roots, shouting that Suho couldn't possibly stop this attack. Suho looked up, struck once, and split the massive root neatly in half. The system identified the technique as the first form of the Void. Style /Malion. Enraged, demanded to know what sorcery this was. Suho replied that it was not magic, holding his bloody sword forward. He said the real fun was only beginning. The system announced that Suho's understanding of swordsmanship surpassed all others and would now be added to the system's database. Suho thought back to when he first created the style, mistakenly believing he had reached the limit later. He had realized that there are monsters, like the nameless swordsman, whose skills exceeded all human abilities. The first technique he learned afterward was Void Style, Steel Cutter, and he had achieved it in this life far faster. Malayan furiously promised to crush this dark magic, but Suho asked whether life taught him nothing. The system activated cutting steel. Suho slashed, and Malayan raised his hands in disbelief. Unable to comprehend what he was seeing, Suho questioned whether the boss was blind in his old age and promised to finish him. Malayan refused to back down, summoning giant monsters. Behind him, the system identified them as Twisted Forest Golems levels 96 to 98. Suho declared that Malayan had summoned pathetic creatures. Malayan smirked, ordering the golems to kill him. Suho charged forward, striking down one with a single blow as the system activated. Cutting steel, again, more golems collapsed, dropping green stones. Standing among the defeated monsters, Suho told Malayan that steel was no longer difficult for him to cut, so these creatures didn't stand a chance. Malayan snarled, sending more vines toward him. Suho sliced them apart and said the boss had exhausted all his strength. He jumped up onto a stone, then another, and declared that it was time to finish it. Leaping into the air, he kicked Malayan mid-flight, knocking the boss into the water. Streams ran down the monster's body as Suho summoned a shadow spear and wrapped him in chains. Malayan, struggling, demanded he stop talking and accused him of daring to mock a being of his stature, but the chains held him in place. Suho swung his blade and beheaded him with a single decisive strike. The system announced that Malayan, king of the Twisted Forest, had been defeated, and the gate was cleared. Suho was named MVP, received bonus experience, 1 skill point, and another skill point as all his abilities rose with the level increase. A green sphere floated up from Malayan's corpse. Suho said this was what he came for. The system described it as the cursed druid sphere, rejected by the gods, an artifact that controlled unstable minds and corrupted them. It had allowed Malayan to become the sole druid and guardian of the Twisted Forest. Suho examined it, thinking that although the Void Style was valuable, this sphere had been his true goal from the start. With that, he decided it was time to leave outside the portal. People watching gasped as they realized the gate had been cleared. Cho Yin was shocked that he had succeeded. Bang Duk stared, enraged, remembering their earlier conversation. The gate was S rank, allowed up to 8 participants, and was considered nearly impossible to clear. It had been his gold mine. He remembered the effort it took to obtain ownership of the gate, and now one boy had taken everything from him. Furious, he shouted at Cho Yun, asking if she knew how much he had invested, and that even 100 million won wasn't enough compensation. His men smiled darkly as he ordered them to skin Suho alive. Choi Yin stepped forward and asked whether they understood the consequences of what they were attempting. Bang Duk cursed loudly, demanding to know what the Union had ever done for him before he could finish. The point of a shadow spear burst through his chest. Shocked, he stared at his own blood before collapsing as his followers screamed in panic. Suho stepped out of the portal, and he approached the frightened gang members, leaning over their fallen leader, squinting slightly. He asked Cho Yin if they could leave now. The remaining men glared at him and told him to go. Suho asked if they intended to return the money he had paid. The tip of his sword landed against one man's shoulder, and pressing the red and black blood blade to his throat, Suho told them that since the portal owners had broken the rules, they should pay for it. He demanded the refund. The man quickly agreed. A car door slammed as they left the scene. Choyun, seated at the wheel, thanked him. Soho replied that of course she should be grateful, then added that thanks couldn't be put in a pocket, so a more substantial gesture wouldn't hurt. She admitted he was sharp-tongued, and he answered that it was natural, since he was a swordsman. Handing her his phone, he asked her to give him her number, so they could stay in touch. Choyun said she would call him first instead. Suho said he would welcome it, especially if she found another suitable gate. After saying goodbye, he stepped away from the car, watching him leave. Choyun remarked softly that he was much nicer than she had expected. The scene shifted to the Nexus Academy at 9 a.m. Many feet moved across the pavement as someone asked where they were going. Suho, holding the trunk lid, said he would explain everything once they arrived. Closing the trunk, he added that they shouldn't keep the boss waiting. Leading his squad forward, he told them they were going to the miner's quarry, which made his comrades visibly excited. The group gathered before the protective frame surrounding the portal. Just as a car pulled up, Bae Dong-yuk approached and thanked Suho for coming, and Suho replied that he was fortunate to arrive without any trouble. Before them stood the walls of an iron barrier, and Suho asked if the landkeeper's mine was inside. Dong-yuk explained that a safety zone had been built to contain the gate's energy, and behind him stood a team of workers. Wearing yellow helmets, he confirmed that he arranged the mining team exactly as Suho had requested. Suho thanked him, then suggested they begin the briefing. Dong-yuk agreed that it was time. Inside the meeting room, Suho held a tablet. He explained that inside the mine live creatures known as landkeeper kobolds. If they managed to eliminate them, they would be able to gather a large number of monostones. Their strategy, he said, was straightforward. Destroy every monster, collect as many monostones as possible, defeat the boss, and clear the landkeeper's gate. A guild secretary asked in surprise if it was really that simple. The group looked thoughtful, and someone wondered why no information about the portal boss had been shared during the briefing. Suho replied that he would fight the boss alone, so he felt it didn't require further attention. Raising his index finger, he reminded everyone that, as previously promised, all profits earned from clearing the gate would belong to the Nexus Guild. He shook hands with Dong-yuk, who said he was counting on him. Suho thanked him for the trust and said he would not disappoint. Then, smiling, he told the nearby miner that his squad should wait behind and only begin mining when they received the signal. The miner nodded that he understood. Turning back to his squad, Suho asked if they were prepared. Since this was their first time entering a portal, he asked if they were nervous. The illusion of a monstrous version of Suho hovered above them in their memories, with tears at the corners of her eyes. Yunho admitted they were all, remembering how he tormented them during training. Suho asked her not to exaggerate. Standing before his squad, he told them the mission would be long, so they needed to conserve their stamina. He assigned a Han to cover Jaiwan, and instructed the others to maintain their positions. Their priority, he said, was the safety of the miners. Unlike the Kunlun Mountains, the dead here would not resurrect. They had to be extremely cautious. A red portal pulsed before them. Suho called for everyone to follow him, and the squad responded eagerly. The system announced their entry. Inside, I walked through a dark passage. The system displayed data for the Landkeeper's mine. Maximum level 88, allowed maximum capacity 56. Soon we see a spear impaled on a kobold's head. Suho then rushed at another kobold, oddly wielding a blood-coated shaft, and eliminated it as well. Blue blood flowed from the monster's mouth as a blood jade refilled itself with the spilled liquid. Suho thought it was impressive how few kobolds were present, giving him enough time to gather their blood. One of the miners was astonished, saying that Suho had destroyed all the enemies with a single blow. A Banshee squad member beside him agreed wholeheartedly, and when the miner asked if the boy had never seen Suho fight, Cowan admitted that it was true. Since their leader typically only talked Yunhwa, urged them to keep up the squad, pushed forward and joined the battle. They received orders to eliminate the kobolds and protect the miners. Jivun raised his hands, forming a magical circle, promising cover. D1 decapitated another kobold creature nearby, and Yunhwa told everyone to maintain formation and avoid rushing. Suho looked over his shoulder with a small smile, satisfied that they were following his instructions and that nothing had gone wrong yet. Yanhwa told the miners to begin their work once the hunters pushed forward a bit. The miners started digging. Massive crystals glimmered around them as one miner announced they had nearly finished gathering the stones and requested they be taken to the surface. He also told his teammates to double check for valuables and to remove any monster corpses blocking the area. A miner suddenly noticed something to his left. His companion asked what he was staring at, and the young man said he couldn't believe what he was witnessing as monsters spat blue blood around them. Suho delivered another precise strike, then pierced a goblin to his left, clenching his fist. He activated his bloody weapon. His eyes turned white as defeated enemies piled beneath him, resting the blood sword on his shoulder. He stood amid the fallen creatures. The miners and his squad stared at him in stunned admiration. Several workers raised their arms joyfully, shouting that working with Suho was an honor. Suho suddenly sensed something and ordered everyone to gather. Yanawa responded immediately in a section of the mine. He pointed out a branching passage. The squad confirmed they saw it. Suho said the Nexus Guild had abandoned attempts to clear this gate because endless hordes of kobolds overwhelmed them. Someone asked if they needed to split up, summoning his bloody sword. Suho said he would go alone. They asked again in shock, but he raised his weapon and declared that there was a boss. Inside, with one strike, stones exploded outward. As cutting steel skill activated, D1 was amazed. That's Suho. Can cut through solid rock with a single blow. And Yanawa wondered aloud how such strength was even possible, standing before the narrow passage he created. Suho explained that he purposely made it tight, so that monsters couldn't swarm out all at once. He ordered them to remain here and guard the right side, while he went left when someone asked if they should simply kill any goblins emerging from the cut passageway. Suho confirmed they should, adding that originally he intended to block the entire entrance, but then realized they wouldn't gain experience that way. Turning away from his squad, he told them not to look for him under any circumstances. If he didn't return within 12 hours, they were to leave the mine entirely. Yanawa agreed. Suho thought to himself that he would need all 12 hours to finish what he planned, turning his head once more. He told them they would meet again soon. Doho muttered that Suho had blocked the entrance and questioned whether the man was sane. Hyunmin said that even though Suho was their leader, going alone would be extremely difficult, and he feared Suho might not manage. G1 countered that Suho would be fine, reminding them all that their leader had cleared 2 sealed gates and multiple dangerous portals. Single-handedly, Yanhwa smiled, saying they all remembered that, so they simply needed to believe in him and do their part. One of the fighters agreed and said they needed to make sure Suho would be shocked at how much they had improved by the time he returned. The group clenched their fists with determination, ready to demonstrate everything they had learned in training. Large stones lay scattered before him, and Suho said that now nothing was holding him back. Ahead stretched a countless army of kobolds, and he declared that it was finally time to begin. Smiling slightly, he noted that there were, indeed, an overwhelming number of monsters waiting for him. Yet he also remarked that their numbers meant nothing to him. The landkeeper kobold snarled as the system identified them as level 72 to 74. And Suho rushed forward to attack the monsters, lunged at him with growls, and he delivered rapid strikes. A smaller kobold suddenly dropped from above, but Suho noticed it immediately and raised his weapon, blocking the blow. With an amused expression, he admitted that these creatures actually knew how to use their heads, though all it really did was add unnecessary trouble. The system confirmed the defeat of the landkeeper kobolds outside. Dahan delivered a finishing strike to an enemy and, smiling, turned to one of his comrades to announce that they had dealt with all the monsters. A Banshee squad member agreed, saying that as long as they remained alert, everything would be fine. A miner suggested they take a break and cook something to eat. The miners sat down tiredly beside the crystals, relieved that it was finally time for lunch. One of them was surprised that half the workday had already passed. A miner approached the squad, asking if the young hunters were tired and praising them for doing an excellent job. Jivan admitted that there had been difficult moments, but now everything was calm. Younghwa stood behind him, listening as the miner praised Jaiwan for defeating an entire horde of kobolds. Jaiwan explained that this was only possible because Suho had created a narrow exit tunnel. If the monsters had swarmed at them all at once, they wouldn't have lasted even an hour. Younghwa studied the fallen kobolds thoughtfully, feeling that Suho must have been here before. She hoped he was all right. Remembering her first encounter with him, she thought about how badly that meeting had gone and how she had assumed he was simply insane. But with time, she realized she had begun to worry about him. Smiling faintly, she accepted that she could not help him right now and admitted to herself that it was unclear who should be worrying about whom. Deep inside the mine, Suho sat on a stone, with his bloody sword in hand, biting into a chocolate. Bari complained that the kobolds were not attacking him, even though he was openly eating in front of them. Standing up tiredly, he noticed the monsters glaring at him, but still not moving, and he wondered aloud if they had finally grown afraid of him. Then he added that it hardly mattered anymore, since they no longer interested him. Standing atop a tall cliff, he thought that he only wanted one thing: to find the boss of the portal. It was too dark to see clearly, so he pulled out a flare. Gun, the system explained, that would illuminate the area. For quite a long time, Suho fired it, and the cave lit up with bright scattered lights. In the illuminated cavern, a strange creature with an elephant-like head appeared. The system identified it as Bulgasari, level 99. Suho considered that Bulgasari was known to be nearly impossible to kill, feeding on ore and having a body stronger than most monsters. Approaching it carefully, he recalled that Bulgasari was one of the 3 most dangerous non-star monsters, summoning his shadow spear. Suho declared that it was time to begin. He threw his spear, hitting Bulgasari's head, but the monster reacted only with a ticklish flinch. His smile grew odd as he realized the spear had simply bounced off the creature, as if striking solid stone. Bulgasari finally awakened. Its clawed paws scraped the ground as it rose, throwing its head back and releasing a deafening roar. The kobolds covered their ears in terror. Far away, the miners looked up in panic. One said it felt like an earthquake, and another lamented that he never imagined dying like this. Yanwa saw stones tumbling from the cavern ceiling and realized the source of the tremor was the direction Suho had gone. Sweat ran down her face as she tried to understand what was happening. Meanwhile, Suho looked up at Bulgasari, smiling, as he noted the creature did not appreciate being awake in the system. Warned that Bulgasari was using the boss monster-level fierce skill, the enormous jaws roared again, but Suho stood firm as the system reported that the dragon's blood within him had activated, granting him resistance to the fear effect. Bulgasari's eyes glowed with menace as Suho summoned his bloody sword and invited the beast to attack him. Bulgasari then fired a steel projectile from its trunk, aiming directly at Suho. He remembered that Bulgasari converted ore stored inside its body into ammunition and spat it with incredible force. Although the technique was primitive, its destructive power was terrifying. He gripped his sword with both hands, thinking that steel was one of the strongest materials, and few things could match it with a clean slice. He cut the projectile. Steel slash had activated. Smiling, Suho announced that it was time to tame the monster. He felt relieved that he had collected so much blood earlier. Bulgasari roared furiously, and charged white energy burst from its body, and its massive paws thundered Across the ground, the creature opened its mouth wide, moving shockingly fast. Suho admitted that such speed seemed almost unfair. The monster smashed into the cavern wall with full force as Suho leapt aside, just in time though shaken. He knew he could not waste a single moment. The cave could collapse at any time. Jumping from a rock, he summoned his bloody sword. Holding it firmly, he focused on using every drop of blood he had gathered for the strongest attack he could muster with a decisive strike. He sliced off one of Bulgasari's trunks using the skill. Steel slash, the monster roared in agony. As the severed trunk fell to the ground, landing on one knee, Suho studied the creature closely, thinking that the steel slash attack's effectiveness did not depend on depth of the cut. No matter how thick the armor was, the sword would still deliver maximum damage. Seeing the fallen trunk, he felt a surge of confidence. Convinced now that he could conquer this monster, Suho thought about the well-known strategy against Bulgasari using fire in his past life. This monster had only been defeated with overwhelming flame, but he reminded himself that such a method required an enormous amount of firepower, and since he was not a mage, he had no way to use that option standing. With his blood sword in hand, he understood that this was why he had no choice but to rely solely on his blade. Before him, Bulgasari's enormous paw scraped the ground, the monster growling low and dangerously. Its eyes shifted, and Suho noticed a sudden change. A powerful wave of energy surged from the creature, and the system warned that Bulgasari was shrinking its body to activate quick recovery. The stump of the severed trunk pulsed faintly. Suho thought about the creature's regeneration. Once Bulgasari was wounded, it compressed its body and used the minerals it had absorbed to restore itself, which was precisely why the monster was considered immortal, and so notoriously difficult to kill. A small, almost comical appendage began sprouting from the wound. As the regeneration took place, Suho smiled and asked whether the monster expected him to simply stand and watch this process. Yellow waves of power spiraled around Bulgasari, and the system reported that the monster was initiating ultra enhancement. A new exoskeleton began forming as the absorbed minerals hardened along its body, giving the beast an even more threatening form. The two opponents faced each other. Suho realized Bulgasari was using every skill it had, unleashing its full strength in an attempt to defeat him. Clearly, the monster believed it needed all its power for this single confrontation. Suho, still smiling, accepted the challenge. The monster launched itself forward, the system stating that it was using the skill Ultra Rotation. Holding his bloody sword, Suho braced himself. He had always wondered what Bulgasari, known as one of the strongest monsters, was truly capable of, and he was equally curious to see whether his blade would be able to break through such formidable power. The two clashed. His sword met the monster's rotating body with a violent impact. Bulgasari's eyes gleamed, yet Suho remained calm as he slashed at its form. The creature's limbs suddenly sprawled outward in a helpless motion. Bulgasari growled weakly, looking upward as if trying to understand what had happened. Suho tried to make sense of whether he had already defeated the beast. Raising his sword high, the system announced the activation of Steel Slash. Suho struck with full force, slicing the monster cleanly in half with a single decisive blow. A deafening roar echoed to the monster's remaining eye, glowing as Suho pointed a green sphere toward it, declaring that Bulgasari now belonged to him. Outside the chamber, the miners and the heroes squad waited near a collapsed section of stone. One of them said that the shaking seemed to have stopped. Yanhwa looked up while Jaiwan, standing beside her, remarked that the kobolds had stopped emerging, and it appeared the expedition had already gathered enough monostones. The girl lowered her head slightly. Jaiwan said that now all they could do was wait. Suddenly, Yanhwa's expression brightened. She saw a system message confirming that the gate had been cleared. The miners gasped as they saw the same message appear. The system declared on Suho as the most valuable player. Yanhwa and Jaiwan exchanged relieved smiles, and Ji1 said he had expected nothing less from his boss. Meanwhile, inside, the system informed Suho that for his exceptional achievement, he was awarded 5 skill points smiling. He looked at the glowing green sphere, and the system granted him several more points, along with a level increase and a rise in all his stats. Holding the shining sphere in his hands, he excitedly said that he had done it. He recalled the final blow, thinking that any other monster in Bulgasari's place would have died instantly. But he had not come here intending to kill the beast. The sphere emitted streams of green energy as he explained to himself that his only goal had been to tame the monster, using the control sphere he had obtained. After defeating Malayan, he threw the green sphere onto the ground. It cracked open, and a tiny elephant-like creature appeared. The system identified it as Bulgasari. Level 99, with multiple high-level skills, Suho noted that having traits like Phantom Beast and species domination alone would be enough to classify the monster as S rank. Yet this creature possessed both. He knelt before the miniature elephant. As the system activated healing, his hand hovered over the creature, whose eyes were closed. Suho gently greeted it, and the little monster responded with an odd sound. Rising to its feet, Bulgasari faced him attentively. Suho told it to listen carefully. Surrounded by enormous crystals, he explained that although the creature's enthusiasm was admirable, they could not return here again, so they needed to gather all the ore in the area. The tiny Bulgasari ears flapping looked cheerful. Suho asked if they could begin, and the creature made another series of unusual sounds. Meanwhile, his squad waited at the other end of the mine, confused and increasingly anxious, wondering why their leader was taking so long. Suho now stood inside his impossibly luxurious subspace house, the kind of hidden dimension only very few individuals in the world could ever possess. Surrounded by its vast, quiet expanse, he found himself thinking again about his past life and everything he had learned by living through the world twice. In that old life, the only player who had ever controlled Bulgasari was a person known as Gaia. The master of Earth. Their fame had risen entirely because Bulgasari was an overwhelmingly powerful creature. Suho remembered every detail of how Gaia used Bulgasari. The monster was a mythical beast, capable of devouring any kind of metal, converting all of it into pure strength while also storing enormous quantities of minerals within its body, turning itself into a walking mountain of compressed energy. Inside the subspace house, Bulgasari, now nicknamed Bulbul, shockingly cuter than its terrifying full-size form, it resembled a cheerful, metallic-skinned gray hippo as it bounced energetically around the room. Then Bulbul opened its mouth wide and inhaled an entire mound of gleaming magic stones. Like a living vacuum, once it had consumed everything, it rolled onto its back and began radiating a deep, powerful glow. Suho watched this with satisfaction, thinking that this little creature was unquestionably the greatest miner in the entire world. He smirked to himself. By now, the Nexus miners outside should have collected their portion exactly as agreed in the contract. Whatever remained inside this subspace belonged solely to him, and he had ensured that outside the mine, the Diwan Yonhwa Jaiwan and the rest of the team continued to wait near the sealed tunnel. Daehan grew increasingly restless. Convinced that Suho had been gone far too long, the miners whispered to each other, assuming that Suho must have defeated the boss, but perhaps suffered injuries during the fight. A few even considered going deeper to check, but Jivan held firm, insisting that they follow Suho's strict orders. Yunhwa agreed, even though worry tugged quietly at her thoughts. She reminded everyone that a team without trust in its leader would collapse, and Suho had clearly told them not to enter for at least 12 hours. None of them wanted to break that trust suddenly. The stone wall exploded outward in a burst of purple energy. Suho walked out through the smoke, appearing completely calm, as if he had finished a short training session. Rather than a life-threatening battle, his squad rushed toward him immediately, demanding to know why he had taken so long. Jaiwan, especially dramatic, practically jumped in front of him. Suho teased that if they were that worried, they should have come looking for him. The group quickly reminded him that he was the one who forbade them from doing so. Suho's teasing expression softened when he placed a hand on Jaiwan's shoulder, acknowledging that the boy had followed his orders. Loyally, Manhwa admitted she was relieved that their trust had not been misplaced, though she still disliked being treated like a child. Suho simply said that they had lived entirely different lives, and that was the undeniable truth. Their darker pasts had shifted completely, and he felt a quiet pride at having changed their future paths. Afterwards, Suho thanked the miners and said that it was finally time to leave the cave for good. The group cheered enthusiastically, more than ready to return to the surface. Meanwhile, in his office, guild leader Bae Dong-yuk waited anxiously. The longer the silence stretched, the more tightly he clenched his hands. If anything happened to Suho, all responsibility would fall on him. The Nexus Guild would drown in trouble suddenly. Someone burst through the door with news announcing Suho and his entire team had returned safely. Dong-yuk hurried out to greet them in relief. Suho confirmed the gate was cleared and requested that the result be officially registered. Later, they gathered in the office to review the collected materials and recorded data. Dong-yuk was stunned despite Suho's unusually short contract period. The profits were massive. They estimated more than 7.2 billion won in resources, possibly exceeding 10 billion after processing. Suho quietly remembered the raw stones he had claimed for himself in advance and nearly laughed. His personal haul was worth a fortune. To be fair, Dong-yu offered Suho's squad 10% of the gate's entire profit as a bonus. Suho pretended to be surprised, even though inwardly he thought it was too generous. He had already taken enormous amounts home, so demanding anything more would feel greedy. After a polite exchange, they eventually agreed on a balanced reward that satisfied both sides. Once the matter was settled, Suho mentioned something else. He wanted to form a secret raid unit within the Nexus Guild, since he would soon join the Hunter Association as a government hunter. He would be unable to lead his team officially. He asked Dong-yuk to support them quietly and register them within the guild so they could continue serving as a hidden force behind the scenes. Dong-yuk loved the idea and agreed immediately. Suho reflected that only because he had regressed could he build a foundation this solid, avoid the betrayals of his past life, and test each person until they proved to be trustworthy allies. This time, he wanted Real companions walking beside him, not opportunists. Later, Suho entered the locker room where his squad was gathered, still buzzing with excitement about the previous mission. Jivan immediately leaped toward him with his usual overly enthusiastic greetings. Suho gathered them around and shared the news. Starting today, they were all officially members of Nexus. The team was stunned. Several Banshee members had given up their previous jobs just to follow him, and now they would receive proper pay, clear advancement paths, and official B rank status with potential for a rank promotions. Dahan and the others were ecstatic, celebrating like they had just won a grand prize. Right then, Suho's phone rang. It was Chief Pai calling with even more good news. Suho's special recruitment for the Hunter Association had been approved. Soon he would formally receive a commendation, and begin his government contract. Chief Pai he joked that Suho was becoming far too impressive, and Suho responded that he fully intended to keep surprising everyone from here on out. The next day, inside the Nexus lounge room, the entire Banshee squad was deep inside the digital space created through Jaiwan's digitization skill. The bright white environment looked futuristic from outside, but inside the environment was filled with glitch-covered monsters, their red eyes flickering as they crawled out of broken streams of corrupted data. The creatures let out distorted screams as they swarmed the team. Everyone held their positions, while Dahan barked commands, keeping the formation from collapsing under the chaos. Manhwa glanced toward Jivan, who was catching his breath while leaning heavily on his staff. She asked if he was all right. Jivan insisted. He was fine, though he was clearly pushing himself too hard, determined not to look weak. and wanted to prove he truly belonged in the Banshee squad. One of the older members gave Jivan a playful smack on the back, nearly knocking him off balance, teasing that their youngest member was really fired up today. Another stepped in to steady him, placing a hand on his shoulder and telling everyone to quiet down. Younghwa reached out to help Jivan stand straight and warned him not to let any weakness show. If they wanted to reach level 100, if they wanted to keep up with their leader's reputation, they still had a long road ahead of them. The others agreed if Jivan wanted proper recognition, he had to keep fighting their determination. Collectively, Surge, the entire team, shouted together that no matter how hard the climb became, they would give everything. They had a short distance away. Suho watched them while surrounded by the digital remains of corrupted monsters he had already taken down. Their enthusiasm amused him. He thought the team had grown almost too energetic. He had told Jivan to set the program to hard mode, but even he hadn't expected things to escalate this intensely. He even joked internally that if a virus like this ever spread online, the entire internet would probably collapse soon. Suho walked up to Jivan and asked whether he was holding up. Jivan tried to appear unfazed, saying he was just taking a break before returning to battle. Suho simply told him they were done for the day and that it was time to log out. G1 froze, unable to believe Suho had finished clearing the stage. Already the rest of the team, exhausted but irritated, felt like their leader had played a different game entirely. They insisted they were only getting started. Suho quietly smiled. He knew now that they were pushing themselves harder for his sake. He exited the virtual space later in the real world. Suho sat alone inside Angel and Earth Coffee, a calm cafe near the edge of Seoul. He checked his phone and organized his next steps. Since he had just entered the special recruitment program, his free time would shrink quickly. He needed to move fast. His next priority was locating a certain individual. Soon a white car pulled up outside. Choyun stepped out casually and walked inside as if she owned the place. She ordered a strawberry frappe. Suho reminded her that she wasn't really in the position to demand drinks since he had called her here to repay the favor she owed him. But before she could react, the waiter placed the drink in front of her. Suho had already ordered it. She blinked in disbelief, wondering how he knew the exact drink she would ask for and even the timing. Suho brushed it off, saying it was simple intuition. In truth, the library of memories he carried from his previous life contained even small details, like her favorite snacks, switching topics. He asked if she had found the person he requested. She handed him a document folder, still confused about why he wanted information on what she thought was a junkie. Suho corrected her immediately. The man he sought was a highly skilled craftsman. In Suho's memory, that junkie would become one of the greatest blacksmiths in the world. He thought to himself that finding information on someone like Yuan wasn't easy, yet Choyun had still managed it. She was undeniably good at her work. Suho then said the next step involved using a safe house in Cheongdam, one that belonged to the Union. The girl froze. She knew these safe houses existed, but only the highest ranks had authority over the Cheongdam location. Even brokers rarely stepped inside. Her nerves rose. She pointed out that even knowing about the place was unusual. Suho simply reminded her that she owed him a favor. She tried to negotiate, but he pressed her harder, even teasing that if her entire life's worth amounted to mere paperwork, maybe he shouldn't have helped her at all. Cornered, sweating, she started making out childish excuses. Finally defeated, she said she would make the call. She stepped outside. Suho waited calmly, knowing the Union would eventually choose the most logical outcome. They would approve his request when she returned. She looked defeated and asked whether it truly had to be Cheongdam. Suho's twisted expression made the answer obvious. She regretted asking. He chose the location simply because it was closest. She told him he could use it, but only under one condition. She explained that if he met that condition, he could access the Cheongdam safe house at half price. Even so, half the price was still expensive. She pulled out her phone, ready to accept the Union's terms, but Suho told her to wait. He wanted to know the full catch first. She thought he was being extremely strict for someone asking favors. But Suho replied with a shrug, saying he had to be after all he was joining the Hunter Association finally. Cho-yoon told him the condition. He had to help clear a newly discovered gate. The Union had found one they didn't want exposed because it appeared in an extremely public area. Nam Hansen Suho asked about the monsters inside. She explained the gate was known as Sky Mountain, filled with wyverns, massive, fast sky blue dragons that were difficult even for trained hunters. Only those under level 110 could enter. She added that it wasn't supposed to be a solo operation. Suho only needed to join the raid team and assist. But Suho already knew everything about Sky Mountain. He asked whether the wyverns were sky blue. She confirmed it and asked how he knew. Suho stood up, asking her for the raid time. She said he could go immediately if he wanted. With a calm, confident smile, Suho told her to change the condition because he would be clearing the gate alone. A couple of days later, the sun was shining over a quiet forest clearing where a blue swirling portal stood like a breathing doorway. Boxes of supplies were stacked nearby, prepared for the raid. But Suho walked right past them without slowing down. He headed straight for the gate. Not far behind him, Choi-yoon stood beside Kim Soo-won. A hunter from the Union, Kim Soo-won commented that it was surprising Suho had declined all supplies and insisted on entering alone. Choi-yoon only shrugged. She believed he had his own plans, and their boss had said that regardless of success or failure, watching Suho would be interesting. She still felt confident he would win. Suho always exceeded expectations. In the end, Kim Soo-won, meanwhile, remained curious if Suho succeeded in soloing this gate. He would become even more of a legend if he failed. The fall would be dramatic either way. He found the situation extremely fascinating. Inside the gate, the system loaded a new environment. Celestial Mountain, the surroundings were rocky bright and high above the clouds, with strong winds swirling through the mountain peaks. The system stated that only hunters under level 110 could enter, and the maximum party limit was 31, yet Suho stood there alone, planning to clear everything by himself. He remembered reading association reports about this place. Officially, it was not classified as extremely dangerous, but the reality was different. Many hunters had failed here, and several had died with wyverns dominating the sky. The association usually sent mages and archers. Warriors were advised to stay away, since aerial combat was too difficult for them. But Suho felt that these rules did not apply to him. He gathered blood in his hand and activated his blood weapon skill. A bloody sword formed in his grip. Looking up the winding mountain path, he decided to skip it entirely. Using leap, he soared upward through the sharp winds, as if they were nothing more than a gentle breeze. He ignored the twisting trails and ran straight up the mountain. Soon, he reached a plateau where sky wyverns had gathered. All of them were over level 100. The leader, a sky wyvern at level 109, stood among them. As Suho approached, the wyverns reacted with irritation and surprise, clearly confused that alone human had rushed them so confidently. One wyvern launched a swift attack, but Suho struck faster, slicing the creature cleanly with quick draw. The others recoiled in fear, realizing immediately that this human was unlike any they had faced before. Still, they refused a fair fight. When it became clear none of them could take him one-on-one, the wyverns attempted to overwhelm him from every direction. Suho quickly realized this was a coordinated strategy. The first attacker served only as a distraction. The true threat was the leader, approaching from behind. As the leader lunged for a surprise attack, Suho dodged and slashed upward, landing a precise hit. Enraged, the sky wyvern used its fear skill. A wave of blue pressure rolled across the mountain, but Suho's dragon blood rendered him immune to him. The wyvern's intimidation felt almost amusing. Only real dragons could frighten him. These wyverns were merely imitations. Frustrated, the leader fired its breath attack. Meanwhile, the lesser wyverns tore large boulders from the mountainside and hurled them at Suho, blocking his movement, while the leader prepared another strike. It was a surprisingly well-coordinated tactic. As the rocks crashed down, The leader charged in for the kill. Suho activated Leap again, soaring above the crowded attack. From the air, he used Airstyle's first form Sever and prepared Cutting Steel. He descended like a blade from the sky and cut the leader from head to tail with one clean strike. With the leader defeated, Suho observed its remains and felt that he was finally starting to adapt to his newer technique. Still, he sensed room for improvement. He continued climbing higher, heading toward the true boss of this gate, but suddenly the air darkened. A massive monster stepped into view, larger than the others, with dark blue scales and a crown of jagged horns. When it roared, the entire mountain trembled far above. The Sky Wyvern King announced its presence. Suho assumed the king must have sensed the death of its minions. Now he stood in the king's domain. Everything before this had merely been a warm-up as Suho reached the mountain summit. To the sky dimmed as if reacting to the king itself. The giant wyvern landed, blocking the sun. The system reported its level 113. It released a massive roar, accompanied by a wave of dark energy. Once again, Suho resisted effortlessly, thanks to his dragon blood. Although the Wyvern King was intimidating, resembling a true dragon, Suho reassured himself that real dragons were far more terrifying. The Wyvern King circled above, waiting for Suho's move. Suho disliked wasting time, but he felt that mastering his techniques during this battle would be beneficial. Then something caught his eye. Nest filled with glowing wyvern eggs. He suspected that approaching the eggs might provoke the king. He stepped closer, and his guess proved correct. The Wyvern King dived at him, blasting wind so powerful that the ground cracked. Suho felt the pressure, but stayed calm. The Wyvern King repeated its fierce skill, but it had no effect. Suho attacked with Cutting Steel, but the boss's thick scales reduced the damage. A level gap of over 40 levels made a noticeable difference. Instead of feeling discouraged, Suho welcomed the challenge. This was an opportunity to sharpen his abilities. Even faster, the Wyvern King roared again, summoning another large flock of wyverns. Suho had expected more enemies, but even he was surprised by the sheer number that appeared. Still, his upgraded stats allowed him to move faster, strike harder, and jump higher, perfect for this chaotic situation. The wyverns attacked from all directions. Suho jumped onto one wyvern's back and used it like a platform. The system immediately notified him his leap skill had reached rank S. Now he could jump one more time in midair effectively, doubling his movement in the sky. Suho tested it immediately, stepping on empty air and closing the distance to the Wyvern King with perfect timing. His blood weapon now shifted into a long red staff. Suho extended it, striking the Wyvern King's neck and slamming the giant beast to the ground. Even so, the monster struggled back to its feet. Suho respected the durability, laughing lightly. He hoped the boss would hold out longer so he could test more techniques. The Wyvern King, desperate, forced its subordinates to attack again, but the lesser wyverns hesitated, as if fearing Suho more than their own ruler. Some even looked like they were trembling. Suho quietly remarked that perhaps he had become the true Wyvern King now. The real king shrieked in outrage, and the minions finally resumed their attack. Suho moved through the air, bouncing from wyvern to wyvern. Still, he noticed his sword-drawing technique was not leveling up as rapidly as he had hoped. These opponents were strong, but not quite enough to push the technique further. Deciding to accelerate the pace, he rushed toward the mountain peak. There, he discovered something enormous. The Sky Wyvern Queen, larger and stronger than the king, covered in purple scales. She guarded her nest and could not leave it. This gave Suho an advantage. The queen was powerful but bound to her nest. She attacked by rolling huge boulders toward him, but he used sword, drawing to slice them apart with ease. Her screams summoned every remaining wyvern on the mountain. Suho remained calm. He understood that she would rely on her minions rather than attack directly at that moment. The Wyvern King swooped down in a full-force assault. Suho decided it was time to finish this battle. He chose not to use his strongest skill immediately. Instead, he wanted to reach a higher, Level of sword, drawing the best swordsman. Relied solely on their blade, and Suho wanted honor. That principle. He focused on perfect timing and precision repeating, sword drawing over and over. The system reacted to his mastery, recognizing that his understanding had surpassed all others. System alerts flooded his vision. His sword drawing evolved to a supreme level. The guardian sword within him responded, granting a new form, Cloud Cutter rank. S+ red energy flickered in his hair and eyes. Suho unleashed Cloud Cutter with a powerful swing, sending a massive vortex of bloody energy, crushing through the Wyvern King. The boss collapsed and died with a final cry. The remaining wyverns shrieked in fear and grief. But Suho was not done. He activated Cloud Cutter again in one sweeping strike. He destroyed all remaining wyverns, including the queen. The system announced his triumph. Suho stood on the mountaintop with his sword. Resting on his shoulder, the gate conquered. After the battle ended, Suho took a moment to check his status. Window the Gate had given him a massive boost, and his experience bar was sitting comfortably ahead. His strength stat was already brushing past 80, and he didn't have far to go before hitting the next. Tira's small smile formed as he saw the new additions. Double Jump and Cloud Sash, the exact skills he'd been aiming for. It felt good to see his plan finally paying off. Turning toward the Queen's Den, he decided it was time to collect his loot. Inside were 12 Sky Wyvern Queen eggs. The association's advanced team had only confirmed 6, which meant the remaining half, naturally, fell into his hands. Now, with the job complete, he shifted his attention to the wyvern corpses. Monster byproducts sold for high prices, especially when used to craft rare materials. And the Sky Wyvern Queen's corpse was considered top tier. Summoning his shadow spear, he decided to let it handle the cleanup. He placed the spear beside the queen's massive body, and it immediately began its work, devouring the corpse piece by piece. As it absorbed the flesh, spear's purple energy flared, growing more vicious and alive, upgrading the blade to its next level. Watching the transformation, Suho realized that even a 1-star beast could serve as excellent nourishment for the ghost blade's shadow, devouring. Judging by the spear's state, one more powerful meal should push it further. With that in mind, he directed the spear toward the king's corpse next, letting it feast again outside the gate. Chaos had already broken out. Someone shouted that the gate reading had been completely deceptive, and people around him stared in disbelief. They finally realized the guy inside wasn't just some healer. He was actually a sword master among the crowd. A black-haired man wiped sweat from his forehead, overwhelmed. He knew better than anyone that even with a full raid party, clearing that gate wasn't guaranteed. Yet somehow this man had done it solo. And not as a combat class, but officially. As a healer, Cho Yun brushed it off, casually reminding him that she'd already said he would clear it easily. He agreed, but couldn't understand why she looked so excited. She just told him it must be his imagination. Their conversation paused as Suho walked out the gate. I congratulated him for conquering it solo, the girl cheering first and the guy echoing her. Suho thanked them and then reached into his inventory, pulling out the wyvern eggs. He placed all 10 Sky Wyvern Queen eggs before them, saying he'd found that many inside Kim. Su once stared, stunned by the sheer quantity. Suho calmly insisted he had retrieved every single egg while keeping quiet about the extra ones he kept for himself. As for the Sky Wyvern King and Queen corpses, he explained that both bodies had fallen to the base of Sky Mountain during the fight, making it impossible to recover them, of course, hiding the fact that Ghost Blade had already devoured them cleanly, leaving no trace. Lowering his voice, Swan asked if he could pose a question. Suho told him to go ahead. Swan hesitated, then asked how someone officially registered as a healer was able to wield a sword like that. Did he really fight those wyvern using nothing but swordsmanship and healing abilities, even with good sword skills? Taking down flying monsters with only a blade shouldn't be that simple. Suwon thought Suho, being both swordsman and healer, would have brought arrows, throwing spears, or at least long-range spell scrolls as a fellow hunter. He was dying to know how the hell Suho managed it. Suho simply smiled and told him one sword was enough. Suwon stared at him like an amazed fanboy, asking if he really meant. He took down all those flying wyverns, including the king and queen, with only that one sword. Suho confirmed it. Suwon practically lit up, thrilled and glowing with admiration, while Choyun nudged him, asking if this wasn't the same guy who had been whining earlier. Changing the topic, Suho asked Choyun if he had fulfilled all the conditions. Choyun happily said he had more than fulfilled them. He'd solo cleared the gate and recovered all 10 eggs. As promised, she guaranteed him free use of the largest unit in the Cheongdam residence, adding that her boss never went back on their word. She then asked when he wanted to start using it. Suho told her he wanted to start today, and also requested access to future reports on items and magic stones. He asked if that was possible. Smiling, she said it absolutely was. He could contact her for anything, from item disposal to money laundering, and she'd provide top-tier service. Suho suddenly pushed a small diary toward her, saying he had one more favor. She told him to go ahead. Inside was a photo of a green-haired man. Suho asked about a patient named Nam Hee-won at the Yongdong Post Danyak Center, and said he needed information on him. Flipping through the diary, Choi-yun realized it was the exact file she had retrieved earlier. Confused, he asked, "What this Hyun person actually didn't Suho mention he was some kind of technician?" Suho opened his car door and asked if he really needed to explain the whole backstory every time he requested a favor. She quickly apologized, saying she slipped again as he settled into the driver's seat. She complained from outside the car that she felt hurt after everything they did together. Shouldn't they be able to talk more freely by now? Suho calmly replied that she could ask how he was doing, but nothing beyond that. Clasping her hands dramatically, she muttered that he was cold. Then she informed him the Cheongdam residence would be ready in 2 hours, and she'd send the address once everything was set. He told her to also send him Hyun's information. Checking her phone, she said he was indeed a patient at the Danyak Center, and that digging into junkies records would take only a few dozen minutes. She scrolled through her contacts and told him she'd get back to him shortly. After some time, while driving, Suho received a call from Choyun. She told him the Cheongdam residence was ready for immediate use, and she had already gathered all the information on Nam Hee-won and sent it directly to his phone. Suho thanked her for the work, but Choi-yo still pushed, asking why he was digging into a person who was a drug addict. Suho simply ended the call, refusing to entertain the question any further. He opened the map location she sent. Looking at the screen, he muttered the name Yongdongpa, realizing this was where the man and deciding he would go recruit him now soon after. He arrived in front of a cluster of old, worn-down buildings that looked more like a slum than anything else. Standing before one of the structures, he noted that this must be the house where Nam Hee-won stayed. Another semi-basement. He glanced through one of the small windows and noticed the curtains pulled shut from the inside. He pressed the doorbell only to realize it was broken, so he began pounding on the door, calling out for Nam Hee-won. After a moment with no response, he assumed the guy wasn't home and said he would have to return later. What he didn't know was that inside the room, 3 men were standing over a collapsed Nam Hee-won. The brown-haired thug crouched beside him, asking if Hyun really had visitors coming by, deciding they should finish the job before anyone saw him before he could act. A heavy thud shook the entire door. All 3 thugs froze instantly, startled by the sudden impact. The one responsible, of course, was Suho. As he stepped inside, the tattooed thug demanded to know who he was, but Suho shut the bitch down coldly, saying his identity was none of their business. The tattooed thug tried to swear at him, but before he could get the full insult out, Suho's hand struck across his cheek. With a sharp, rapid slap, it was so fast that the other 2 didn't even register what happened. Until the man staggered back, Suho glared at the remaining thugs, his voice heavy as he ordered them to come here. Every single one of them outside the room. Suho had already confirmed 4 presences inside using his magic detection. Now 2 of them were shouting in front of him, demanding his identity and yelling who the hell he was. The second thug, standing beside the first, kept staring at Suho, as if he recognized him from somewhere. The third thug was still lying, unconscious from Suho's earlier slap, and the fourth was none other than Nam-hee-won himself. One of the two remaining thugs stepped closer, accusing Suho of ignoring him. He didn't get another word out before Suho casually swung a powerful slap across his face. The guy's expression twisted into something both hilarious and tragic as he flew backward and collapsed onto the floor. The last conscious thug witnessed everything. The first slapped the second, and now his second friend, dropping like a broken puppet. He barely had time to react before Suho turned his head and delivered another brutal slap. This one sent him spinning in a full circular motion, crashing far across the room and landing in the most dramatic fall of the three. Suho walked over and checked on the men's breathing, wondering if he had hit him hard enough to actually kill him. Satisfied that they were still alive, he shifted his attention to Nam-hee-won. He lifted Hee-won by the shoulder and told him to get up if he was fine. But the moment he got a clear look at the man's face, Suho froze. Hee-won's hand was limp and drugged. His expression twisted. Unnaturally, a syringe lay discarded beside him, and Suho realized what had happened. Those thugs had injected him with something and tormented him afterward. Judging by how stiff his body felt, almost petrified, the injection had been done a while ago. Checking his breathing and physical state, Suho understood quickly that the poison symptoms were serious. He needed to act fast. He activated his recovery skill, the evolved form of cure. He had upgraded cure into recovery, specifically for scenarios like this: real illnesses, real poisonings, real damage unrelated to the system originally. The skill only affected the area his hands touched, but Isabella had once told him that pouring magic into it allowed him to forcibly expand. The range, a slow grin spread across his face as he channeled magic into his hands. He thought about how he was now using information gained from someone who once tried to kill him to save someone else. The world truly worked in wild ways. After some time under Suho's treatment, Hee-won slowly opened his eyes. His vision was still blurry, and the first thing he saw was a blurry figure. Asking if he was awake, he stood up fast. Suho calmly told him that this was his home. When Hee-won finally focused, he noticed the beaten thugs sprawled across the room and looked terrified, asking why they were in that state and who the guy even was. Suho replied that they refused to listen, so he restrained them. But the more important issue was the drug in Hee-won's system. Shaking violently, Hee-won insisted he never took anything on his own. He said they forced it. They injected him, and he begged Suho to believe him. Trembling, he repeated that it was the truth. Suho watched him and realized the guy was too agitated to talk properly like this. In his past life, Suho remembered an interview from when Hee-won later became a famous blacksmith. In that interview, he admitted the Changsik gang had forcibly injected him with drugs, and he suffered long-term after effects of addiction. Because of it, with that memory in mind, Suho decided to treat him properly. He placed his hand close to Nam-hee-won, and the system responded. The ring of emotions reacted to the strongest emotions in the target. The color being absorbed was black. Suddenly, Hee-won clutched his chest, overwhelmed by the pain. Then as the ring drew out his dark emotions, the tension eased, and he felt relief wash over him once the process ended. Suho asked if he was feeling better, and the green-haired boy nodded. Suho stood and told him he believed him. He addressed him properly as Mr. Nam-hee-won, confirming that the people who injected him belonged to the Changsik gang, and that the thugs on the floor were from the same group. The Changsik gang's original name is Ben Goldmade Hand, but the intention behind the naming was so ridiculous that the association simply renamed them as Changsik Gang. Suho asked Hee-won if he was attending a rehab center. Still shaking, Hee-won said yes, then asked how Suho knew. Suho answered lightly, saying he found out while digging into the Changsik gang. He reassured him he no longer needed to worry. Forcing drugs on someone already in rehab was a serious crime, and Suho said he would personally take responsibility, and resolve the case. Hyun's expression brightened, and he thanked Suho sincerely. Soho told him that since this was an important matter, he would return to check on him again soon. Then he asked if Hyun was experiencing dry mouth or withdrawal symptoms. Hyun admitted that he was, and that he was starting to feel cold. Soho knelt in front of him and asked him to sit for a moment. Hyun obeyed. Suho activated recovery, and blue light gathered around his hands. Seeing it, Hyun watched in quiet awe. Suho explained that this was the healer's recovery technique, tailored for drug addicts. It relieved withdrawal symptoms and pushed out the lingering drug energy from the body, but full recovery required continuous long-term treatment. Recovery consumed a large amount of mana, and very few healers were trained enough to handle it. That was why, in Suho's past life, Isabella had become one of the most influential figures among the last crusaders, and that was also why, after returning, he chose the path of a healer, standing up. Suho told the green-haired boy that addiction treatment needed consistency, and they would meet again for further care. For now, he had to head toward the Chung Sik Gang station. Terrified, Hyun asked him to wait. He said he wanted to know something earlier too, and asked who Suho was affiliated with. Suho gave his name and said he was a hunter under the Korean Hunters Association. As Suho left, Hyun remained seated in silent amazement, repeating the name and Suho in his mind. Even someone who didn't own a TV like him had heard that name over the past few days. It was all over the breaking news, and now he realized the person who saved him was the same on Suho everyone had been talking about from above. The slum looked like a war-torn zone. After multiple gate shocks, half of young Dongpa had collapsed into ruin, turning firmly into a slum. Suho walked through its broken streets, the air heavy with neglect. Since the district sat right in the center of Seoul, it had eventually become a perfect breeding ground for crime. He looked up at the crumbling surroundings, thinking that this must be the place that both the police and the association pretended not to see. In front of him stood a building with a bold sign that read gold. Made Suho stared at it, wondering what kind of gang had the audacity to brand themselves with such a grandiose name. He pushed open the door and stepped. Inside the first floor was a convenience store. Shelves intact, lights on. Suho immediately understood the situation. A convenience store in the middle of a slum, still operating smoothly, was clear proof that the place was being openly run by gangsters. There was no way it would remain untouched without heavy backing. Behind it, he walked to the back of the store and found a staircase. As he climbed, a voice barked from above, telling him to freeze. A bald man appeared, ordering him not to move and threatening that he would die if he took another step. He demanded Suho's identity, like he had authority over anything. Suho looked at him with a small smile, a gatekeeper. How classic, he thought. Then he asked where Changsik was. The bald man snapped in anger, shocked at hearing the name spoken so casually. The thug shouted, demanding to know who he thought he was to speak their boss's name so freely. But then his expression shifted as he suddenly recognized the face in front of him. The man froze as he realized that this was on Suho himself. Suho waved lightly, thanking him for the recognition. The thug thought he was trying to high-five him and raised his hand. Instead, Suho stepped forward and delivered a brutal slap, sending the bald man flying aside as he walked past with a grin. Continuing up the stairs, Suho spoke calmly, telling them to inform Chung Sik to come out. Inside his office, Changsik heard the sounds of fighting erupting right outside his door. The noise grew louder and more chaotic, until the door finally burst open, a thug flying through it after being kicked by Suho. Suho stepped inside calmly. He muttered that not a single one of these gangster bitches seemed to understand words behind him. The bodies of beaten thugs were scattered across the hallway like discarded trash. Running a hand through his hair, he asked Changsik if bringing him here was really that hard. Stepping over another fallen thug, he added that he wondered what the gang would even do if he resisted. Changsik sat in front of him with a straight, unreadable expression. Two bodyguards stood behind him like statues. As Suho approached, he knew exactly what kind of place. This was more than 80% of this organization's. Members were awakened to fact that awakened. Criminals operated openly like this was proof that the nation's security had already collapsed. In his previous life, the Chung-sik gang had grown even larger than this current version. They had created countless victims, and it took an exhausting amount of time to take them down. Remembering that, Suho clenched his fist in a cold tone. He said that this was exactly why cancer needed to be removed before it grew. Chung-sik tried to speak, addressing him as Hunter on Suho and asking what he was doing, so suddenly Suho stepped closer, telling him not to act clueless. They were the ones who started all of this. Chang-sik demanded to know when he supposedly started anything. Suho told him he was playing dumb. To the very end, he said they messed with someone named Haiwon. He dropped a syringe on the desk, and both the boss and the bodyguard stared at it. Suho told them he had just met Hee-won himself. He asked if they truly intended to keep denying it, and Chang-sik leaned toward his subordinate and quietly asked who Hee-won was. The underling whispered the explanation into his ear. Suho raised his leg and slammed it down on the table, breaking the surface clean in half. He said they had turned his closest friend into that state. His eyes glowed red as he asked why they did it. The two bodyguards froze. Chang-sik kept his expression firm, trying not to show fear. The boss rolled his hand across his face and told the bodyguards to step outside. They hesitated and asked why. He then barked at them to get out. The rest of the guards immediately rushed out of the room, leaving only Suho and Chang-sik. Inside, Chang-sik swallowed and said he believed there was some misunderstanding, suggesting they talk calmly. Suho walked over the broken table with slow steps. He said that every word they spoke only earned them another beating. Chung-sik, now trembling, warned him that if he touched him, he would call the police. Suho punched him across the face, calling it nonsense. The blow sent Chung-sik sliding across the floor, along with his chair like his ass glued to it. Suho said that hearing the word police come from a gangster boss was hilarious. Chang-sik groaned on the ground in pain. Suho added that he figured a boss wouldn't go down from just one punch. Chang-sik forced a laugh, saying he wouldn't just sit there and let it happen. But the moment Suho stepped toward him, terror returned to his eyes. Suho reminded him again that he was begging for a beating, tightening his fist, and with that, Suho's punch drove straight toward the boss's face. Outside the office, the guards heard the repeated thuds of fists, slamming into something or someone alarmed. So they rushed toward the room, shouting for their boss. When they threw the door open, they found Suho standing in front of a shattered glass window. He told them their boss fled. One of the guards stared at him in shock, asking what just happened. Suho explained calmly that Chung-sik had smashed the window and bolted, pointing out the broken frame as if it were obvious. The baldy guard raised his hand like a confused school kid, saying that this was the third floor. Suho brushed him off, telling him that Chung-sik was a level 100 hunter who could roll out of something like that without a problem, so they should stop babbling nonsense. With a smile, he told them he planned to dismantle this entire place, starting now. Then he added that anyone who wanted to come with him could follow him straight to Chonggak. Just hearing the name made the entire group freeze. Chonggak was the correctional facility next to Kyeonsong Penitentiary. While Cheonsong held regular criminals, Chonggak held awakened offenders. Since the whole place was filled with violent awakened criminals, it was practically a hell within hell, a pro version of hell. Only the strong survived there. Its reputation alone was enough to make half-baked punks bitches tremble, exactly like the situation unfolding now. Sweat poured down their faces. Suho reminded them that he had connections to the Great Hunter Association. He told them to run before he tossed them all inside. Otherwise, he would drag them along with Chang-sik straight to Chonggak. The thugs gritted their teeth in terror. Then the next second they bolted at full speed, shouting that they don't know any boss. Watching them scatter, Suho said he expected about that much loyalty from gangsters, calling them vermin, cockroach bastards. He warned them that if even one document disappeared, he would carve them up slowly. He ordered them to leave empty-handed. Once the building was clear, Suho activated his magic detection. A blue magic circle formed. Beneath his feet, after a moment it detected something special radiating mana on the third floor. In the corner of the room, Suho approached the spot and uncovered a hidden safe. He called it obvious, saying the bastard must have thought hiding it here would keep it protected. It was a top-tier safe from a famous brand, the kind that only unlocked with the registrant's mana signature. And he placed his hand on the reinforced steel. Blue light pulsed across it with toughness like this. Cutting the steel would destroy the contents. So he needed a slice. The door off cleanly, Suho summoned Bulgasari. The tiny elephant monster popped out from subspace, standing at attention like a soldier. Suho told him he only wanted the door removed. Bulgasari obeyed, instantly gripping the door with its tiny trunk and ripping it free. As the creature started the safe, Suho praised it, telling it to eat well. Inside the safe, he found cash and gold bars, but none of that mattered to him. What he actually came for was the dark ledger, filled with the names of countless victims. The Changsik gang had begun with loan sharking, preying on ordinary people to build power. Later, they recruited hunters and deliberately addicted them to evasive drugs to control and extort them. This addiction operation was the backbone of their entire influence. The drug was far more potent than ordinary narcotics, and in the end, no one could resist it holding the documents. Suho thought of Nam. He realized he won. Was one of the rare cases who managed to escape. Without his personal strength, even he would have fallen completely. Suho thought they deserved the Chungak prison for crimes like this. He promised himself he would make every last one of them feel exactly what their victims felt, down to the bone. After the wild fight, Suho brought Nam back to his small apartment and finished healing him. He kept thanking him over and over. Finally able to breathe normally again, Suho told him he would still need time before a full recovery, but at least for now he was out of danger. Then Suho handed him a folder. He asked what it was, and Suho explained that these were bond documents from the Changsik gang, proof that he had taken down the entire criminal group. One could barely believe what he was hearing. The gold-made hand gang, with all their terrifying influence, was really gone. Suho went on to explain the gang's real method. They kept people trapped in debt with outrageous interest rates, turning their victims into insects caught inside an ant. Even though Hyun had done everything right and never missed a payment, they forced drugs onto him to ensure he could never escape. Still trembling, Hyun said he had survived only because of his special ability. He explained how he tried to fight addiction, made his own antidotes, and begged for help, but no one, not the police, not the association, cared about what happened to people in these slums. He said everyone on the outside felt like another version of the enemy. Suho understood him. He told Hyun that the reason he joined the Great Hunter Association was not for prestige, but to fix the broken system for people like him. Suho placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and praised his courage. Overwhelmed, Hyun broke down and thanked him again and again. Then Suho shifted the conversation to something important. It was time for a new proposal and potentially a new ally. He asked if Hyun was ready, and Hyun said he was. Suho explained that he had learned about Hyun's special power, synthesis with synthesis. Hyun could combine any materials and create a brand new result. The outcome always matched what he intended. That was the core of his extremely overpowered ability. Suho said that while reading the gang's files, he discovered how huge the number of drug victims really was. There were far too many for him to treat alone, but Hyun had already made secret antidotes before, so Suho offered him a real job to create a proper neutralizer to help even more people. He promised top pay, a luxury safe house, and full medical support for one's own addiction recovery. Hyun looked stunned. He thought being healed was already far more than he ever deserved. Now he was being given a chance to help others live safely and get paid for it. To him, this felt like something a hero would do. He thought that if a god like Hero existed, Suho must be that person Hei-won said he would do it. He said he needed no extra payment, and he would work as hard as he could out of gratitude. Alone, but Suho firm as always. Said he would pay him properly, so everything stayed official and fair after that. They went to Suho's new base, the building he was granted earlier. It was a 3-story place in Cheongdam, with friendly staff, a full lab on the top floor, and everything Hyun would need. Even the Banshee team showed up, curious to see the fancy place. But they left immediately, after their workaholic boss dumped another assignment on them. Meanwhile, Hee-won was in awe. Suho told him to pick a room, get settled, and start working on antidotes as soon as he was ready. Suho said he had to leave for Nexus HQ, but Hee-won could contact him anytime later. Suho got on a call with reporter Jin-wee. He gave him the full scoop on the hidden crimes in the slums. Jin-wee, being the genius reporter he was, said he could expand the story tenfold. He would frame Suho as the hunter who stormed into a dangerous slum, crushed a criminal organization, saved the victims, and sparked a new era of hope for the people living there. He said he wanted to create a major feature article with all the details so the world could not ignore it. Suho believed him completely. Public influence was exactly that reporter's specialty. Afterward, Suho met with guild leader by Dong-yuk at Nexus Guild and laid out the plan. Nexus would buy every neutralizer Hyun produced, helping victims all across Korea. The uplifting story would shift Nexus's reputation, turning them into a guild with a genuine hero presence, the kind the world would finally take seriously. Dong-yuk was thrilled. He shook Suho's hand and promised to look after Hee-won from now on. With everything lining up, Suho felt good. The win-win plan was in motion. Heal the people, spread the truth, make the criminals pay, and show the world that real change was finally possible. The scene cuts to Chung-sik, the once feared boss who made slums. Neil now reduced to a shaking wreck. Inside a trash luxury room, he was on his knees, trembling. Suho's name kept echoing inside his mind like a curse he could not escape. No one had to spell out what happened. The syringe and the half-empty bottle beside him made everything clear. He had taken some kind of drug, the kind that burned strength into the body while tearing holes through the mind. Those substances twisted people from the inside, and his scattered expression showed exactly that. He muttered Suho's name obsessively, like it was the only thought left in his fractured skull. The moment Suho stepped through the glowing blue portal, he entered his secret subspace that had once been a fancy private domain of polished marble and luxurious furniture. Now, the place looked like a disaster zone, as if a tornado had torn straight through it. He scanned the area, noting the cracked marble floor and the expensive furniture knocked over and scattered across the ground. To him, it was clear that someone had completely wrecked the place. On the floor, Chung-sik lay twitching, his skin pale, and his body reacting in strange spasms. Suho observed him and figured that the drug must have done something unbelievably intense to the guy. It became obvious that this gangster had not run away but had been dragged into Suho's subspace instead, effectively kidnapped by the chaos of the situation. Suho walked over, knelt beside him, and placed a hand on his body. His blue healing energy flowed instantly, and the system announced that recovery had begun. Chung-sik, still dazed, looked like someone who had just escaped a bizarre nightmare. Suho demanded that he pull himself together, offering no calm or gentleness in his tones. Suddenly, Chung-sik snapped into anger and panic. He grew wild, yelling incoherently. As he lunged forward to attack, Suho barely reacted, simply kicking him in the chest and sending him flying backward like it was effortless. Chung-sik continued screaming, desperate to be let out, spiraling into fear, as though he believed he was trapped with a monster. Suho smirked and rolled his eyes, noting to himself that Chung-sik still had a lot of energy. He assumed the drug was over, stimulating him, but mentioned to himself that he had brought extra, so the man did not need to worry. Sensing danger again, Chung-sik crumbled into full desperation. He dropped to the floor, crawling and begging Suho to release him, insisting he would do anything to avoid experiencing the drug again. Suho had no sympathy. He stepped on Chung-sik's chest with force, Pressing him down firmly, Changsik screamed for help, insisting that he had been kidnapped. But Suho reminded himself that no one could enter this place and that the fools from Changsik's gang had already run away. He promised, internally, that he would hunt them down and make them pay as well. For now, he instructed the criminal to sit still, reflect on his choices, and drown in regret, since that was the only useful thing available to him at the moment. Later in the afternoon, Suho returned to his new house. Hae-won came running toward him full of excitement. Suho noticed how hyped he was, and Hae-won proudly revealed that he had just finished creating a brand new neutralizer for the dangerous drug. The new version was called Hammer 2. The system displayed information identifying Hammer 2 as a grade C item that excelled at neutralizing the effects of the drug. Called Illusion, Suho felt genuinely impressed, especially since He-won had made it in only 2 hours. He-won explained that he had improved the old version, naming it Hammer 2, because it metaphorically smashed illusions. Suho recalled how Hammer 4 had saved lives in his past life, which meant Hammer 2 should still be a reliable creation, even if it was not the strongest one yet. Hyun attributed the success to Suho's help and described the entire process as similar to grinding for items in a game. He believed that with enough time and money, luck would eventually follow. Suho thought Hyun was always humble and wondered how much stronger he would become when he leveled up further. Suho then asked if Hammer 2 could be produced in bulk, and Hyun agreed enthusiastically. He had already completed the formula, meaning they could make large quantities, as long as they gathered the necessary ingredients. Suho found that reassuring, and then checked He-won's current level. He-won had just reached level 51, thanks to creating the new drug. Because of this, Suho concluded that he would not need to call GI-1 for now. He-won was already functioning as a high-level hunter. With that decided, Suho shifted his focus toward helping all the victims from the slums, ready to use what they had gained to fix the damage that had been done the next day. Several news stories appeared online, claiming that the police and the Hunter Association were ignoring the suffering in the Yongdangpo slums. Unfortunately, only around 500 people viewed the article throughout the entire day. The hype simply was not there. Suho realized that we had been right. There were too many terrible places in the world. So unless something was explosively dramatic, people rarely paid attention still. This was only the beginning. Suho then got busy. He distributed large boxes filled with food, water, and magical neutralizer potions to the grateful residents of the slums. Soon after, a truck arrived, loaded with even more supplies. People helped unload everything and quickly delivered food and potions to everyone. Suho thought Nexus had truly come through with support. His phone rang. Chief Pai was on the other end, speaking to him with the energy of a relaxed uncle. As they discussed tomorrow's appreciation plaque ceremony, they agreed to keep it short and simple. Suho felt secretly thrilled because receiving a plaque meant the possibility of special recruitment. After some light conversation, Suho called Jean to talk about the ceremony and the news. While the slum article did not get many views, he believed it had probably caused trouble for the reporter with the Hunter Association. But Jean Hui remained calm, mentioning that only popular stories went viral and that he had broken no laws. He added that he planned to upload part 2 soon, and that the PBS news group would likely report on the ceremony as well. He then asked if Suho had an Instagram account. Suho did not. This annoyed the reporter, who said many fans were waiting to follow him. Then the conversation took a strange turn. There was an entire fan cafe for Suho called in Shin Temple, where fans refer to him as the Guardian Priest. Suho realized that the moderator running the cafe was actually Jean Hui himself. The reporter admitted to managing it so that Suho's reputation would stay clean and to avoid unnecessary drama caused by other chaotic fan groups. The logic was reasonable. He also offered to manage an Instagram account for Suho, boasting about his social media skills and saying he could help Suho become extremely popular. But Suho preferred doing things himself. He asked the reporter to simply send content for posting, and he would copy and paste it That simple approach made the reporter ridiculously excited. He even suggested that Suho upload selfies and photos for fans. But Suho was not confident about pictures. The reporter advised him to relax and at least make the account. Soon enough, Suho would become an influencer after the call. Suho made the Instagram account and immediately his phone began vibrating non-stop with notifications. A huge number of users started following him. Inside the house, Hae-won noticed the phone buzzing constantly, but Suho said it was fine. He figured that we had already started promoting the new account aggressively, so he muted all notifications. Finally, the big day arrived. The appreciation plaque ceremony at the Hunter Association headquarters began. A massive crowd had gathered. Inside, reporters, fans, and people holding signs shouted Suho's name and the title guardian priest. Suho had expected a simple ceremony, but the screaming fans and swarming reporters told a very different story. The number of people was overwhelming, forming a sea of excitement. Security guards struggled to control the crowd, begging them to stop pushing and asking them to wait outside. Two association workers stared in shock, completely stunned by the turnout. They checked and confirmed that all these people had come for only one person, Hunter on Suho. They found it unbelievable, especially because the event had never been posted online. It was the first time in the association's history that such a scenario had occurred for an unofficial event. Suho's fame had reached another level entirely. Inside the auditorium, the chaos continued. Fans filled the entire space, holding signs for On Suho and Sword God, buzzing with anticipation. One girl even mentioned that she had skipped school just to attend. Others discussed how the fan club president, Golden Horse, was absent, so they planned to take plenty of photos for her in the press section. Reporter Jo Jinwei was busy texting. He informed Suho that a massive crowd had shown up for him and asked where the MC was. Suho had actually arrived early and had been observing everything while using his monochrome solitude skill, which made him invisible to others unless he chose to be seen. A fan sat directly in front of him with no idea that the sword god was right behind her. Suho soon received a message from Chief Pai asking him to meet in the hallway next to the waiting room. He slipped out silently to meet his senior. Chief Pai was astonished by the number of fans and jokingly called Suho a superstar, which made Suho laugh. Chief Pai then mentioned that the recent article about the Young slums had stirred public sentiment toward the Hunter Association. Suho already knew the article would make the association look bad, but Chief Pai seemed unconcerned about reporters, which explained how easily the journalist had entered today. Chief Pai congratulated Suho for the award and rushed off for something urgent, maintaining his typical cool and distant style. Then an announcer called everyone to take their seats. The ceremony was about to begin. Suho walked toward the stage as the crowd erupted in excitement. Cameras flashed everywhere. Fans screamed about his appearance, some claiming they finally understood why people fell for him, and others joked that they would let the sword god cut them. Suho stepped forward and received his appreciation plaque from Association President Young Kyung-won. They posed for photos. The president teased him about being good at posing, and Suho responded politely, giving credit back to the president, keeping the atmosphere smooth. The president praised Suho's work in Yeongdongpo and hinted that good news, likely a job offer, was on the way. Suho assumed this meant special recruitment. The president then asked him to speak a few words. Suho thanked everyone and said he had only done what he believed he was supposed to do. He admitted feeling strange about receiving a reward for helping people, but promised to work hard. Fans screamed that they loved him, and he could only laugh and thank them. A short Q&A followed. Reporter Kim Sang-won asked whether Suho still intended to join the association, to which replied yes. Another reporter mentioned the new Instagram account, and Suho explained that a friend recommended it, so he decided to try it. Someone else noted that he had gained 50,000 followers in a single day and asked how it felt. Suho said he had turned off notifications and did not know, but he could tell people were interested. Someone asked what his first post would be. Suho said he would probably upload the plaque he received today. Then Jinwei stood up and the room instantly tensed. Staff whispered among themselves, realizing that he was the same reporter who had written the article criticizing the association. President Kyung Hwan grew irritated, believing his staff had made a mistake by letting him in. But the reporter ignored their reactions. He was there to ask real questions. He asked if Suho had seen his article on the young Dompa slums. Suho had. The reporter then mentioned the criticism that the police and the association were ignoring people who needed help, and asked if Suho was aware of the issue. Suho calmly stated that he was fully aware of it. It was a risky moment because the room was filled with powerful association members. But the reporter pressed on. He asked if Suho's joining the association would help improve things. The president nearly jumped out of his seat, barely held back by his aide. Suho, with a slight smirk, stated that if he joined, he would do everything in his power to eliminate corruption, so that no one would ever have a reason to doubt the association. Again, the reporter thanked him, and the public portion of the ceremony ended. Later, Suho and Jinwei left together in a car. Suho praised him for his work. The reporter joked that the angry stares from his staff had made him extremely nervous, but Suho noted that he had acted brave the entire time. The reporter then apologized if his questioning was too harsh, explaining that his job required him to act while public attention was still focused. He wanted to maintain the momentum, and that was why he planned to release another article soon. Suho appreciated it because he finally got to express what he truly wanted to say about improving the association. The reporter was almost in disbelief that Suho meant every word, but Suho clarified that he would not lie while receiving an award. He genuinely intended to make changes. A few days passed and Suho received his new civil servant ID. He had been officially appointed as a level 5 official, far faster than anyone had expected. At the same time, the entire internet exploded with discussions about Suho's past achievements, especially the incident where he beat violent criminals in the Yongdong slums. Dozens of online articles appeared, gathering millions of views. People everywhere could not stop talking about him. Some users claimed that Suho was the only cool person in Yangdongpo, while others called him a genuine hero still. Some were jealous and complained that the police or the Hunter Association should have handled the situation instead. A few wondered if Suho was simply doing what Nexus ordered or if he was seeking too much attention. Some online troublemakers jokingly suggested that he might get sued by the criminals he defeated, but the majority agreed that the real losers were the criminals, not the man who stopped them. People argued a lot, but everyone agreed that something massive was happening. Then major headlines appeared everywhere. The news declared that Suho was joining the Great Hunter Association. Broadcasts repeated it constantly, referring to him as the hero of Yongdongpa and announcing that Swordmaster and Suho had earned a special grade 5 position. Crowds of fans and reporters waited at the entrance of the association building, screaming his name like he was a celebrity attending a concert rather than a civil servant arriving for work. The shouting did not stop. People wondered what would happen to Nexus. Now that Suho had moved to the association, questions came up online about whether he still had a contract with them and whether Nexus would be upset. Inside the Nexus office, the boss Bei Dong Yuk remained calm. He mentioned that everyone was talking about them now and that it was time to release an official statement. Nexus sent out multiple news articles wishing Suho good luck, clarifying that there was no contract issue, explaining that they had never paid Suho any signing bonus. The message was clear. Nexus wanted everyone to know they supported Suho's decision. Elsewhere, two men watched the news and read newspapers. They seemed like hunters. They commented that Nexus was the best guild, while others like Hexagon and Prime cared only about money. They brought up how Hexagon had done terrible things, such as letting a weak hunter die because he did not receive a potion in time and forcing mages to work until they collapsed. A TV report showed Nexus's guild leader Baedong. Yoke, in an interview, the reporter asked whether Nexus had kicked Suho out due to public pressure. And Baedong Yoke denied it. He explained that Suho wanted real field experience before taking his civil service exam, and that joining Nexus had simply been a step. Along the way, he admitted he was sad to see Suho leave, but said Suho belonged in a role where he could save people, not in a private company. Suho and Nexus were clearly reinforcing each other's public image. Back at the Hunter Association, Suho tried not to sweat under all the attention. The crowd continued screaming while cameras flashed non-stop. He thought about the weight of being watched by so many people. He remembered the advice from Jinwei, who told him to show his face to the fans, because they would be disappointed otherwise. Suho admitted to himself that the advice made sense, even though he wanted to maintain a cool, mysterious vibe. This time he wanted control of his own story instead of letting others direct it. Suho walked into the Hunter Association lobby. Inside, President Kyung Won and Vice President Kim and were waiting for him. Cameras flashed everywhere as the president welcomed him with extreme friendliness, calling the day historic and congratulating him before inviting him inside. They entered the elevator as soon as the doors closed. The president dropped the formal tone and became more casual. He asked if Suho was doing well and if he knew his schedule. Suho said he was fine, but had not been informed of the details. Yet the president said that the vice president would explain everything. When the elevator reached the correct floor, the president left, and Suho remained with Vice President Simon. Suho found it slightly unusual that the vice president himself would be giving the briefing, but Simon simply led him through the hallway to an office, where Chief Pai waited alongside Chunman. Simon explained that these two would guide him and wished him luck. Chief Pai greeted Suho with a big smile. Telling him to sit down, he acted extremely friendly and even asked Chuman to get Suho a drink. Suho found it amusing that two people from different departments would both be training him. Chief Pai told Suho to call him senior in private and only use the title chief in official situations. Suho nodded, recognizing how significant that request was, because Chief Pai was known for being strict about titles and reputation. Then Chief Pai began testing Suho's knowledge about his new job. Suho explained that he knew about the probation period. Normally, a grade 5 officer would train at the HR center before being assigned to a branch office. But because the Hunter Association was unique, Suho would rotate through all departments. For 2 or 3 months each, every department was eager to take in a superstar like him. Chief Pai assured him that after the training, Suho could join the Special Forces Division. Suho remembered the true promise, which was that he would go to the Special Forces instead of the Gate Management Department. He also understood that with so many eyes on him, he had to follow the official process. Chief Pai then introduced Chu Man as Suho's overall supervisor. Each department had its own boss, but Chu Man would oversee the bigger picture and answer Suho's questions. After Chief Pai left, Suho realized that the man had only come to issue a silent warning to Chu Man not to steal Suho for his own department. Suho found it a bit petty, but let it go. Chulman then explained the training plan. There were 5 departments: Special Forces Administration, Awakening Gate, and Resources. Suho already knew and recited what each department handled. Chuman was impressed, but believed Suho had probably memorized it from a document. He informed Suho that his first rotation would be in the Awakening Department. As they walked toward the department, Suho noted that this meant he would meet Director Lee Wanik, a member of the president's faction, and someone Suho planned to remove later. Chulman continued explaining that every department would have people monitoring Suho and giving him tests, which meant he had to pass everything thrown his way. Still, Chulman remained confidently positive, insisting Suho would do just fine, keeping the cheerful, supportive attitude he always carried. When they arrived at the Awakening Department, Suho immediately thought to himself that he would not need his memory abilities. For this part, there was one person here no one could ever forget. Inside the office stood Lee Wanik, looking authoritative behind his desk. He stood up immediately to greet them, calling it an honor to have a national superstar like Suho start his first rotation in the department. He also said he would be the one grading Suho's work and acted overly friendly. Suho's thoughts drifted to what he knew about this man. Wanik was famous inside the association and had close ties with the chairman. After leaving for another company, rumors circulated that he was involved in human trafficking, but nothing came to light. Because Kyung-hwan had covered it up, Suho believed things might turn out differently. This time, since he now knew the truth about the past, this place needed to be cleaned from top to bottom. Someone knocked on the door, and Wanik identified the visitor as Jun Song before calling him in. He introduced him as the officer who would help Suho in the awakening department. The two shook hands politely, and Jun Song said he had heard a lot about Suho and felt amazed to work with someone so popular. Suho behaved humbly, but internally, he admitted he had no memory of this man. Everyone below team leader was simply called officer. So it made sense Jun Song tried lighthearted joking, even mentioning that he wanted Suho's autograph later. He then encouraged Suho not to stress about the job, pointing out that Suho already had a clear future destination. Suho pretended not to understand, but Jun Song clarified that everyone knew he was headed to the Special Forces Division. Suho realized that Chief Pai had not kept anything secret at all, but he did not mind. Having a powerful person supporting him only made life easier, even if it felt a little awkward to be treated like royalty. Then Jun Song handed him a thin folder that he described as the department's quick manual. Normally the manual was massive, but they had created a special simplified version just for Suho connections. Truly changed everything. He explained that the Awakening Department was divided into two major sections, Awakened Affairs and Non-Awakened Affairs, each with its own teams. Suho would first take a theory test, then complete one field training session. With each division, he reassured Suho not to worry, since everything had been prepared in advance. He handed him a business card and said to call if anything unusual happened. After he left, Suho sat down and began reading the manual. Even as a summary, it felt like a lot. But Suho did not feel burdened. He had the library of memories, which worked like a cheat system for his brain. The system activated, and all the information flowed into his mind effortlessly. For him, any memory test was trivial. Around 40 minutes later, Jun Song returned and said it was time to begin. He expected the test to take at least 30 minutes, because the questions were designed to be difficult and tricky. But once Suho began, his pen flew across the paper like a machine. Jun Song stared in disbelief. Suho finished in 10 minutes and handed in the paper calmly. It was the first time anyone had completed the test that fast. While Suho prepared to leave, Jun Song tried showing him the cafeteria, but Suho declined, saying he already had lunch plans. Then Suho made a secret phone call to Chulman. He asked if Chulman was busy, and since he was not, Suho suggested they eat lunch together and asked him not to tell anyone. Chulman agreed enthusiastically. Back in Chulman's office, Jun Song entered while the supervisor was ending his phone call. He informed him that Suho had finished the theory test. Chulman was surprised it was already over, but Jun Song insisted it was true. They examined the tests together and put it into the grading machine. With nervous anticipation, the machine displayed a perfect score of 100, thinking it might be a malfunction. They checked it by hand, but after multiple reviews, the result remained the same, a flawless perfect score. Jun Song nearly lost his mind, saying no one had ever achieved this, especially on their first day. He finally understood why Chief Pai wanted Suho so badly. Chulman could only laugh. He admitted internally that he had hoped to work with Suho first, but Chief Pai's influence was overwhelming. It was hard to compete when Suho performed at that level. Meanwhile, Suho was just yawning casually in the hallway, completely unfazed. None of this meant anything to him. After meeting for lunch, Suho and Chillman sat on a bench beside a vending machine. Suho said that since Chillman treated him to lunch, he wanted to buy the coffee. Then Chillman asked why Suho had suddenly wanted to eat together. Suho explained that he did not know many people in the association yet and did not want to eat alone. Chulman was the only person he knew well. Chulman joked that if Chief Pai heard that, he would feel a bit hurt, but Suho said he simply wanted a comfortable place to eat, so it could not be helped after a quiet, comfortable pause. Chulman congratulated him on his perfect score from the morning. He explained that he had graded it immediately because Jun Sung kept pestering him. He joked that Suho was insane. He could fight. He entered the association as a special grade 5, and now he turned out to be extremely smart as well. To him, Suho felt like the main character of a story. Suho said it was thanks to the people around him and that he had seen similar tests before. Chulman teased him that too much modesty annoyed others, so Suho laughed and admitted openly that he was amazing for the first time in a long while. He smiled sincerely. It felt refreshing since restarting his life. It felt like he was constantly doing homework, but sitting here drinking coffee with someone he used to be close to brought back memories of simpler days. He remembered when he had almost died from poisoning and thought it was over, but now he promised himself never to fall like that again. He intended to overcome every disaster and reclaim a peaceful life. Suho then asked if Chulman had any tips about working in both the awakening and non-awakening divisions. Chulman began explaining. He asked if Suho knew what the awakening division did. Suho said, yes, they manage both awakened and non-awakened individuals. Chulman agreed, but emphasized that the biggest task was keeping information updated. No one could see an awakened person's status window except the person themselves. They had to personally come in and update their information. If they ignored the deadline, they received fines and eventually jail time after repeated warnings. There was even a specific term for these cases. Malignant non-updaters. Managing those troublemakers was their primary job. He continued explaining that awakened individuals were like superheroes. Some were so durable that bullets could not harm them. Others could disappear as if they had never existed. Every country needed their data updated regularly. It might sound like the association treated them as potential walking disasters, but there was currently no better method. Suho then asked about the non-awakening side. Chulman said it worked similarly. Sometimes people awakened as players and hid it instead of registering the department. Had to track down and arrest those unregistered players. Suho already knew all of this, but pretended to be new after the break. Suho returned to the building. Walking beside Jun Sung, the officer asked if Suho enjoyed his meal and said they would begin work in the awakening department. He congratulated him again for his perfect score, noting that even the director would be pleased. They arrived at an office where a man was waiting. This was Lee Moon-ho, chief of the awakening section. He greeted them warmly and said he had already heard about Suho's perfect score. He handed him a folder and said he could begin his field training immediately. He wished him luck, and Suho acknowledged it. Walking down the hallway, Chun Song explained that Suho's first mission involved malignant non-updaters. His task would be to find those troublesome individuals and force them to update their information. He handed Suho a folder labeled non-updater list. Suho asked if this was truly the list of people he had to handle, and Jun Song confirmed it, stating that the list was not very long, so the work should be manageable. But when Suho looked at the list, his expression hardened. He thought the entire thing was ridiculous. Every name belonged to someone notoriously dangerous, individuals known for giving even the awakening section a difficult time. He wondered if this was another hidden test from Chief Pai, who loved testing his subordinates endlessly. Still, Suho decided he was ready for whatever came next. He would take down every person on the list either way. Since Jun Song worked at a desk and not in the field, he introduced Suho to a new mentor, Han Hozong, a grade 7 field officer who Jun Song introduced as a veteran at catching non-updaters. Then Jun Song slipped out of the room, leaving the two alone. Suho introduced himself, while Hozong leaned back casually against the desk. Looking relaxed, he suggested but they checked the list first. When he saw the names, he let out a deep sigh. The association had told him to treat Suho like a VIP, yet they handed him this insane list. It was filled with legendary troublemakers who had vanished or were considered impossible to catch. Ha-sang guessed that the association wanted Suho to look like a hero. Because everyone was watching, he asked if Suho already knew how to use the stat scanner and the necessary tools. Suho did. So Hozong said no extra training was needed. Then he asked if Suho planned to choose his first target. Suho said he did and pointed at a photo of a man with long, dark hair. Hozong asked if Suho even knew who the man was. He was a malignant non-updater who had fled overseas and evaded capture. But that did not stop Suho. He said that if the man was still on the list, then he had to be pursued. Suho pressed his hand firmly onto the list, covering the photo of his chosen target. With a confident smile, he prepared himself to track down every one of those legendary troublemakers. The page displayed a photo of a dark-haired man named Kim Gung, an illegal pharmacist, whose real occupation was designing doping substances. He provided doping drugs to both ordinary and professional athletes. The issue was that the drugs he distributed did not rely on chemical doping effects, but on skill-based doping, something far more dangerous and far harder to trace. Soho scanned through the information and noted that Kim Gung-won denied all charges, yet multiple reports had already been filed that confirmed the accusations. An update to his status window had been requested years ago, but he had continuously fled, avoiding every attempt to track him. His current location was presumed to be overseas. Normally, when an unregistered hunter goes untraceable for a long time, they are declared missing. But the fact that his name remained on the active list meant one thing: he was still operating. Suho realized that even the Awakening Division recognized the ongoing threat he posed. Despite this being an obvious hunter-related criminal case, it fell under the jurisdiction of the Awakening Division. Instead of the Special Forces Division, the Special Forces Division never moved without solid evidence, no matter how suspicious the situation was. As Suho closed the file in his hands, he reflected that the Special Forces Division also struggled with chronic manpower shortages. But the bigger issue was that Chief Pai simply avoided anything he considered unprofitable or bothersome. Han Hozong scratched his neck and expressed his concern that the suspicion was understandable, but catching someone presumed to be overseas seemed impossible. Suho stared at him and questioned whether he truly believed the man was overseas. Hozong reacted with shock. Suho explained that Kim Gung-won was absolutely still in Korea. The reports mentioned that domestic athletes were still using his substances, and the fact that his drugs were easily accessible meant his base had to be inside the country. Suho pointed out that drug smuggling procedures were extremely strict, making it nearly impossible to maintain such a smooth supply line from abroad. Hozong, taking a seat, admitted that the reasoning was convincing, but a report remained only a report. They still did not know for sure if those individuals were actually using doping drugs. Suho looked him in the eye and decided they would verify it themselves. Hozong responded that skill-based doping left no physical traces in the body, unlike chemical doping, which created a major challenge. Suho declared that he would handle the verification personally, which only confused Hozong further. The officer pointed out that this wasn't even an official request for acquisition, but only an anonymous tip, meaning Suho would not receive a warrant. He wondered how Suho intended to manage anything without one. Suho remained firm. He stated that he had a separate plan and wanted to handle this case alone. It was technically a field evaluation, so he wanted the chance to attempt his own method first. If it failed, they could revert to Hajwang's approach afterward. Hajwang, still confused but not wanting to press the issue, brushed it aside and told him to proceed however he wished. Suho bowed, slightly thanking him for trusting him. Hozong added that he could contact him anytime if he needed help with that. Suho left the office, ready to execute his plan. Hozong, leaning on his chair, thought to himself that he had no idea what kind of plan Suho was relying on, but he assumed Suho would learn the hard way. Tracking a fugitive, unregistered hunter was nothing like what Suho had done before, and the reality of it would hit him soon. Enough as Suho stepped outside. He pulled out his phone and contacted Nexus Academy. He informed them that he was heading there immediately and that he needed something done. After some time, G1 appeared, laughing and commenting that the request seemed easy enough inside the Nexus Academy lounge. Suho and G1 sat together while G1 confirmed that all he had to do was locate Kim Gong-won. Suho verified it. G1 studied the file and concluded if they followed the numbers listed in the reports, they would eventually trace Kim Gong-won's phone. Once they found the phone, they would have his location, and Suho could take him down from there. Suho watched him and felt certain he had made the right decision by coming to him. G1, shyly brushing it off, said it was a simple task and asked if they should begin right away. He mentioned that one more person would join them, and that person was Hyung Min from the Banshee team. G1 wondered why Hyung Min was involved, but Suho explained that Hyung Min's ability was essential. It would infiltrate a heavily secured phone and extract data from inside it. Now G1 understood the purpose. With the plan settled, Suho signaled the start. Sometime later, G1 made a phone call pretending to be someone named Kwon Song-min from a telecom base station, asking if the phone belonged to Mr. Ham Dae-young and advertising a new internet plan. The person on the other end only responded with disinterest and cut the call. Suho observed him and noted how good he was at acting. Jiwon brushed it off and said that since they confirmed the informant's number was legitimate, it was time to move forward. Jiwon activated his digitization skill, and immediately the three of them shrank and entered the smartphone. They landed on the digital screen inside the device, confirming they were in the correct place. Jiwon explained that all they needed to do was find traces of contact or trade records with a drug dealer and searching text, messages, or messenger apps would make it quick. They spotted a Telegram icon, recalling that Telegram was commonly used for such illegal trades. So they started there. When Jiwon approached the icon and tried to access it, he realized it was locked, which made him tense. Suho looked at Hyung Min and indicated that he would handle it. G1 grew confused and warned that firewalls like this were not easy to break. Suho explained that G1 did not know Hyung Min's personal skills. Hyung Min had the ability to create a special doorway capable of bypassing any barrier. His skill was called portal creation. Hyung Min raised his hands as a blue orb formed, and suddenly a door appeared in front of him. Suho understood in that moment that apps like Telegram would normally alert users of hacking attempts, but Hyung Min's ability did not attack the firewall. It created an entrance through it, leaving no trace. It reminded Suho how the Banshee team had carried out terror strikes with precision thanks to Hyung Min. Meanwhile, G1 thought about his past struggles, remembering the time he dealt with firewalls through manual labor and sheer effort. Suho, noticing his gloomy expression, reminded him that he was the only one capable of allowing them entry in the first place. Still carrying the emotional D1, Suho led the group through the newly opened portal. Inside the messages, they found some information. The three stopped at one detail, realizing they had located the right place. In front of them appeared a room labeled drugs. Inside that room sat two avatars, facing each other. G1 identified them as Ham Dae-ho and the drug dealer. Fortunately, they had not left the chat room yet. The avatars represented chat logs. Suho placed a hand on a box on the table and determined from the contents that the avatar in front of them was definitely the dealer. They now needed to follow the information upward. G1 confirmed that the door behind the dealer's avatar led into the dealer's own Telegram account. Once they went through it, they found multiple doors, each representing different transactions. The dealer had completed. Gi1 was amazed that the chat rooms, visualized as an entire building, showed how many people had communicated with the dealer. Suho studied it and said it was time to send every one of them back to prison. They then began tracking the top of the chain. Suho instructed them to search every chat and collect phone numbers and call records eventually. Suho and G1 found a particular number. G1 identified it as the supplier. If they followed it, they would reach the source. The trio repeated The same process for a while, searching for more intels. After hours of searching, they walked out of another digital doorway. Feeling exhausted, Suho wondered aloud how many layers of subcontracting existed. Hyungmin Drain guessed. They were being extra cautious, given the nature of their business. Suho believed that after tracing so many layers, it was time they finally found something concrete. At that moment, Hyungmin opened another door and discovered Kim Gung-won's phone inside the digital room. Photographs of the man were plastered on every wall, ceiling and corner, top, bottom, everywhere. Kyung Min was shocked at the overwhelming number of images. Ji-won stared at the photos in confusion, wondering why the man's ego had inflated so dramatically and why he had so many selfies. Soho explained that these were likely arbitrary self-photographs used for verification or identity tracking. He then said that since the GPS remained active, they could retrieve the location and head back soon. Enough. Ji-won compared the data and pinpointed Kim Gung-won's home. Soho asked where it was, and Ji-won explained that the location was in Gangnam, Seoul, at Acro Tower. Inside one of the tower rooms, a bulky man with a nasty scar across his face lounged back with the kind of smugness only dirty money could buy, bragging that profits were soaring thanks to their dear Mr. Gung. This was Baek Jiam, the boss of the Platinum Gang, and across from him sat Kim Gung-won, pretending to stay humble while soaking in the praise. He claimed his results were always great because of Baek, then casually brought up whether the police were fully handled. Baek confirmed without hesitation, saying every layer of law enforcement, from cops to prosecutors, to even the Hunter Association, had already been bribed, and none of them could be touched. Right then the lights flickered out and the whole room dipped into darkness. Everyone automatically glanced upward. Gung-won muttered about a power outage while Baek Jiam quietly assumed the same. Gung-won complained that this wasn't some cheap building, and there was no gate rupture happening, so the power cutting out made no sense. Baek followed up with irritation bubbling inside him, thinking about the ridiculous maintenance fees they paid and how this nonsense was unacceptable, promising himself he would give the management a piece of his mind. Baek Jiam turned to his bald bodyguard, ordering him to go take care of it, and the bodyguard moved toward the door without question. But before he could reach it, the door exploded inward. With a violent crash, the sound ripped through the room and instantly snapped both men out of their irritation, their attention locking onto the chaos. As they tried to process what the hell just happened, the answer walked in on its own. Suho stepped through the broken entrance, gripping the bald bodyguard's head like a piece of trash, slammed it into the floor so hard the skull cracked, with a cold smirk aimed straight at Gung-won, letting the bastard know he had been found. Gung-won froze when he saw Suho, demanding to know who he was, while Baek stood beside him, casually puffing on a cigar, commenting that Suho looked familiar. Suho rose to his feet and introduced himself. Holding up his ID, he identified himself as On Suho, record updater of the Awakening Department of the Korean Hunter Association, and stated that Kim Gung-won had intentionally refused record updates for years. That alone was enough reason for an on-site arrest. Kim Gung-won, terrified and shocked, recognized him as the sword god On Suho. Suho confirmed that identity, scratched his neck, and told him to cooperate obediently. Instead, the men took their fighting stances. Suho looked at their audacity and warned that if they did not want to die, they should submit. Moments later, the two criminals knelt on the ground with beaten expressions, while Suho stood tall in front of them, thanking them for their cooperation in their minds. The criminals thought he had beaten them one-sidedly and wondered how that counted as cooperation. Suho then turned to Yunho and thanked her for her EMP ability, which allowed them to enter easily. Yunhwa blushed and played with her hair, admitting the job had felt so easy and anticlimactic that it seemed like a waste of training time. Hyungmin, standing nearby, revealed that she had skipped training and rushed over excitedly, but before he finished, Yunho elbowed him sharply and reminded him that when the team leader called, she always needed to come running happily. Meanwhile, Suho sat in a chair in front of the criminals and suggested they continue their conversation. He first looked at Kim Gung-won, taking out the stat measuring device. He remarked equals on its impressive capability. System rules prevented people from seeing each other's status windows directly. But the association could check stats through reaction. Results based on input values officially. The innovation had an accuracy above 70%. But in practice, Suho had extracted 100% accuracy. Kim Gung-won panicked. Thought to himself that Suho had beaten him. Until the results reached 100%, Suho smiled at him and reminded him that he had even healed him, so there was no reason to look so upset. He repeated that if the measured stats later failed to match what they recorded now, he would die faced with that statement. Kim Gung-won desperately agreed. Then Suho focused on Baek Ji-hoon, who had recently risen as a big shot in Gangnam thanks to Kim Gung-won. Suho knew this man needed to be arrested someday, but since today was only an on-site assessment, it would be difficult. Still, he could not pretend he had not seen him standing right there. Suho looked at him and addressed him as Baek Ji-hoon, pointing out that the man had said something unclear earlier. Baek Ji-hoon asked what he meant. Suho continued, stating that Baek Ji-hoon had bribed the police prosecutors and the Korean Hunter Association. The sudden accusation left Baek Ji-young trembling as Suho pressed for more details, specifically wanting to know who inside the Korean Hunter Association was involved. Suho placed a hand on Baek Ji-young's shoulder and warned him to refrain from actions that caused misunderstandings, or he would die. The cold tone made Baek Ji-young in fear and promise understanding. From the sidelines, Manhwa and Hyungmin watched the scene unfold. Manhwa commented that it brought back memories, and that had been very scary back then, while Hyungmin admitted he never expected Suho to become someone he respected this much. Meanwhile, Baek Ji-young confessed that he had bribed Park Kumin, the vice president of the Korean Hunter Association. Suho asked if it was just one person. Baek Yo-hong cried as he insisted it was only him and begged Suho to believe him. Suho looked at him and sensed he was not lying. He then wondered whether Park Hyun knew nothing about the awakening and non-awakening assessments. If Park Hyun had known, he would have removed anyone connected to him from the list or given special instructions to protect them. This meant someone had targeted Park Hyun. It would not have been Section Chief Lee Mun-ho, the one who had provided the list, but the mere fact that Lee Mun-ho assigned the evaluation task meant someone higher had pressured him, someone above Park Kumin or on equal footing. The possible candidates narrowed down to Chairman Jong Kyung-won and Special Unit Chief Pai Sung-yeol to Chairman John Kyung-won. Park Hyun was like a tongue in his own mouth, so he had no reason to harm him. Pai Sung-yeol's official rank was lower than Park Hyun-man's, but most people said his internal power was far greater. Suho concluded that the most likely suspect was Pai Sung-yeol. According to his memories, he didn't remember that the vice president and Chief Pai were on bad terms, and he decided he would have to watch carefully. If Kim Gung-won were captured, either Pai Sung-yeol or Park Hyun would react. Suho grabbed Kim Gung-won by the collar and told him he would come with him, while telling Baek Ji-hoon that he would be seeing him again, and intentionally refraining from arresting him at that moment. That statement confused Baek Ji-hoon. Suho warned him to take care because he would return. With that, Suho and the Banshee team left the luxurious room, leaving the busted-up Baek Ji-hoon in complete confusion. After some time, when Suho returned to the association, he found Senior Ho-zong dozing on a sofa. As soon as he noticed Suho, he yawned and asked if Suho had found Kim Gung-won, clearly assuming Suho had failed. But when Suho confirmed that he had found him, Ho-zong became confused. He struggled to believe it, so Suho repeated the update, saying he had located Kim Gung-won, updated his status window information, and placed him in the interrogation room. Ho-zong was still rattled as Suho told him to follow so they could check on him later. Ho-zong and Suho stood behind a window, watching Kim Gung-won sit inside the interrogation room. While someone questioned him, Ho-zong thought about how this vicious S-class problem case had evaded capture for years. Yet Suho had caught him in one day, or rather in just a few hours. The criminal was even cooperating peacefully. Ho-zong's gaze shifted to the stat measuring device. And he thought about how the machine normally produced. Only 70% accuracy, yet this time the results had come out nearly identical to the real stats. He looked at Suho and marveled that something so notoriously difficult had been handled so effortlessly. As if Suho had taken a simple stroll, Suho then said the charges were proven and that they could hand Kim Gung-won over to the Special Forces Department immediately. Hosung nodded, still confused. He asked how Suho managed to catch him. Suho, wearing a straight expression and not even looking at him, said he simply asked around here and there and got lucky. He then asked if he could bring in the remaining non-updaters too. Hosung agreed and suggested they go together, but Suho suddenly turned, saying he wanted to catch all of them himself and earn the highest evaluation. The sudden declaration caught Hosung off guard. Suho bowed slightly and said he would ask for help if needed, but asked Hosung to focus on transferring Kim Gung-won to the Special Forces Department. As Suho walked away, the sloppy 7th grade officer remained standing alone and simply responded with an okay in confusion. A few days later, chatter filled the office. Someone mentioned in turn on Suho and said stories about him catching all the vicious non-updaters were spreading everywhere. People wondered how he managed to complete in 2 days what even pro-awakeners could not. They said the real sword God was also the real squad God, and the work class difference was overwhelming. But they also wondered if the awakening department would now receive all the blame. Someone said the department might start hating in turn on Suho for this. Inside the awakening department, everyone cheered Suho's name loudly, calling him Sword God over and over. These workers had been scolded endlessly because of those S-class problem cases, but hearing praise even once felt 1,000 times better than constant criticism. They shouted their love for Suho. A woman in the office asked him not to leave and begged him to work there forever. She admitted she never said things like this, but had never seen talent like his. A senior employee with shining eyes declared he had even joined Suho's fan club and told others to call him Suho Priest, all while holding a poster with Suho's face on it. As Suho is leaving with documents in his hands, his colleagues cried out for him not to go. Suho thanked them, but reminded them he needed to finish his work with the awakening department first. Soon after he received the call, the name on the screen belonged to Pei Sung-yeol. Chief Pei, while looking at documents, asked Suho if he was busy and told him to come see him if he had a moment. Suho realized instantly that the bite he had been waiting for had finally arrived inside Chief Pai's office. Chief Pai handed a can of Coke to Suho and commented that Suho's performance in the awakening department had been impressive. Suho responded modestly, saying that it was nothing. Chief Pai sat down and questioned him, wondering how Suho could call it nothing when he always produced results far beyond expectations. Suho thanked him. Chief Pai then asked whether the first person he caught was Kim Gung-won. Suho confirmed it, taking a sip of Coke with a smirk. Chief Pai pointed out that if Suho had only seen Kim Gung-won, Suho realized immediately that things were happening exactly as expected, and that Chief Pai already knew everything. That made everything simpler. Suho revealed that he had also seen Baek Jiam. Chief Pai then asked why he had let him go. Suho explained that he believed the man was too big for him to handle. Chief Pai asked why. Suho spoke as if he already understood what he was implying. Suho clarified that he assumed Chief Pai was referring to Baek Jiam's connections. Chief Pai confirmed it. He then asked Suho to explain why he had not reported back right away. Suho said he waited because he had no justification to report. Chief Pai wanted to know what kind of justification. Suho clarified that he planned to join the Special Forces unit, but since Chief Pai's name had not been mentioned, yet reporting prematurely would have looked like overstepping. Suho assumed that if he waited, either Chief Pai or the vice president of the association would call for him. Chief Pai approved of his decision and told him to report everything directly to him from now on. He said he would in return tell Suho everything he wanted to know. Suho agreed. Chief Pai asked if Suho was not curious why he had to report to him. Suho answered that there was no need to be curious since Chief Pai surely had his reasons laughing Chief Pai called him crazy. Kid, then he pulled out a credit card and handed it to Suho, telling him he did a good job and should eat something expensive with his friends after work. He insisted that Suho not settle for cheap food like pork belly, but enjoy anything he wanted. Suho tried to decline, but Chief Pai reminded him that when an adult gave something, you should accept it with thanks. Suho left the office and walked down the hall, thinking that he had just walked past the vice president earlier without saying anything. It became clear that something existed between the vice president and Chief Pai. Pulling out his phone, Suho called Jaiwan. He told him he would send a few numbers and instructed him to gather all possible information. Jaiwan agreed without asking any questions. Suho asked why he did not question him about the details, and Jivan replied that if Suho told him to do something, he would simply do it. Suho realized this must have been the same feeling Chief Pai experienced earlier. Suho encouraged Jivan to work hard, promising to buy him expensive food and telling him to decide what he wanted to eat. Jiwan celebrated on the other end of the call. After ending the call, Suho thought of reporter Joe Jean. We called him and checked if he was free in the evening. Later that evening, Suho and Jean Wee clanked their beer glasses together. Jean Wee congratulated him on officially starting his work as a hunter. Suho thanked him and asked if he had been busy with articles. Jean Wee said it had not been difficult, since all he had to do was add flavor to the solid foundation Suho provided. He asked about the Banshee team and others, and Suho explained that he set aside a separate table so they could bond better with Hyun and the others. Suho then tells Jean Wee that Hyun would want to greet him too, so they would invite him properly next time. He said he prepared this small repayment for last time. Jean Wee said he should be the one repaying Suho. He explained that Hammer 2 helped save victims, and that the Nexus had risen into a nationally favored guild, which caused his related feature articles to perform extremely well. Raising his glass, he said he looked forward to working together. Suho raised his glass as well and agreed that they should continue working together. The next day at the association, the manager of the non-awakening division, Lee Sean, greeted Suho with cheerful energy. She told him she had heard about his impressive achievements and was happy to welcome him to the non-awakening division. Seeing his modest expression, she reminded him not to be too modest because it did not look good. She asked if he knew what the division handled. Suho replied that they searched for unregistered hunters. She confirmed it and told him that it would be as difficult as finding a needle in the desert. She said he should not aim for more or less, but just find exactly one person to complete his field evaluation. Suho said he would find one quickly. She handed him a blue file labeled unregistered and said she liked his confidence. She informed him that Officer Yom would guide him through the details. She told him to do his best. After some time, as Suho went through the reports she had given him, he decided to review the documents he received earlier from Im Junso. He found them to be only scattered reports. He thought about the fact that there was no way to identify an unregistered hunter unless the person confessed. Unless their level had increased noticeably, they were indistinguishable from normal people. Hunter registration existed to prevent unexpected incidents, but some people avoided it because they disliked having awakened, especially when certain jobs could only be taken by non-awakened individuals. Athletes were a prime example. Then someone called out to Suho. It was Jo Song-gil, an investigator for unregistered hunters. He said he heard about Suho's record-breaking achievements in the awakening division. He mentioned that his colleague, Han Hozong, had praised Suho endlessly, so he was looking forward to meeting him. Suho responded politely. The officer asked whether Suho intended to handle this assignment alone. Suho said he would try alone, first turning away. The officer told him to contact him if he got stuck, and Suho realized the man had simply come to dump all the work on him. Suho decided to meet the first person he had marked for evaluation somewhere else. A dartboard was filled with perfectly centered arrows. A blond boy named Park Goon had shot all of them. People behind him praised his skill. saying that his abilities never disappointed. Another person commented that he would likely win the upcoming tournament again. Someone else noted that the first place prize money would be large, and they felt jealous. Two other students approached Park Gun. A girl invited him to go to karaoke with him after a long time, but Park Gun said he needed to help his mother at the shop, telling them to go without him. The black-haired boy complained that even on the day before the tournament, when practice ended early, he still had responsibilities. Park Gun apologized, saying they would go next time later. He arrived at the restaurant and announced he was home. Inside, he saw an officer eating. It was Suho, casually eating fancy dishes. The boy immediately recognized him as the sword god, but his mother shushed him, reminding him quietly not to bother customers. The boy agreed, and his mother asked why he was home early when it was still training. Tommy explained that practice ended early because the tournament was tomorrow. She asked why he did not hang out with friends, but he tied on an apron and said he could not leave her working alone. He then asked whether he could take care of the sword god's bill if it had not been paid, yet she agreed. When Suho asked for the bill, the boy said it was 10,001 and asked if he wanted a receipt. Suho declined and addressed him by name. The boy froze, shocked that Suho knew who he was. Suho revealed that he was from the Korean Hunter Association's non-awakening department. The mention of the non-awakening department made the boy's face turn pale. He immediately began stepping back and apologized, saying he was busy and had no time. Suho told him it would only take a moment, but the boy bolted out of the restaurant, apologizing as he ran. His mother watched him leave, wondering why he was acting that way in an alley. The boy slumped to the ground. A system window hovered before him, asking if he wanted to pursue his power. The boy stared at it miserably, wondering why this had to happen now of all times.